Chapter 545. 219 has returned to her rightful place _2. Shun Yu stuffed his phone back into his pocket and lowered his head to take a sip of the tea brewed by Ji Heng. The tea was clear in color, with a lasting aftertaste. A delicacy. After he finished his drink, he glanced at the furnishings in the courtyard, then back at his cup of tea, feeling that something was amiss, but because his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Bai Lian, he didn't give it much thought. Mr. Ji, could you give me Bai Lian's contact details, please? I would like to discuss her career development in detail. Meanwhile, a car from Beicheng pulled up at the gate of Xiangqing First High School, and Bai Qiming got out of the back seat. This was his first visit to Xiangqing. He looked at the not-so-tall gateway of Xiangqing First High School. At a glance, the teaching building and the library inside did not stand out. He could see the historical mottling of the external walls, and his gaze then moved to the banner hanging above the main entrance. Congratulations to Bai Lian, our student, for securing the top rank in the National College entrance examination for science. The Bai family patriarch got out of the car in front. He was asking the school security guard for news about Bai Lian. These days, there'd been many people coming to Xiangqing First High, some even coming to take photos with the school. The guard looked at Bai Qiming and company and couldn't help but smile. You could ask Ms. Liu, she's Bai Lian's homeroom teacher. But you might not be able to find her right now. You can come early tomorrow and wait for her. Where did she go? Bai Qiming retracted his gaze, frowning. The Bai family patriarch passed a thick red envelope to the guard. I'll only tell you, the guard said, holding a hand beside his face and lowering his voice mysteriously. She's gone to Bai Lian's home with the principal of Jiangjing University. The principal of Jiangjing University? Yes. That was all the guard said, refusing to share any further information with the Bai family members. The Bai family patriarch walked back to the car with heavy steps, and when he tried to call Ji Mulan again on his phone, he couldn't get through. Bai Qiming, look at the mess you've caused. At first, when Ji Mulan hung up on him and Bai Lian blocked him, the Bai family patriarch was somewhat infuriated. As the head of the family, he had never been so disregarded before. When other members of the Bai family had gone to plead with Bai Shaoke, Gui Yueqing had treated them with utmost courtesy. But now, hearing that the principal of Jiangjing University had personally come to look for Bai Lian, all the patriarch of the Bai family felt was regret. The national top scholar, the principal of Jiangjing University himself, had come to Xiangqing. This was a talent that not even 100 years could necessarily produce for the Bai family, and he had come to realize this point already. Bai Qiming returned to the car and, looking towards the Bai family patriarch with a disillusioned gaze, said, "What's the use of talking about this now? Let's just wait and see. She's not easy to predict, and Shaoke is working so hard at school. His future achievements might not be inferior to hers. Who else do you know that can enter the lab in their first year of university? He's about to take part in the Buyuan summer camp. At times like these, you decide what to do." To keep looking for Bai Lian would undoubtedly chill Bai Shuke's heart. He was also someone the Bai family had managed to bring back after much effort. It was a matter of choice. The Bai family patriarch lifted his head but didn't speak. The Jiangjing University summer camp is attended by top students from both domestic and international backgrounds. It's useful for guaranteed postgraduate and doctoral direct admissions and may lead to entry into key labs. Bai Qiming lowered his voice. You know about Shaoqi's zither skills, and Shaoke has good relations with the Jian family. Jiangjing Airport. Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian deplaned. Their luggage had been brought back to Jiangjing ahead of time by Ming Dongheng, leaving Jiang Fulai to travel light, and Bai Lian only with a black bag. Ming Dongheng had arrived ahead of time and was waiting for them at the airport, while Jiang He leaned on the window of the business car watching them. Jiang Fulai was several steps behind Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng was sitting in the driver's seat, looking back. Where are we going? Just as Jiang Fulai was about to speak, Bai Lian recited an address. Ming Dongheng looked it up, a nearby apartment, very close to Jiangjing University. Xiaoqi and Sun Chun had arrived in Jiangjing a few months earlier and had arranged the place. Her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Bai Lian glanced down, saw Ji Heng had recommended a contact card, replied with a quick message to Ji Heng saying she had arrived at Jiangjing, and then added the contact. Shanghai apartment was located on Sally Road next to Zier Avenue, just 2 stops away from Jiangjing University, not far at all. The layout was 2 bedrooms and a living room. The living room was quite small. One of the bedrooms had been transformed into a study for by Lian by Sun Chun. Everything was readily available for moving in right away. Jiang Fulai carefully placed her Guqin to one side, then walked around the entire apartment. His expression was neutral as he casually commented, "Small." Bai Lian paid no attention to him, simply handing him the suitcase and asking him to arrange her books in the study. Ming Dongheng, busy moving the sofa to a suitable location, noticed Jiang Fulai's upright yet detached and inexplicably morose figure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546. 219 has returned to her rightful place _3. He lowered his head and didn't dare to speak at all. Jiang He slumped on Bai Lian's sofa, hugging her little bok choy cushion on the couch, his eyes shining bright. Jiang Fulai was in the study, slowly and methodically arranging the bookshelf with his hand. Most of the books Bai Lian brought were introduced to her by Senior Ma, along with a stack of thick printed documents. The bookshelf was placed to the left of the entrance, and on the right was a small desk. Jiang Fulai organized the books, his pale phoenix eyes glancing at the apartments on both sides, his slender fingertips tapping the black book cover. He seemed thoughtful. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Shijue in no hurry. Sijing Club. It was still a gathering organized by Xiao Bingwen. Inside the private room, Xiao Bingwen looked at Qi Shuyun next to Leng Shuhe. "Your sister ranked 3rd in the college entrance exam this year?" Qi Shuyun unconsciously toned down her movements. Their Qi family could at best be considered a scholarly family, and even Su En's family was just wealthy, very different from this circle of power elites. "Yes, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Bingwen was surprised. "Then she is quite impressive. This year's college entrance exam was quite brutal." Even Liang Wuyu was surpassed, which drew a lot of attention. Xiao Bingwen participated in the betting pool and knew about this, but strangely, he could not find any specific information about this person. Su Nanjing sat next to Xiao Bingwen, idly swirling his glass with his head bowed. The dim light shone on his face. He nonchalantly browsed his phone, soon stumbling upon a friend circle post sent by Bai Lian's friend, One Big Bowl 8. Image. The screenshot of her chat with Bai Lian, one in Xiangqing, the other in Jiangjing. Su Nanjing paused and he commented, "Sister Bowl, is Alien in Jiangjing now?" He had only added 2 of Bai Lian's classmates, Ning Xiao and Pu Xiaohan. Sister Bowl was a nickname Wang Qi gave to Pu Xiaohan, although Su Nanjing did not understand why someone named Pu Xiaohan would have the nickname Sister Bowl. 1 minute later, One Big Bowl 8 replied. 1. They had all learned the one-character method. Su Nanjing stood up. He picked up the keys set aside and without looking back said to Xiao Bingwen, "It seems like Alien has come to Jiangjing. I'm going to find her." "She's arrived this early?" Xiao Bingwen exclaimed in surprise, standing up to see Su Nanjing off. Everyone sitting down stood up as well. "Shuhe, who is the person the 3rd young master mentioned?" Someone asked Leng Shuhe, who was acquainted with Xiao Bingwen. They hadn't heard the name clearly, but from Su Nanjing's attitude, they knew she was no ordinary person. "I don't know," Leng Shuhe pondered after watching the attitudes of Xiao Bingwen and Su Nanjing, "but the 3rd young master seems to not even treat Miss Tu with such an attitude." Miss Tu? Qi Shuyun didn't quite understand their circle. The only one she knew of was Yu Hongyi. Leng Shuhe glanced at her, then explained in a low voice, "In our circle, the only one who can be called Miss Tu is Miss Jeannie from the Su family. Just don't offend her, and you'll be fine." With the Su family riding the current tide, their status soared. Although Su Jeannie was Su Juming's daughter, everyone knew that Su Juling's wife, Gao Yan, had no daughters and treated Su Jeannie as her own. And Gao Yan, she used to be the best friend of the young matron of the Jiang family, her status within the Jiang family incomparable to others. As a result, Su Jeannie held a lot of sway among the sons and daughters of Jiangjing's elite. Everyone addressed her respectfully as Miss Tu. Upon mention of the Su family, Qi Shuyun roughly understood which Su they were talking about. Qi Shuyun watched in the direction Su Nanjing left, finally certain that this man was the target of her grandmother and the Jiangjing Su family. Shanghai apartment. By the time the old Mrs. Su and Su En arrived, Bai Lian was just coming downstairs. The old lady was turning her Buddha beads, inspecting the neighborhood and complaining to Su En, "The environment here is so poor, how could you let her live here?" The old lady hadn't been able to sit still knowing Bai Lian was coming, insisting that Su En take her to see her. Ji Mulan followed behind Su En, looking towards Bai Lian, somewhat dazed. Bai Lian was dressed in simple clothes, her dark hair lightly coiled, a strand sticking to her snowy face under the streetlight, her complexion as clear as ice, almost nothing like the girl from her memories. Alien has her own ideas. Su En glanced at the old lady, then said to Bai Lian, "You've made arrangements with Wen Yao to visit Jiangjing University, right?" Bai Lian nodded. She greeted Su En but did not look at Ji Mulan. As for leaving Jiang Fulai behind to clean up the room, the old Mrs. Su took a look at Bai Lian. Going to see Jiangjing University? That makes sense. People visiting Jiangjing usually liked to see the university first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547. 219 has returned to her rightful place _4 Mrs. Su wasn't surprised at all. As a native of Xiangqing, Bai Lian's excitement about getting into Jiangjing University was expected. It was almost 8 o'clock. Jiangjing University was busy with people, and at this time, many students taking the national exam were checking in at the entrance. Su Wenyao was waiting by the campus gates and waved at Bai Lian and her companions from afar as soon as he spotted them. Alien, little sister, Su Wenyao felt a sense of unrealness upon seeing Bai Lian. He had just learned that Bai Lian was the national top scorer of the year. Let me first take you to the statues of the notables. Being an insider, he could bring family members in as long as they registered. Walking down the main thoroughfare, they saw the statues in Jiangjing University's square lined up in 2 rows, dozens in total. From 100 meters away, Bai Lian could see the bronze statue at the very front. As twilight blurred the edges of the day, one could see that the bronze figure was well maintained. One hand held a book while the other was placed behind his back. He appeared to be reading intently, his garment caught in a fold by the breeze. With the aura of an ascetic sage, it seemed as if he might turn into an immortal at any second. This was Liang Zuan. Seeing these statues, even Mrs. Su put her palms together solemnly, her gaze devout and admiring. As the end of term drew near, many students came here to carefully pay homage to these statues and to the giant rock behind them. "These are statues of notable figures, you must know them," said Su Wenyao, after his own observance, highlighting one statue in particular to Bai Lian. "This is our senior sister." Mrs. Su, looking at the first statue, had an unstoppable fervor and envy in her eyes. The Liangs, how proud they must be to see this statue. Next to her, Ji Milan was also staring in stunned silence at everything. The area was teeming with the most elite students from across the country. This place was sacred, and everyone passing by would pay homage involuntarily, reminiscent of the era when the senior sister and her peers were in their prime and the era when the emperor's advisors strategized behind the scenes. Her gaze shifted, landing on the giant stone behind the statues, which was illuminated by light. Ji Mulan saw that the stone was engraved with many names, neither biographies nor introductions, and she asked subconsciously, "What is this?" Mrs. Su looked over and said softly, "This is the gathering place of Jiangjing University's elite." Yes, it's also the dream of everyone who has been admitted to Jiangjing University. Su Wenyao walked over, pointing to one of the names, his expression becoming emotional. The last name added was that of Senior Hewen. Although he was from Xiqing, he was the only one who made the list in recent years. If one makes a significant enough contribution, they could even have a new bronze statue erected at the back, but that's even tougher. He spoke with utmost seriousness, clearly holding great respect for He Wen. Ji Mulan looked at the names etched in the stone, barely concealing her shock. It was her first time being so close to these people. It's exceedingly difficult to stand out among the world's top geniuses, not to mention having your own statue. Mrs. Su sighed as she looked at the names. Just getting your name on this stone. Our family hasn't produced more than 3 in the last century. I think Alien has a good chance. Su Wenyao, hearing this, turned to look at Bai Lian beside him. Alien emerged from the mist of Xiangqing as the top scorer and made it to Jiangjing University. I think. Su Wenyao paused for quite some time as he spoke. In the past few days, Bai Lian had already left an impression of a formidable presence in the hearts of her fellow Jiangjing High School seniors. He believed that after she graduated, she could, like Senior He Wen, have her name inscribed on this stone. Jiangjing seemed to be on the cusp of becoming even livelier. Mrs. Su also turned to look at Bai Lian, clenching her Buddha beads a little tighter, evidently realizing this possibility too. Bai Lian's phone vibrated. It was Su Nanjing asking where she was. She replied carelessly with her location. Listening to Su Wenyao's words, she didn't respond. Her gaze fell on the statue next to Liang Zuan that Su Wenyao had specifically pointed out, and she looked up slightly. The statue depicted a profile view of someone holding a long spear, mysterious and dangerous. The lights cast a cool glow upon the statue. Break through the fog? It wasn't about breaking through the fog. She was merely returning to her rightful place. The once dashing senior sister of Jiangjing University was finally back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548, Bustling Jiangjing, 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Principal Shi, 2 chapters combined. _1 Jiangjing University was always bustling at night. Even if some had finished their exams, they didn't go home, and the place was crowded, especially at Celebrity Statue Square, which was always lively. Su Wenyao wasn't surprised to see Bai Lian staring at the first row of statues. After all, they were the founder and the first female graduate of Jiangjing University, whom even the president would come to pay respects to regardless of the weather. Next to them, Ji Mulan and Old Lady Su were still standing under that huge rock, a dark brown stone 17 meters tall and 82 meters wide, with Jiangjing University inscribed on the upper left, and the much smaller words, Honorary Alumni, written below. Each name would be recorded in the history of the university. When he first entered Jiangjing University as the top student, nobody paid attention to him, and his advisor pushed him hard to graduate, until he became an honorary alumnus and swept the whole Jiangjing University. Most of those who could become honorary alumni were from Jiangjing. From a young age, they received top-notch education. While others were still learning 123, they were immersed in various summer camps and lectures influenced by their parents and seniors. The case of Heewon was truly unique. The butler followed behind Old Lady Su, sighing, "This is the ceiling of intelligence." They were still looking at the huge rock, but Su Wenyao, who was used to it, asked Bai Lian, "Do you want to check out other places? Our university's library is huge, with a large collection of books and 7 canteens." "No, thanks." Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. "I'll come back to read in a couple of days." She had long heard of the Jiangjing University Library, with its vast collection of books, a wonderful place. Bai Lian wasn't the least bit curious about Jiangjing University. She hadn't even taken out her phone. The last time she came to Jiangjing, she didn't visit the university. Su Wenyao thought she wouldn't enter until school started, but she came as soon as she arrived in Jiangjing this time. The group was getting ready to eat. Bai Lian and Su Wenyao were chatting at the back, and whatever they were talking about, no one else could understand. Old Lady Su walked in front with Su En, talking to him. Shuyan said she saw that 3rd young master. Su, the 3rd young master? Su En's expression changed slightly. Old Lady Su couldn't help but sigh. For her, this news was even better than Su Jiue getting into Jiangjing University. It has to be the Qi family circle to match up with them. Su En didn't speak, for it involved the Qi family, and Su Wenyao had nothing to do with the Qi family. Something occurred to Old Lady Su. Why didn't you arrange accommodation for Bai Lian? Shanghai apartment? Old lady Su really didn't favor it. I did arrange it, Su En glanced back, but she didn't want it. Those matters weren't of particular concern to the old lady. She fidgeted with her Buddha beads, lowering her voice. Have you mentioned our Su family household registration to Mulan? You don't know what kind of person Alien is? Su En's face was stern, but mindful that Bai Lian was behind him, he did not raise his voice. Initially, when I suggested registering her in our household, you were unwilling. Now you want her on our family registry? Mom, have you forgotten the call you made to her? Su-en would have been better off not mentioning it. The old lattice expression grew stiff at the memory. How could she have known back then what would happen today? She knew very well what Bai Lian was like. She would take the soft approach but resist pressure. If she had followed Su-en's wishes back then, Bai Lian might have really entered the Su family's household register. Today's top national scholar was also a member of their Su family. But it was of no use to talk about these things now. Shanghai apartment. A fiery red sports car was parked right in front of the building. Most residents of the apartment were students of Jiangjing University. Although Jiangjing was a captivating city of wealth, the kind of ostentation that Shanghai apartment displayed with a sports car fully decorated with eights was unprecedented. Quite a few people stopped to take pictures. Su Nanjing took off his sunglasses, stepping out of the driver's seat. Used to his privilege as the third young master Su, he couldn't be bothered to find a parking spot, so he handed the keys to the security guard and directly went upstairs. Bai Lian was in room 303. He got out of the elevator and surveyed the surroundings, not very satisfied with the environment here. He reached out to ring the doorbell. As the door opened, he was greeted by a cold face. It was Jiang Fulai. Su Nanjing wasn't surprised, but he was taken aback at the sight of a cardboard box in Jiang Fulai's hands. After a moment of hesitation, he followed Jiang Fulai inside. Bai Lian's living room was not small, about 10 square meters. Ming Dongheng was moving a flower pot to the balcony. Jiang Fulai held a pair of scissors and nonchalantly snipped open the tape on a cardboard box, which contained things Bai Lian had brought over. As soon as it was opened, Jiang Fulai saw a swinging pendulum ball. Bai Lian had brought both the pendulum ball and a small blue bottle. Cold, white fingertips lingered on the edge of the box for a moment before he moved the box of miscellaneous items to the study. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549, Bustling Jiangjing, 3 Visits to the Thatched Cottage Principal Sure, 2 chapters combined. _2 Su Nanjing didn't find Bai Lian, but saw clearly what Jiang Fulai was up to. He was sorting junk. Su Nanjing finally understood how Ming Dongheng felt back in Xiangqing. Aside from his research, young Master Jiang wasted not a second with anyone else. His hands used to handle delicate instruments, scale rulers accurate to the millimeter for gunpowder, and pens wielded with decisive lethality upon his team members, not to mention sorting junk. If he were willing to pour himself a cup of water, Su Nanjing would doubt the reality of this world. Xiaoming, Su Nanjing went out to the balcony and spoke to Ming Dongheng. Where's Alien? Ming Dongheng looked up, his reply succinct. She's gone out to eat with her mom. Su Nanjing hadn't seen Ming Dongheng for a while and was startled by his eyes. Xiaoming, how come you're as intimidating as Sister Beixian now? Ming Dongheng ignored him, handed him a kettle, and asked him to help out. I'm going to take out the trash. When they deliver the TV, sign for it. Bai Lian didn't have a TV here, but as soon as Jiang Fulai arrived, he ordered one. Realizing later, Su Nanjing asked, wait, Alien has a mom? He hadn't looked into Bai Lian's background, only knowing she had a grandfather and assumed her parents were deceased. Hearing that Bai Lian had a mother, Su Nanjing pulled out his phone and messaged Gao Yen. Latest news, Alien has a birth mother. Empress Dowager, one more doesn't make much difference, does it? After helping Bai Lian set up the TV, Su Nanjing returned home, still contemplating the matter. On Lao Street, Su Jueling was confirming tomorrow's schedule with his secretary. Are Su Jin and Su Genie familiar with Azure Dragon Bar? Since last year, Azure Dragon Bar had shifted its focus to Jiangjing. All the big families of Jiangjing had a sword hanging over their heads, aware of the international powers behind the bar. Especially the third floor for information trading, which houses a black market not open to the general public, has all the major families enviously eyeing it. Su Jin frequents various bars and has more channels of information than others. That Su Kong seems to have some connection with the Jiang family. Saying this, the secretary glanced toward the yawning Su Nanjing. The young master was also a regular at bars, but he didn't dare mention Su Nanjing. Gao Yen was baffled. Why would these forces suddenly come to Jiangjing? Gao Yen, clad in a dark, figure-hugging cheongsam with only slight wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, possessed a strong aura. She looked well-maintained, appearing only to be in her early 30s. I don't know. Su Jiuling's secretary shook his head, but Azure Dragon Bar has indeed shifted its focus to Jiangjing. Now, that was strange. Rare auctions that normally didn't happen often were held twice this year in Jiangjing, things that previously only happened on Bakhtar Street. Has young Master Jiang arranged his lab? Su Jiuling mused. I don't know. Su Nanjing replied casually. Su Jiuling took a look at him and then remembered, this can wait. Has Miss Bai arrived? Hearing this, Gao Yen also looked at Su Nanjing and sat up straight. What's the verdict? Does she want to meet me? Su Nanjing checked his phone. She hadn't responded to his message just yet. She's visiting her uncle tomorrow, not sure if she'll have time in the next 2 days. No time? Su Jiuling was very surprised. The college entrance exams were over. What could she be so busy with? Her uncle is here too? Gao Yen was also surprised. She thought all of Bai Lian's relatives were in Shangqing. Yeah. Su Nanjing replied lazily. He bought a new motorbike for Bai Lian. She was sure to like it. Gao Yen averted her gaze from him. Bai Lian had also arrived in Jiangjing. She took out her phone and messaged President Jian. President Jian, hello, she has arrived in Jiangjing. The next day, Ji Xiaojun got up early and headed to the Mu family branch, managed by manager Su, who was a confidant of the old master of the Mu family. Since changing his surname, Ji Xiaojun had been learning the practical aspects of the business here. After work in the afternoon, manager Su would take him home and teach him some practical case studies. Xiao Jie parked the car at the market, and Ji Xiaojun went to buy groceries. Manager Su sat in the passenger seat and listened as Xiao Jie mentioned Ji Xian's niece was coming, quite surprised. A niece? Yes, Xiao Jie remembered Bai Lian. She came to Jiangjing right after finishing her college entrance exams. So soon, manager Su recalled it as well. Isn't Mu Zhao still held up by professors at Jiangjing University in the hotel? Top students would be taken by these universities in advance. The schools would have upperclassmen and professors keep them company to play social deduction games like Werewolf until they signed agreements and were allowed to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550. Bustling Jiangjing, 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Principal Sure, 2 chapters combined. _3 This is also a great opportunity for social interaction among new acquaintances. His grades seem pretty good, Xiao Jie mentioned just as he saw Ji Xiaojun carrying a bunch of vegetables back, opening the trunk. They soon arrived at Ji Xian's residence. Xin Qing, wearing an apron, opened the door. Alien and the others will be here soon, take her stuff out. I know. Ji Xiaojun put down the groceries and took off his coat, obviously in a good mood today. Manager Su, would you like to stay for dinner? My niece is coming. He got along very well with Manager Su. Manager Su taught him a lot of things, and although their research interests and hobbies were different, they had similar personalities. He was one of the few friends Ji Xiaojun had made in Jiangjing. Let's do it another time. I won't disturb your family dinner, Manager Su said as he saw Ji Xiaojun take out a box and averted his gaze. He knew that Ji Xian's family used to live in Shangqing, and while Ji Xiaojun adjusted well, Shen Qing was clueless when she first came to Jiangjing. Ji Xiaojun tidied up the table and then asked Xiao Jie, "What about you?" Xiao Jie had met Bai Lian before. He shook his head. I'll drive manager Su back. So Ji Xiaojun didn't insist on them staying. Xiaojie and manager Su left, and as their car exited the neighborhood and just passed a road, they saw a black car driving towards them. Xiaojie looked at the car. Feels like it's from one of those families? Manager Su, sitting in the passenger seat, rolled down the window and looked back, speechless with shock, for they had once been a part of Jiangjing's elite and had a broader experience than others. Indeed, Xiaojie frowned slightly. That should only be in Chang'an District and Xinjiang District? Has something happened in Xinjiang District? Manager Su nodded. He also had a feeling, don't know, but it felt like things were getting lively. At Ji Xian's residence, the one knocking was Jiang He. He was short, and as soon as Shen Qing opened the door, she picked him up and pinched his face. He, did you not eat well? You haven't gotten taller or put on weight. Jiang He pursed his lips and didn't greet Shen Qing. Shen Qing knew he had autism and thought he was too shy to speak after not seeing her for a long time, so she paid it no mind. She laid out the fruit and a new jigsaw puzzle on the carpet for Jiang He to play with. Jiang Fulai put down the paper bag he was carrying, which contained tea and cigarettes, and greeted Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun politely. He was dressed in loose casual wear today, his eyes and brows much softer than usual, although he still looked cool and distant. Shen Qing's hair had grown out, she wasn't wearing a cap, and had a neat haircut. Ji Xiaojun was cooking in the kitchen, and Shen Qing brought the item from Jiangjing University to her. It's this box. But alien, what is this? Bai Lian looked at the box with a chibi image of Liang Zuan on it, her fingertip lightly touching the box. Souvenir. Jiang Fulai brewed a pot of hot tea, watching Bai Lian with her paper box, without saying a word. There weren't many at the table, with only Ji Xiaojun drinking alcohol, chatting intermittently with Jiang Fulai. By the way, alien, Ji Xiaojun began, suddenly remembering something, isn't your birthday coming up soon? At the dining table, the uncommunicative Jiang He, engrossed in his meal, looked up slightly. Shen Qing hadn't heard about Bai Lian's birthday either, and upon hearing Ji Xian's mention, she also remembered, when is alien's birthday? August 8th. Ji Xiaojun remembered Bai Lian's birthday. Bai Lian had never celebrated her birthday with the Bai family before. This would be their first time celebrating for Bai Lian, and neither Ji Xiaojun nor Shen Qing wanted to take it lightly, guessing that Ji Heng would also come by that time. Alien, how many classmates and friends do you have? Ji Xiaojun knew that Bai Lian always had many classmates and friends. People of all ages and walks of life. No rush. Bai Lian slightly lowered her gaze, reached out for a vegetable, and her voice was quite casual. It's still early. Jiang Fulai looked up at her slightly, without further comment. After the meal, Shen Qing asked Bai Lian to stay the night, and Bai Lian did not refuse. Jiang Fulai left first. The next day, Bai Lian got up very early. Shen Qing was making breakfast in the kitchen while Bai Lian was working on problems in an app. After the college entrance examination, her problem-solving speed had clearly improved. There were many blank sheets of paper from Ji Xiaojun. She sat beside the coffee table, her left hand pressing a white sheet, her right hand holding a black pen, and slowly wrote down complex formulas on the paper. The doorbell rang, and after taking a photo and sending it, she went to open the door. It was Xiaojie and the butler. Xiaojie had come to take Ji Xiaojun to the company, and upon seeing Bai Lian, both of them were obviously startled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551. Bustling Jiangjing, 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Principal Sure, 2 chapters combined. Understood, Miss Bai, Xiaojie politely began. The two were not familiar with each other, and just as Bai Lian's phone on the table started ringing, she nodded briefly at them before answering the call. It was Jian Zhongyo on the phone. She held the phone to her ear, poured herself a cup of tea, and slowly walked to the balcony. Looking for me? Am I the last to know you've arrived in Jiangjing? From the other end of the phone he could still hear the zither version of Han Shirshu playing. I found out from Xiaopa's social media feed. Jian, the director, knew Bai Lian because of the One Eater, One Big Bowl account. He was still mutually following one eater, one big bowl, and the two had long since added each other on WeChat. Bai Lian lowered her head and took a sip of tea. Nope. Director Ma didn't know yet. There was a pause from the director, and then he responded in a manner that seemed more sensible. Did you look at the musical score I sent you? I don't understand it, Bai Lian said succinctly. Jian, the director, was completely convinced and felt Bai Lian was pulling his leg. You understand reduced character score, but you say you can't understand a simple musical score? Bai Lian was on the balcony, talking on the phone with director Jian. In the hall, the butler looked at Ji Xiaojun, who had just come out of the bathroom. How long is she staying? She's leaving today, replied Ji Xiaojun after greeting the two people and heading to the kitchen. The butler nodded in understanding and said no more, faintly hearing Bai Lian's voice discussing musical scores and zither. Is she studying art? The butler asked Xiaojia. Xiaojia shook his head. They never talked to Ji Xiaojun about other people's affairs, and what Bai Lian or Ren Wanxian did, they did not know. Hearing this, the butler didn't ask further. He was just making casual conversation and wasn't really interested in whether Bai Lian studied art or not. Bai Lian left with Ji Xiaojun. After all, she was a young girl, so the butler and Xiaojia both felt it necessary to escort her to her destination. In heading to Chang'an District, Bai Lian lowered the car window, her hand resting on the edge, and politely said, "Let Uncle head to work first." There's still time. Xiaojia looked in the rearview mirror, his tone unaffected. Let's drop you off at Chang'an District first. There's no rush. He didn't reveal Ji Xian's workplace. Bai Lian then said nothing more, merely providing the address for Shanghai apartment. A very ordinary apartment. Bai Lian asked them to stop the car at the entrance of the apartment complex, grabbing a cardboard box and getting out directly. This place was very close to Jiangjing University. The butler glanced at the neighborhood, noticing a young man with yellow hair squatting at the gate of the complex. He wore ripped jeans, a black tank top, and held a cigarette in his hand. He looked somewhat like the unruly youths from Purist Street. The butler was about to frown when he heard Ji Xiaojun laugh. Xiao Mao is here too? He wanted to greet Mao Kuan, but seeing the butler looking a bit off, Xiaojia immediately drove off. Once the car was a distance away, the butler finally said to Ji Xiaojun, "Wait until things quiet down a bit, and then bring her over to Mu Mansion for a visit." Ji Xiaojun didn't respond. He wasn't sure if Bai Lian would come. The butler thought his silence was an agreement and moved the topic on. "Manager Su must have told you about Koldi Street." "He mentioned the bar on Koldi Street," said Ji Xiaojun, retracting his gaze. The butler nodded, "But we haven't found out who their partner is. Sis, aren't you going to check out the bar and see Han Shirshu?" Mao Kuan followed Bai Lian into her home. As Bai Lian entered, she shook her head. "I don't have time right now." As soon as Mao Kuan entered, he could feel changes. The sofa had been moved. There was not only a cabbage-shaped embroidered pillow that Ji Heng made, but also a cabbage-style blanket. There were succulents on the balcony. And there were 2 empty flower pots. Mao Kuan looked at the flower pots. "What are you planning to plant here?" "Next time, bring some cabbage seeds," Bai Lian suggested as she opened the door to the study and took out a small copper statuette commemoration badge from the box, placing it on her desk. Mao Kuan immediately saw her desk. It was made of natural wood, 2 meters long. In the middle was a black computer without any logos, on the left was a stack of documents, and on the right a small vase with blue crystal flowers, along with a Newton's cradle. And then there was the small copper statuette she had just placed there. Plant cabbages? This was something Mao Kuan had not anticipated. From the next door came a clang. When he first came up, it seemed both doors to apartments 301 and 302 were open. "I remember both apartments were rented out. Did they both change tenants?" Mao Kuan closed the door tightly, not quite understanding. Bai Lian's eyes narrowed, and she sent a message to Jiang Fulai, tossing her backpack behind her carelessly, her tone calm and steady. "No rush, I'm heading to the library to borrow some books first." How could anyone like reading and doing homework so much? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552. Bustling Jiangjing, 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Principal Sure, 2 chapters combined. _5 Mao Kun touched the back of his head, not quite understanding, as he took Bai Lian to Jiangjing University. Then you go read your books, I'll go look around and see where I can buy some cabbage seeds. Jiangjing University. In the computer room, Su Wenyao received a message from Bai Lian and got up to pack his things. Have you finished with the data? Asked a male student wearing black-rimmed glasses, noticing Su Wenyao packing up again, squinting his eyes. Almost, Su Wenyao explained, my sister is going to the library, I'm going to pick her up at the entrance. Bai Lian probably hadn't made a reservation at Jiangjing University, and couldn't even get through the school gate. Your sister? Another boy with a sunny-looking face leaned over. Is it that Su Jiue who has been constantly in 3rd place on the app lately? She was also a top student. Su Wenyao remembered, Bai Lian seemed not to have the app, it's another one. He thought again, Bai Lian and Su Jiue would both be attending Jiangjing University in the future. This place was filled with the elite of Jiangjing University. Does everyone have time for lunch? I'll treat you guys. My sister will also be your junior here. The boy with the black-rimmed glasses ignored Su Wenyao and silently stared at his computer. The sunny-looking boy withdrew his gaze, expressionless. I still have some data to finish. Among these proud talents of the heavens, Su Wenyao wasn't particularly outstanding. Moreover, everyone else had already chosen their professors, while he was still uncommitted, and the longer he waited, the less likely he'd find a good mentor. They all said they were busy. I'm almost done with my modeling, Lao Su, said a male student sitting next to Su Wenyao, shutting down his computer. Let's go, let's treat your sister to lunch at the 3rd canteen. The 3rd canteen was a private restaurant that was expensive but served delicious food. This was Su Wenyao's roommate, Chen Hong. They had always been on good terms. After leaving the computer room, Chen Hong looked back with a complaint about the others. This Qi Jun, relying on his cousin being a student of Dr. Zhua, is so mercenary. If you said you were inviting Miss Qi to dinner, these guys would make sure not to miss it. Su Wenyao never spoke ill of others behind their backs and simply replied, I broke up with her. Qi Shuyun was also quite well known in their cohort. Her mentor was Dr. Zhua, a student of Dean Huang. Everyone knew who student Dean Huang was. She had also joined a family of academic elites, and after people in the class learned of Su Wenyao's breakup, their attitudes changed. I don't know why you broke up with her, Dr. Zhua. What kind of paper do I have to write to get noticed by him? Chen Hong looked wistful, then sighed. Ah well, let's go to the school gate to meet your sister first. Did she also get into our school? She just got accepted, Su Wenyao nodded. I heard there was a monster in today's freshman college entrance exam, probably someone like Senior Hewen. Your sister is amazing to get into our school this year, Chen Hong remarked, somewhat curious. He knew about Su Jiue but hadn't heard Su Wenyao mention his other sister. She also got into Jiangjing? Su Wenyao's phone rang just then, and he looked down, stopping in his tracks. She says she's at the library. She must have made a reservation earlier. Su Wenyao thought, with her otherworldly beauty, how would she know to make a reservation in advance? Approaching noon, Su Wenyao told her the location of the 3rd canteen, and they met there. Outside the library, Bai Lian was holding a stack of books she had borrowed, lazily flipping through her phone. Su Wenyao was taking her to the 3rd canteen for lunch. He captured a map and told her to take the campus bus for 3 stops. There was a stop right outside the library. She was wearing a long green dress with mid-length sleeves. The sunshine spilled over her face, her black hair half pulled back behind her head, the rest lazily draped over her left shoulder. Like a character stepping out of a water ink painting, many passers-by turned to look at her, and some hesitatingly thought about approaching with their phones to strike up a conversation. Bai Lian gathered her gaze, about to exit WeChat to check out the challenge questions on the Jiangjing app for the day. A message popped up. Shun Yu, image, Shun Yu. Isn't anyone home? The photo was of Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian opened it and saw that it was Principal Shi, whom Ji Heng had recommended, a man who, since adding her a few days ago, messaged every day with just, "Where are you?" Bai Jian. I'm at Jiangjing University, by Jian. Third canteen. Meanwhile, outside room 303 at Shanghai apartment, Principal Shi tugged the corner of his mouth. He had visited the day before and found her at her uncle's house. He couldn't share the address. 3 visits to the thatched cottage, yet in the end she was on his own turf? Principal Shi rubbed his forehead and decisively turned around. Let's go. Where to? The director hurried to keep up. The top scorer of the college entrance exam was indeed hard to find. Principal Shi rolled up the documents in his hand, anxious not to miss her again at the third canteen, so he didn't wait for the elevator and took the stairs instead, to the third canteen to intercept her. Shouldn't you wear a mask? The director hastened after him. At Jiang University, the popularity of the principal was second only to that of academician Ma. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, 221 agreed to meet, God's fight _1 the third cafeteria. The time was close to 11 o'clock, and as the third cafeteria was on the pricey side, there weren't many people coming and going. Chen Hong and Su Wenyao stood on the steps to the left of the cafeteria waiting for Bai Lian, scanning the female students that came into view. Both of them were tall, with Su Wenyao dressed in a teal-striped short-sleeve shirt, holding a roll of documents, his features prominent yet not overbearing, remarkably gentle, and his demeanor steady. Chen Hong was chatting with Su Wenyao in a relaxed manner. In his line of sight, the campus bus stopped at the diagonal road junction ahead. Chen Hong immediately stood erect, looking over at Su Wenyao. Is she on this bus? A few people, both men and women, got off the bus, but Chen Hong did not recognize which one was Su Wenyao's sister. Just as he was about to turn his head and ask Su Wenyao, he saw the last figure alight from the rear door. The summer sunlight was blinding, and the golden light poured onto her fluttering garment, casting a hazy halo, her excessively exquisite face reflecting a cold sharpness. The school buses were mainly blue, painted with anime characters graffitied by the neighboring art students. The moment she stepped off from the rear door, it was as if she had stepped from the comic into reality. She seemed more like a celebrity active on television. Chen Hong thought she looked somewhat familiar but didn't associate her with Su Wenyao's sister, and turned to speak to Su Wenyao. She seems even more stunning than my idol. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw Su Wenyao raise his hand. On the opposite platform, the girl holding a stack of books walked straight over after she saw Su Wenyao. Did you go to the library? Su Wenyao saw the books in her hand, borrowed from the school's library. 2 were in the original language, and there were also 2 books that had been translated. And there was one. It seemed to be a music book? Su Wenyao remembered Bai Lian could play the guzheng, and even a section of Ji Heng's ringtone seemed to be played by Bai Lian, so he wasn't surprised. I borrowed a few books, Bai Lian said, cradling the books and holding a bag in her hand. She could have entered the school by making an advance reservation as a visitor, but without a campus card, how had she gotten into the library? Before Su Wenyao could ask, Chen Hong finally caught on and abruptly grabbed Su Wenyao's arm. Wenyao, this is your sister? Yes, that's right. Su Wenyao turned sideways, leading Bai Lian inside and introducing her. Chen Hong, my roommate. Hello, Bai Lian said politely to Chen Hong. Chen Hong was a bit slow to catch on. Hello, sister. There weren't many people in the cafeteria, so the 3 of them found a seat in a quiet corner. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong went to get their meals, which had already been ordered before Bai Lian arrived. I thought you were from the neighboring arts college. Chen Hong sat opposite Su Wenyao and spoke to Bai Lian. But what major are you planning to study? At Jiang University, aside from those 3 special classes, biopharmaceuticals and plasma science are also quite popular. However, Bai Lian's demeanor didn't seem to fit any of those majors. It'll probably be in the physics department. Bai Lian picked up a vegetable with her chopsticks, both quantum mechanics and plasma science falling under the physics department. With her other hand, she grabbed a cola placed beside her and opened the pull tab with one hand. Chen Hong also picked up his chopsticks, his eyebrows lifting. Then you're like us, definitely our physics department's little junior sister. Bai Lian was not very talkative while eating. Chen Hong chatted with Su Wenyao, both of whom were to attend the Buyuan base summer camp during the vacation. The Buyuan summer camp for college students was also open to international students. There were many applicants, and the competition was fierce. Those freaks from the Tongfeng and Buyuan classes will be there, Chen Hong casually complained to Su Wenyao. I mean, they've all been guaranteed a spot for research. Why don't they just stay in the lab instead of joining us for the summer camp? Jiangjing University's summer camp was highly regarded, and achieving good results there was very beneficial for graduate and doctoral admissions. Bai Lian heard a familiar name, the Buyuan class? The school's 3 special classes, Su Wenyao explained to Bai Lian, the Buyuan class, the Tongfeng class, and the preparatory class. They're like 3 camps for geniuses, filled with freaks. Chen Hong put down his chopsticks, a look of respect in his eyes when he mentioned these special classes. Most of them were exceptional talents directly recruited from national math competitions, bypassing the college entrance exams. Especially the Tongfeng class, which has 2 rounds of written exams and interviews. For us regular college entrance exam students to get into these classes, would have to go through a secondary admission process. Getting into Jiang University is just a ticket to compete. National competitions and provincial teams, Bai Lian hadn't heard of them. When she was in Xiangqing, she knew the gap between Xiangqing and Jiangjing in terms of student resource information was huge, but only now did she realize how immense it was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, 221 agreed to meet, God's Fight _2. The Tongfeng class is also the ceiling of the international quantum field, one of the 3 giants of Jiang University. Chen Hong said, looking to the opposite side for confirmation from Su Wenyao. It's just particularly hard to get into. Anyway, none of us know any students from the 3 special classes, right? Chen Hong was right. The students from these classes were all top talents of Jiang University. Su Wenyao, hearing this, seemed to remember something and fell into a mysterious silence. Why aren't you talking? Chen Hong was puzzled that Su Wenyao unexpectedly ignored him this time. Outside the 3rd canteen, a black car stopped. There weren't many cars that could drive into Jiang University, and at this time, there weren't many people at the entrance of the 3rd canteen, but there were still a few people looking in this direction. Shun Yu got out of the back seat, wearing a dark gray coat. He walked to the entrance of the canteen, scanning the inside with his eyes. The canteen wasn't crowded. He almost immediately spotted the 3 people near the left corner, his gaze landing on the girl in blue. She was the only person in the whole canteen wearing a blue long dress. He walked directly towards them. Not far away, someone recognized Shun Yu and whispered in shock. Su Wenyao and his friends had almost finished eating. Chen Hong pulled a piece of paper from the table, casually wiped his face, and, hearing the commotion, looked up to see the imposing figure of Principal Shun Yu. Is that the principal? Chen Hong's eyes widened. He looked again to confirm it was Shun Yu. Shun Ye's speech from last year's opening ceremony went viral online, with tens of millions of views. However, he rarely appeared in public, and Chen Hong had only seen him at the opening ceremony. Most of his other encounters with Shun Yu were through the official photographs on the university website. The principal was busy, and most faculty members only saw him at meetings. The principal of Jiang University was highly esteemed by many, and he mainly associated with the top management of the school. There were not a few students at Jiangjing University who admired him. Seeing Shun Yu, Chen Hong crumpled the paper into a ball, bowed his head to contain his excitement, and introduced him to Bai Lian in a low voice. Sister, that is our principal of Jiang University. You're really lucky to see him just as you've arrived. Bai Lian also leisurely pulled out a piece of paper. Upon hearing the word, principal, she looked up. Next to her, Chen Hong was still discussing with Su Wenyao. Why has the principal come to the 3rd canteen today? Su Wenyao also stood up. I don't know. As they talked, Shun Yu had already reached their table. Shun Yu had looked over Bai Lian's information, and her face was highly recognizable. Her hair pinned up with a wooden hairpin, he recognized her at a glance. Bai Lian, he stopped at her table, his gaze sweeping over the dishes. Your teacher must have mentioned it to you by now, haven't they? Have you decided on a major? Shall we go to the office to discuss in detail? Lu Lingxi had told Bai Lian a bit about Jiang University's enrollment agreement. Bai Lian also wanted to ask Principal Shun Yu about the Tongfeng class. Sure. She left her books with Su Wenyao for safekeeping, informed him, and then left with Shun Yu. Shun Yu also amiably greeted Su Wenyao and Chen Hong, and Chen Hong awkwardly raised his hand to bid farewell to the principal. Bai Lian and Shun Yu quickly left the third canteen, while Su Wenyao and Chen Hong still stood there, like eroded stones. Only when the canteen cleaner asked if they were finished eating did they snap out of it. Chen Hong came back to reality, looking at Su Wenyao incredulously and hesitantly asked, Wenyao, that was the principal just now, wasn't it? He was just an ordinary student of Jiangjing University, at most familiar with a few student council leaders and his college's counselors and teachers, which was already rare. He didn't even know the well-known professors of Jiang University, let alone the principal. Yes, Su Wenyao was much more composed than Chen Hong. He thought for a moment, then explained to Chen Hong, the principal looking for her must be to sign an agreement with her in advance. Why would the principal look for her? Chen Hong was aware of the school's procedures, but usually, that was the job of the admissions office. At most, they'd have a few professors talk to the students they were interested in. Su Wenyao also pulled out a piece of paper, deliberately wiped his hands slowly, and then lifted his head to drop the statement. She is this year's national exam top scorer. Principal Shun's office. Bai Lian looked down at the agreement drafted by Principal Shun, which basically offered her scholarships, trips abroad for 10 days, and the like. Her fingertips tapped on the desk intermittently as she skimmed through the documents, finishing quickly. Principal Shun watched Bai Lian, this young and overly calm girl with a casual and languid posture, facing him and the director with an excessive tranquility. He really couldn't tell what she was thinking. Shun Yu was somewhat surprised. So, any idea about which major you're interested in? Shun Yu put down his teacup and introduced the middle-aged man in the office to Bai Lian. This is Director Jia, Professor Jia. He teaches quantum mechanics. You can choose any major you like. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555. 221 agreed to meet. God's Fight _3 Director Jia knew this was this year's top scorer with a perfect score and greeted Bai Lian with a smile. Hello, student Bai. Bai Lian closed the file, which listed all the majors at Jiang University, except for the 3 classes mentioned by Chen Hong, which she had not signed up for. The black pen twirled at her slender fingertips. I want to go to the Tongfeng class. She had just looked it up. Academician Ma Tongfeng. The class was founded by Academician Ma himself. Upon hearing Bai Lian mention the Tongfeng class, Shun Yu was taken aback and leaned back. Student Bai, I can arrange for other classes, including the preparatory class and the Buyuan class, but not for the Tongfeng class, as it requires a second internal recruitment. However, I don't think this would be difficult for you, Shun Yu said. Director Jia, at Shun Ye's side, wasn't surprised by Bai Lian's request either. The Tongfeng class, founded by Academician Ma, not to mention Ma's transcendent status in the physics community, the major itself had surpassed foreign universities in the first 2 years, becoming the #1 in the quantum field. Most of Tongfeng class students are from the national team, and there haven't been many who got in through the college entrance exam over the years. Okay, Bai Lian gripped the spinning black pen and smiled nonchalantly, then I will participate in the recruitment after enrollment. After saying that, she carelessly ticked the physics department on the agreement. Then she handed the agreement back to Shun Yu. Relieved to have finally settled this year's top scorer, Shun Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He sent Bai Lian out before sitting back down in his chair. The Tongfeng class. Director Jia picked up the agreement, looked down at the neatly signed name, and couldn't help expressing his admiration. I knew the school would be lively this year. She and Liang Wu seem to be aiming for the Tongfeng class. I wonder how these two will compare to those specially recruited students. The second school-based recruitment was not as simple as the college entrance exam. It was a real battle of the gods, focusing solely on mathematics and physics, just like the national team training, pretty intense. Getting into the Tongfeng class was practically equivalent to a guaranteed recommendation for postgraduate research opportunities, while going abroad or joining top domestic companies or laboratories was just a matter of time. If luck was on one's side, they might even become disciples of an academician, joining the ranks of a super sect as a disciple. Don't worry about that, as long as she's our student, that's fine. Principal Shun stood up, a rare smile on his face. If she can't get into the Tongfeng class, there's still the Buyuan class and the preparatory class waiting for her. Bai Lian left the office. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong were waiting for her downstairs. Did you sign it? Su Wenyao handed her the book. I did. Bai Lian reached out to take the book, and when she saw the materials that Su Wenyao and Chen Hong were holding, she asked, "Are you two working on a mathematical model?" Su Wenyao was curious about which major Bai Lian was studying, but since she didn't say, he didn't ask. Yes, the summer camp at Buyuan Base, group modeling, he and I plan to sign up. Chen Hong had just finished printing the materials, which were quite deep. Generally sophomores might not understand it, and Chen Hong guessed that Su Wenyao had previously told Bai Lian about their mathematical modeling. Junior sister, if you're going to the preparatory class, there will definitely be math modeling competitions in the future. Feel free to ask me or your brother if you don't understand something. Bai Lian responded to Chen Hong with a smile. Without saying anything, she just looked ahead. Just as Su Wenyao was about to ask her what she was looking at, he saw a tall figure under the tree ahead, whose presence and posture were exceptionally good. He wore a pure white shirt and a black duckbill cap with the brim pulled low, his back to the light, revealing only his cool, jade-like jawline. As if sensing someone in this direction, he stood straight and looked over here. Even though they were 200 or 300 meters apart, Chen Hong still felt the pressure of being glanced over, and realized that what his teacher had said in class was nothing in comparison. "I'll head back first." Bai Lian said goodbye to Su Wenyao as soon as she saw Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai seldom paid attention to others, and Bai Lian didn't bring him over to Su Wenyao and Chen Hong's side. Su Wenyao knew Jiang Fulai's disposition. Though he was of the same age, Jiang possessed an innate commanding presence. He stood still, watching Bai Lian leave. Okay. Bai Lian walked over to Jiang Fulai with the book in hand. He reached out and took her bag. "Did you see Principal Shun? He said there would be a second recruitment." Bai Lian walked beside him, feeling the hot air cool down, speaking lazily with him. Jiang Fulai could only respond with mild annoyance to her determination to try for the Tongfeng class. Oh. Chen Hong, watching the departing figure, finally settled down. He's finally gone. Wenyao, who was that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556, 221 agreed to meet, gods fight _4. It's someone my sister knows. Su Wenyao had a hunch that Jiang Fulai was no ordinary person, but he had no idea who the other party was and simply changed the subject. Let's go back. If we don't, Chi Jun will start talking. In the mathematical modeling competition, teams were composed of 3 people, and the 3 of them were among the best in the class. They were a team. At the mention of Chi Jun, Chen Hong frowned. The Shanghai apartment. Su Nanjing tossed the car keys to the security guard and stood beneath Bai Lian's building, talking on the phone with Gao Yen. I've told you, she spends every day at the library, don't worry. Su Nanjing gazed at the upper floors, speaking in an unhurried tone. On the other end of the phone, Gao Yen cursed him out. I'm not anxious, you are. I'll ask her later. Su Nanjing remembered something, and Xiaoniao mentioned her birthday is in August, get ready for it. Who's Xiaoniao? He. Su Nanjing retracted his gaze, and with a nod toward the person beside him, continued. Gao Yan wasn't particularly concerned why Jiang He became Xiaoniao, and simply said, "All right, I'll get ready. Ask her again, and I've already booked ahead with Professor Jian." Mentioning Professor Jian, Su Nanjing pondered. Next to him, the middle-aged man, seeing that he finally finished the call, spoke respectfully yet eagerly. "The first, second, and third floors have all been sold the day before yesterday. We haven't found out who bought them. Young Master Su, there is still the fourth floor if you are interested." "You don't know who bought them?" Su Nanjing glanced at the man. The middle-aged man didn't dare to speak, and Su Nanjing retracted his gaze, casually saying, "All right, handle the fourth floor then." Only after Su Nanjing entered the building did the middle-aged man dare to look up and wipe the sweat from his brow. "Boss," his assistant asked cautiously, "why have so many big shots been buying apartments in Shanghai recently?" The middle-aged man couldn't figure it out either. He looked up at the apartment. Shanghai apartment wasn't a high-end residence. The security, landscaping, and environment were all quite average, and the floor plans were not particularly popular, mostly rented to graduate students and PhDs. The high pricing was solely due to the location's advantage. Why were so many people buying these apartments recently? And they were buying several floors at a time. Upstairs. When Su Nanjing arrived, it was Jiang He who opened the door. Jiang Fulai was in the study. Bai Lian was on the balcony on the phone, wearing a Bluetooth headset, with Xiaoqi on the other end. She leisurely picked up a packet of cabbage seeds from the balcony, tore it open, and used 2 fingers to sprinkle 5 seeds into the flower pot. "He came over this morning." She stood up straight and looked at the seeds in the pot before reaching for the watering can to water them. Xiaoqi's voice was still gentle and polite. "When will you come to recognize the place? You've never been to the bars in Jiangjing." Maybe in a couple of days." Bai Lian lazily finished watering. After she spoke with Xiaoqi, she pressed her headset to switch to her thesis. In the living room, Su Nanjing leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, as he slowly peeled an orange. Glancing up after she finished her call, he said, "My mom knows you're in Jiangjing. She's been eager to invite you to dinner, and she also wants to introduce you to an old teacher of hers." He was now quite familiar with Bai Lian. Not to mention the motorcycle incident, the auction invitation card later on also was a big help to Su Nanjing. Bai Lian walked over to the table to pour herself a glass of water, her pale fingertips slowly tapping the glass, and tilting her head slightly she said, "Sure, find a time." She had added Gao Yan on WeChat. The other party didn't talk much, just reminded Bai Lian to bring an umbrella when it rained and sent messages of encouragement during her exams. They didn't communicate much, but Bai Lian knew that Gao Yan must have been keeping an eye on the weather in Xiangqing. So every time the weather changed, Gao Yan would remind her. Su Nanjing abruptly sat upright, stuffed the orange in his hand into Jiang He's mouth, and took out his phone to send a message to his mother. "Get ready, Alien has agreed," in the study. Jiang Fulai sat at the desk, installing software on Bai Lian's computer. The phone on his left side was lit up, showing the forehead of academician Ma, who had just taken off his jacket and sat down at his own computer. "Have you all returned to Jiangjing?" Jiang Fulai unhurriedly helped Bai Lian install the software, replying, "Yeah." Ma Tongfeng appeared to be in a good mood. He logged into the school's back end. "She didn't even tell me she was back. I wanted to show her around my lab. She's applying for the Tongfeng class, right?" Having taken the crown of International Quantum Science #1 last year, Ma Tongfeng was obviously confident in himself. Young Master Jiang, annoyed by the conversation, stretched out his hand to hang up the call. In the sudden silence, Ma Tongfeng wasn't upset, but instead he looked up at Director Huang in the office. "She's finally arrived." Director Huang knew whom he was referring to. Pausing, he ventured, "My little junior sister?" Ma Tongfeng took off his glasses, cleaning them leisurely without contradicting. Director Huang took a deep breath. A visit to the Boyuan base to see a group of high school seniors should hint at who the teacher's last disciple would be. Is she applying for the Tongfeng class? Not a few dignitaries in Jiangjing had sent their offspring to Ma Tongfeng, but he hadn't taken a liking to any of them. Ma Tongfeng put his glasses back on, smiled and affirmed, "Yes." "What will her grades be like?" Director Huang speculated. My little junior sister must be very good at math. Ma Tongfeng just glanced at him. The school's second recruitment phase only tested mathematics and physics, which was unfriendly to most high school graduates, but quite fitting for national competition students. So the principal and director guessed that Bai Lian wouldn't perform very well, but they didn't know, in the deep pit of mathematics and physics, there are always a few immortals flying around chaotically. Bai Lian was one of them. Her specialization was extreme. She started with a 0 in biology and chemistry. To take other exams, her position as valedictorian could have been in danger, but with just math and physics, Ma Tongfeng thought, the students of Jiangjing University will be living under her shadow for a long time to come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, 222 Mysterious Bar, bringing Dean Jian to meet Alien_1. Academician Ma opened the document and looked down without speaking. But Director Huang, observing his expression, could probably guess. Academician Ma's status in Jiang University and the domestic physics community goes without saying. Countless schools wanted to invite him to give lectures, and it was a point of pride for many to join his lab, the benchmark of Jiang University. He picked up the materials on the desk and quietly closed the door behind him as he left the office. Outside the door, the vice dean was waiting at the entrance for Director Huang. He glanced towards the office. Academician Ma seems to be in a good mood. Finding a student he fancied, how could he not be in a good mood? Director Huang chuckled, and the two walked down to the main building. Several people were gathered under the teaching building. Upon seeing the two come down, one of them hastily walked a few steps forward, extremely deferential. Teacher. Director Huang looked over. As the dean of the physics department, he had taught quite a few students. This was one of his former team members, Zhuo Jinhua, who was quite talented. He nodded slightly to Zhuo Jinhua. After Director Huang and the vice dean left, the students around Zhuo Jinhua still stared after Director Huang's retreating figure without turning away. Not until the figure disappeared did Qi Shuyun turn to Zhuo Jinhua. Dr. Zhuo, that was Director Huang, right? At her words, the others too looked at Zhuo Jinhua. They usually only saw Director Huang during award ceremonies, and the reason they could recognize him at a glance was because of his shiny bald head. Yes, Zhuo Jinhua responded to them indifferently. Everyone, get the data ready for me as soon as possible. After Zhuo Jinhua left, the group remained huddled together. I remember Academician Ma has an office here, right? Could Director Huang have been coming to see Academician Ma? Maybe, but what is Academician Ma doing at the school today? As they discussed, Qi Shuyun bowed her head and pressed her phone, sending out a WeChat moment. Today I had the honor of seeing Director Huang. Photo. Coming from a scholarly family and with a wide social network, her phone quickly filled up with likes. Meanwhile, Beiqing's Song family. Song's father stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking upstairs. Has he not come out yet? Food was sent to his room, but he didn't eat, Mrs. Song said regrettably. The impact on him this time was a bit strong. Give him some more time. Song Min didn't do poorly this time. He was still Beiqing High School's top student and was admitted to Jiangjing University as he wished. Jiang University's admissions office had made countless calls to the Song family. His national ranking wasn't low either, but she really ranked first nationally? Song's father didn't pay much attention to these things and asked Mrs. Song to confirm again. Correct. Mrs. Song thought of Bai Lian, and her heart filled with bitterness. When Bai Lian was first sent to Xiangqing by the Bai family, Mrs. Song's first thought was to annul the marriage with Bai Lian, as the Bai family clearly valued Bai Xiaoke and Bai Xiaoqi more. They favored the favorable and avoided the harmful, and she was well aware of Bai Lian's lack of worth at that time. She even followed him to Xiangqing to dissolve their engagement. Who could have imagined such a drastic change in just 1 year? Mrs. Song was still pondering when the phone rang once, and the maid answered it and then looked up. Madam, it's a call from Miss Bai. Bai Lian had long been driven out by the Bai family, and the only Miss Bai they referred to was Bai Xiaoqi. Mrs. Song went forward to take the call. Bai Xiaoqi said something over the phone, and Mrs. Song was stunned. Really? Okay, I'll accompany you to Jiangjing tomorrow afternoon. After hanging up, Song's father looked at Mrs. Song. What's the matter? Principal Luo has connected Xiaoqi with a teacher from Jiangyin, Mrs. Song said, the gloom of many days finally easing somewhat. The person is said to be a leading authority in Jiangjing. Jiangyin? This was beyond Song's father's sphere of influence, but he knew the Yin family had always been very concerned about Bai Xiaoqi. Why are your brothers so concerned about Xiaoqi? The concern wasn't for Bai Xiaoqi but for someone who could play the guzheng and just so happened to share the Bai surname. These were the issues within the Jiangjing circles, unknown to the people of Beiqing. We'll talk about it when we get there, Mrs. Song said as she turned to walk upstairs. Bai Lian, don't mention her in front of our son anymore. Bai Qiming has already come back from Shangqing. He's back. Song's father was shocked. What is Bai Lian thinking, not returning to the Bai family? The struggles of an individual are not that effective, and in the end, the Su family had no blood relation to her. These were things Mrs. Song didn't know. The next day, Bai Lian went to Jiangjing University's library early in the morning, which was connected to the campus network. Inside, she could access materials only open to internal students of the university. In early July, most students had finished their final exams. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558, 222 Mysterious Bar, bringing Dean Jian to meet Alien_2 senior students had already left the campus, and the library was not as crowded as before, so there was no need to wake up early to save a spot. At noon, Su Wenyao still sent Bai Lian a message, asking her to go to the third cafeteria. Jiangjing University's cafeterias only accepted campus cards, and knowing that she was in the library, Su Wenyao had invited her to join them for meals. During the summer vacation, the school had closed 3 cafeterias, but the third cafeteria was still open and it wasn't far from the library. By the time Bai Lian arrived, Su Wenyao and Chen Hong had already ordered food. She really did meet Dean Huang. Chen Hong, who was also from the physics department and quite familiar with Qi Shuyun and others, said, "It's good to have connections." Qi Shuyun's family knew Dr. Zhua, and Dr. Zhua was one of Dean Huang's PhD students. While saying this, Chen Hong also asked Su Wenyao with a puzzled expression, "How come you haven't confirmed your advisor yet?" Usually, students would decide on their advisors before the graduate entrance exams, confirm it via email. Qi Shuyun had early on confirmed Dr. Zhua, and those who knew her were envious of her joining such a powerful faction. Upon hearing this, Su Wenyao lowered his gaze. "I'm waiting for the results of this summer camp first." Chen Hong knew about the issues between him, Qi Shuyun and the others, and didn't ask further. Seeing Bai Lian, Chen Hong enthusiastically stood up to greet her. "Sophomore Bai." Today, Bai Lian wore a very loose, white long t-shirt, made of a soft fabric, embroidered with ink bamboo. Her black hair was completely swept up using 2 hairpins, with a white backpack casually slung over her shoulder. The lazy cat lying on top was quite eye-catching. Chen Hong, looking at the lifelike embroidered cat, suddenly remembered, "I just recalled, sophomore, did you come to our school's main gate last year?" Bai Lian sat down opposite him and looked up. "How did you know?" Su Wenyao was surprised. That time Bai Lian had come to deliver tickets to him. "Damn, I knew you looked familiar when I saw you yesterday." Chen Hong excitedly turned to Bai Lian. The school's forum had a sticky post with over 9,999 replies, and she was the featured photo. Every school has its gossips, and Jiang University was no different. Even these academic overachievers had their moments of fanboying, and Chen Hong was one of them. The Jiangjing University Forum was frequented by not only Jiangjing University students but also students from other schools. "When the new semester starts, you're definitely going to be famous." Chen Hong pulled out his phone to show the post to Su Wenyao. He wanted to show it to Bai Lian as well, but she only glanced at it casually. Chen Hong came from an ordinary family background. People like Su Wenyao, Qi Shuyun, and Qi Jun were the targets he strived to reach. If he could ever cause such a sensation on the forum, he would definitely tag his friends and family to see it, but Bai Lian seemed indifferent to it. Su Wenyao and Qin Hong started discussing mathematical modeling, while Bai Lian sat aside, taking a photo with her phone to send to Jiang Fulai. Then she ate her meal leisurely. Would it be boring for you, sophomore? Chen Hong, caught up in excitement, noticed Bai Lian looking at her phone and quickly stopped. Never mind Wenyao, let's talk about something else. Chen Hong feared the third-year mathematical modeling topics might be too complex for Bai Lian to understand. It's okay, Bai Lian slowly looked up, indicating she was not bored. Just the two of you guys? She thought the mathematical modeling would be quite difficult with just the two of them. Chen Hong and Su Wenyao were sensitive to numbers, but lacked somewhat in model design. Chen Hong put down his chopsticks, growing more curious about Bai Lian, and wondered how she guessed there was a third person. 3 people, there's another academic genius, Shi Jun, but he's too lazy to eat with us. Bai Lian nodded and asked no further questions. She had to leave in the afternoon and didn't stay on campus any longer. After the meal, she went across the street from the cafeteria to wait for the bus. New entrants would soon be added to the Jingjiang Preparatory Camp app, and the rankings of Bai Lian and her peers were also about to be included in the overall ranking. She opened up the challenge question bank and uploaded the question she had just solved in the library. 3 minutes later, the scores for correctly solving questions in the challenge question bank would be multiplied. In the lower left corner, her ranking changed from in 168,587 to in 1137174. The bus arrived and she got on to leave. At the bus stop, Chen Hong and Su Wenyao were heading to the study room. Chen Hong, looking down at his phone, stumbled upon something. Holy shit, Wenyao, someone surging in Xinyu points has surpassed 100,000. Hearing this, Su Wenyao knew Chen Hong was talking about someone specific and also took a quick look at his phone. This has to be someone from a lab, right? Definitely one of those people from the national team before. Chen Hong lifted his head, muttering in disbelief. This crazy, they'll probably enter the overall points top 10 like he won, right? Nobody believed it could be a high school graduate from this year. In the afternoon, Bai Lian closed her apartment door behind her and left, while doors 301 and 302 next to her were both open. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559, 222 Mysterious Bar, bringing Dean Jian to meet Alien _3. Someone was renovating inside, and it seemed that as soon as she came out, the workers inside began the bang and clatter of demolishing walls. She couldn't hear the noise at home, but once she stepped outside, construction started both above and below her floor. Bai Lian walked towards the staircase and took a longer look at 2 other apartments. She bowed her head to send a message to Xiaoqi and then headed for the entrance of the residential area. Due to the convenient transportation, she hadn't even reached the bus stop when a silver car pulled up beside her. It was Su Wenyao in the driver's seat, his brows slightly cool. Get in, where to? Where are you going? Bai Lian didn't answer but asked first. The company. It was on the way, both in Yunshao district. Bai Lian opened the back door. Take me to the Su family building. What are you doing in Yunshao district? There was no traffic jam at this time, and as Su Wenyao drove onto the main road, he glanced in the rearview mirror. Meeting someone. Bai Lian lowered the car window, her arm casually resting on it. She looked down at her phone. It was from Dean Jian. Where on earth are you? Bai Jian, in the library, studying hard, Bai Lian replied deliberately, without a hint of blush or heartbeat. Dean Jian knew that Bai Lian had always loved studying and even got into Jiangjing University. Seeing her reply, he didn't say anything. Remember to check out the composition I sent you, Bai Jian. Acknowledged, they soon arrived under the Su family building. Several people were standing under the Su family building. At a glance, Su family's old lady was there with Qi Shuyun, and also the Su family butler and Ji Mulan. Su Wenyao's fingertips paused on the steering wheel. He didn't get out of the car but only reminded Bai Lian to call him if something came up. When Qi Shuyun saw Su Wenyao not getting out of the car, She lowered her head. Grandma Sue, Miss Lu has another engagement, so we won't disturb you. Her gaze swept past Ji Mulan without greeting. And then she got straight into her fiery red sports car. It was only after the sports car had driven away that Su Wenyao turned off the engine and got out of the car with Bai Lian. Miss Lu? In the midst of her hurry, Grandma Su barely nodded towards Bai Lian before anxiously inquiring with the butler. The butler paused for a moment, explaining, the Miss Lu that Miss Qi mentioned should be a student of Dean Jian, Dean Jiangyin, a master of the Guzheng. It seems she is quite close to old Master Chen. This information was naturally not something the butler knew on his own. It had been relayed to him by the Qi family. What? Grandma Su looked astounded at the butler, involuntarily clutching her Buddha beads tighter. Ji Mulan did not recognize any Miss Lu, nor did she know who the old Master Chen they mentioned was. But hearing Dean Jian's name, she guessed that this person must also be on a par with the Su family main branch, a world beyond her imagination. She had once taken photos for Bai Lian during Dean Jian's apprenticeship ceremony. With that in mind, she turned her attention to Bai Lian. But Bai Lian wasn't looking at her. She simply greeted Su Wenyao, "I'll be going now." Only then did Grandma Su watch Bai Lian's retreating figure, pausing for a moment. Where is she going? To see someone, Su Wenyao said indifferently. Chief Chen was still in Xiangqing and hadn't returned. Bai Lian knew someone in Yunshao district? Grandma Su was surprised but didn't ask further, only turning to Su Wenyao. Wenyao, I need to talk to you about that woman Shu Yun mentioned. At the very end of Kuldi Street. This was the Bar Street. As Jiangjing's most economically bustling area, Bar Street was extravagantly captivating, and even though it was just past 4 o'clock, both sides of the street were already lined with parked cars. At the end of the street stood a castle-style facade. It covered a huge area, with a small path of 50 meters from the entrance to the front gate, each side crowded with all kinds of luxury cars. Bai Lian stood at the entrance, lifting her head to see the 4 big characters above, Azure Dragon Bar. On the 3rd floor of the bar, Mr. Xiaoqi was lounging in a baseball uniform complete with a cap, casually sitting in a chair, one leg propped up as he intently looked at his phone. Upon receiving a message, he quickly got up and headed downstairs. Wang Yufeng thought highly of him, and when he came to Jiangjing to develop, Wang gave him management rights of the bar. Having grown up in an orphanage, Mr. Xiaoqi had rubbed elbows with society after leaving, developing a tough personality. With his natural talent and despite being underage, the old hands here dared not underestimate him. However, he didn't concern himself much with bar matters. Although there were many rumors about his life-or-death experiences with Wang Yufeng, few had actually met him. On the 1st floor, bar waiters and the manager respectfully stepped aside to make way upon seeing him, Mr. Xiaoqi. Mr. Xiaoqi nodded politely in their direction, his eyes catching sight of Bai Lian as she approached the entrance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560, 222 Mysterious Bar, bringing Dean Jian to meet alien underscore he laughed, sister. When Bai Lian approached, he didn't bother introducing her to the manager or anyone else, just led her upstairs. At this hour, the bar had just opened its doors, and the crowd was sparse. In a booth on the 1st floor to the left, Qi Shuyun had just arrived not long ago. She was sitting on the fringes, unable to make out the faces of people there, only seeing the bar manager nodding and bowing towards 2 people. Who is Manager Li talking to? All eyes turned to Leng Shuhe in the center. The mysterious nature of Qinglong Bar was something spoken of in certain circles, its secrecy even greater than that of Xijing Club, with no one daring to leak any information about this place. Because Xijing Club might reason with you, Azure Dragon Bar certainly wouldn't. Here only Leng Shuhe had had contact with people from Azure Dragon Bar, because she was friends with the 2nd young miss. It must be that Mr. Xiaoqi they talked about. As for the woman by his side, Leng Shuhe was uncertain. Their seats were off to the side, and she hadn't even gotten a clear look at Mr. Zioki's face, let alone the girl who was just a vague figure in white clothes, probably quite tall. She watched the closing elevator with the red digits stopping at 5L. In the booth, a group of excited young people who had come to Azure Dragon Bar fell silent. They all knew the bar's rules. You needed a membership for the second floor, and none of them had ever been to the third floor. As for the fifth floor, no one had heard about it. This 5L was noted by quite a few people on the first floor. Chi Shuyun was about to speak when her gaze swept across the bar counter to the woman mixing drinks not far away. She wore a silver tank top, revealing her pale, delicate collarbones, with lazy black curls draped over her shoulders. With a flick of her wrist, the silver shaker that had spun twice in the air landed neatly in her palm. She poured blue liquor into a glass, where the shades of blue swirled enchantingly. It was a very cool way to mix drinks. However, Chi Shuyun's face turned ugly. She recognized her, the girl who had been in touch with Su Wenyao these past few months. Was she just a bartender? Su Wenyao really knew how to insult people. Chi Shuyun's face was cold as she took out her phone to send a message to her mother. A little after 5, Qingxin Building. Gao Yen, dressed in a moonlight white cheongsam with pearl buttons at the neck, held a small black folding fan in her hand, restlessly looking out the window. Where is she? At her side, Su Nanjing cracked a melon seed and flicked it into the air. He opened his mouth and missed catching it. Glancing at the seed on the floor, he said nonchalantly, "Don't be in a hurry, Jiang Fulai has already gone to pick her up." What's the rush? Where is she? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Gao Yen walked back and forth in the carpeted room, holding the small folding fan and wearing high heels. Su Nanjing had asked by Lian and had casually given her an address. Not far from here. Gao Yen paused with her fanning hand. Wasn't this the location of Azure Dragon Bar that Su Jueling mentioned frequently? Many powers had been keeping an eye on that area lately. Wasn't she supposed to be near Jiangjing University? Why was she going there again? "Madam, please don't worry," Uncle Lin poured a cup of tea for Gao Yen. "Take a break, Miss Bai hasn't arrived yet." Uncle Lin, looking at Gao Yen and Su Nanjing, couldn't help but glance toward the door. He was also curious about this Miss Bai, whom Gao Yen wanted to take as her goddaughter, who hadn't agreed yet, but had solved 2 major issues for Su Nanjing this year. Putting aside Gao Yan's wish to take her as a goddaughter, just the help she had provided Su Nanjing was enough to earn Uncle Lin's regard. Gao Yen picked up the teacup and sat down gracefully. She put away the folding fan and picked up her phone to message someone. "Shu Shu, I'm going to see Alien first." Gao Shu, live broadcast, Gao Yen. Nanjing says she looks better than in the photos, he'll have her join your stream later. While she was still messaging, Su Nanjing stood up to open the door. "She's here." Gao Yen hurriedly put down her phone, then her teacup, slightly nervous as she picked up her folding fan and rose to look towards the door. Su Nanjing had already opened the door and stepped aside to let the person outside come in. The first person to enter wasn't Jiang Fulai, whom Gao Yen had expected, but a tall and slender girl. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt, with trousers of the same color scheme, holding a black cell phone in her left hand, her snow-white slender fingertips pressing on the screen. After stepping into the room, she slightly lifted her head. Gao Yen could see her face clearly, a visage of flawless beauty that captivated all. Even Gao Yen, who had seen many beauties in Jiangjing, couldn't help but pause for a moment. In her youth, Gao Si was considered the #1 beauty of Jiangjing, and the Gao family sent her to the Jiang family. Now the young miss of the Ming family also had a reputation for her beauty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561, 222 Mysterious Bar, bringing Dean Jian to meet Alien _5, but Gao Yen felt that none had the aura of the person in front of her now. As she was thinking, Bai Lian entered the room with Jiang Fulai carrying 2 books behind her. He was dressed in a soft, casual outfit, yet his usually stern expression hung like frost. "Auntie," Jiang Fulai lifted his head, taking the rare initiative to greet someone. He placed the 2 books on the table, and the unsociable chill about him dissipated. Gao Yen snapped back to reality, She glanced inadvertently at Jiang Fulai, then turned her gaze to Bai Lian, wanting to reach out and pull her hand, but was held back by Su Nanjing, who emotionlessly urged her to be reserved. Gao Yen shot Su Nanjing a glance and had to settle for greeting Bai Lian. "You're Lian Lian, right?" "Auntie, hello." Bai Lian looked up and greeted her sincerely. "Pretty and well-behaved." This was straight out of a dream. Gao Yen covered her chest. Uncle Lin stepped forward to attend to them. Jiang Fulai then placed the books on the table and pulled out a chair on one side, indicating for Bai Lian to sit down. Uncle Lin, who was about to serve, paused for a long moment upon seeing Jiang Fulai's hand resting on the teapot, then stepped back to become invisible. Su Nanjing sat next to Jiang Fulai, unsurprised by this behavior. In a muted demeanor, Gao Yen watched Jiang Fulai serve tea, then saw him pass the tea to Bai Lian, and couldn't help but think, "So you have these days too?" She took out her phone and sent a message to Gao Shu, her attention briefly on the books Jiang Fulai had set aside. They were 2 music theory books. Everyone knew that young Master Jiang hadn't studied music but had once taken up Chinese painting for a while, almost scaring a well-known teacher to death. Those books must belong to Bai Lian then. She genuinely liked the guzheng. Gao Yen sighed with relief, resting the black folding fan in the crook of her hand, very familiarly said, "Lian Lian, I'm going down to bring someone up, wait for me for a few minutes." With Bai Lian present, Jiang Fulai and Su Nanjing were made invisible by Gao Yen. Su Nanjing watched Gao Yen and Uncle Lin walk away, utterly impressed. Downstairs, Gao Yen was coming down to receive President Jian. President Jian was a cultural heritage expert and the president of Jiangyin Academy. He barely intersected with the Jiangjing circle, with his only connection being old Master Chen. Gao Yen knew that she was able to invite him only because he respected old Master Chen. "I don't know if he would be willing to take on a student," Gao Yen said to Uncle Lin. "Look at Ling Shuhe, doing so well in the circles now. If he accepts Lian Lian." Bai Lian was from Xiangqing, appeared so well-mannered and had no significant background. Even Gao Si couldn't escape the clutches of the Jiang family, which devoured without a trace. Gao Yen began to worry about her, so if President Jian was willing to take Bai Lian, seeing the delight on Gao Yan's face, Uncle Lin realized that Miss Bai must have a special place in her heart. At least, Su Jini stood no chance. President Jian doesn't lack students. That was true, sighed Gao Yen. Her gaze caught the elderly man just arriving in the lobby, and she quickly approached him with utmost respect. "President Jian, thank you for making the trip." Gao Yen knew that President Jian was not only a leading figure in the guzheng but also a distinguished guest of old Master Chen. The two were very close, and even the old master of the Su family would show deference to President Jian. Uncle Lin also bowed respectfully. Meeting Gao Yen for the first time, President Jian greeted her without any sign of inferiority or arrogance. "Madam." Gao Yen led him straight to the private room. Facing such a master of the arts world, Gao Yen felt a little pressure. "It's a junior from my family who really likes the guzheng," she explained to President Jian as she opened the door. President Jian nodded, following Gao Yen inside. Bamboo room. President Jian stepped in and immediately saw the person seated at the table, facing away from him, who claimed to be studying hard at the library according to himself. "Very good," President Jian thought calmly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 562, 223 by Lian. Who really is he/him? _1 Director Jian paused at the door. Gao Yen noticed this, and just as she was about to ask a question, Director Jian continued inside as if nothing had happened. The bamboo room was spacious, furnished with places for musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, painting, as well as board games for entertainment. Su Nanjing noticed their entry from the corner of his eye, put down his teacup, stood up, and whispered to Bai Lian, "Alien, my mom is introducing you to an elderly gentleman. He has arrived." Bai Lian tilted her head and politely stood up along with Su Nanjing. Gao Yen, leading Director Jian through the screen, entered. She was dressed in a well-tailored cheongsam that highlighted her unique demeanor, with a black jade fan resting elegantly in her palm. Uncle Lin followed behind Director Jian, pulling out the main seat's chair for him. Gao Yen slightly leaned forward to introduce Bai Lian to Director Jian. Director Jian, this is the junior I mentioned to you. After she finished speaking, she noticed that Director Jian was just standing there quietly, his gaze lightly resting on Bai Lian, expressionless and motionless. Gao Yen felt a momentary pause in her heart, then turned to Bai Lian. Lian, this is Director Jian. Bai Lian remained silent as well. Do they just not click? Gao Yen clenched her fan, glancing instinctively at Su Nanjing, who was also clueless. Jiang Fulai sat quietly next to Bai Lian, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea with grace and nonchalance. The sound of tea being poured was the only noise in the otherwise silent private room. The atmosphere grew tense. Gao Yen, looking at Director Jian's expressionless face, started to think she had been too rash and might have just botched things. Bai Lian likely hadn't heard of Director Jian. She put down her fan, and Uncle Lin quickly came over to pour tea for Director Jian, trying to ease the tension. Miss Bai, this gentleman is Mr. Jian, a master zither player as well. He then said to Director Jian, Director Jian, this is Miss Bai Lian, a distinguished guest of the Su family. After Uncle Lin spoke, Director Jian coldly took his seat, glancing over. She is Bai Lian? Who then is that person diligently studying in the library? Jiang Fulai's hand, lifting a teacup for a sip, paused briefly. I came out to buy books. Bai Lian nodded slightly to Gao Yen, then with a vague gesture, pointed toward the modern music theory book next to Jiang Fulai. Director Jian, his hand resting on the armrest, looked over. Don't try to fool me. I've finished viewing the performance you sent me, and they failed to control the intensity of their strumming. Bai Lian spoke calmly. The second bar lacked vigor in its tonality. As soon as the discussion turned to his specialty, Director Jian immediately sat up straight. That's your impression too, right? Their fingers were all floppy, they couldn't bring out any strength at all. As he spoke, his face lost its earlier master-like depth, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, he appeared quite at ease. His eyes softened, and when the conversation turned to something of interest, his cloudy eyes shone brightly. The two had already commenced a conversation. Gao Yen, after slightly being stunned, realized what was happening and looked at Su Nanjing. These two clearly knew each other, and not only that, they seemed very familiar. Su Nanjing was also quite puzzled, watching them move from one topic to another until he finally asked Bai Lian, Alien, do you know Director Jian? Director Jian was someone even Gao Yen couldn't easily invite without leveraging old Master Chen's influence. Was he someone you could just meet if you wanted to? Yes, Bai Lian nodded at him slightly. It was all very nonchalant. How was she able to be so detached? Didn't he see that Director Jian's other two disciples, Lu Jiao and Leng Shuha, were both rising stars helped by Director Jian's support? Su Nanjing, Gao Yen shot him a glance, signaling that he was of no help. She and Su Nanjing took their seats again, not disturbing the conversation between Bai Lian and the director. Their discussion of playing techniques was beyond Gao Yen as an outsider. She just watched Bai Lian. Bai Lian sat in her chair, her back straight, her left hand resting lightly on the table, a posture of proper decorum yet distinctly relaxed, a composure that even the formally trained heirs of Jiangjing's elite families might not possess. And listening to Bai Lian's comments, Director Jian was able to join in no matter the subject, her few words revealing her cultured background. It permeated her manner of speaking and temperament. If it were another setting and she didn't know Bai Lian, she would certainly think that Bai Lian was from some noble family. Only Gao Yen exhaled, remembering Su Nanjing had said that Bai Lian was from Xiangqing, a place that had not seen much development until it had a huge shift in the last year. After finishing the meal, Bai Lian and Director Jian were still together, chatting absent-mindedly. When you come to Jiangjing next time, pay homage to your ancestor, Director Jian spoke with Bai Lian, referring naturally to Mr. Qinjiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563. Who exactly is Bai Lian 223? The way these two people chatted with each other, it resembled more the sort of friendship that defies age gaps. A group of people said their goodbyes at the door. Gao Yan looked at Bai Lian and handed over a gift for their first meeting. At first, I thought you didn't vibe with Director Jian. Little did she know, Bai Lian was so familiar with Director Jian. Director Jian was aware of who Gao Yan and Su Nanjing were and knew they were both very friendly towards Bai Lian, which made his attitude much warmer. He began to explain, I've been looking for her for several days, and she kept saying she was very busy, needing to read. She even said this afternoon that she was studying hard in the library, but tonight, here she is at your place, Mrs. Gao. I must thank Mrs. Gao because otherwise, she might have continued reading until the start of term. As he said this, Director Jian glanced at Bai Lian. He wanted to say more, but the sight of the tall and handsome Jiang Fulai beside Bai Lian, his light eyes sweeping over them, made Director Jian gloomily board the Su family car that came to pick him up. He bid farewell to them. Jiang Fulai also took out car keys and left with Bai Lian. Once everyone had left, Uncle Lin stared blankly towards Gao Yan. Madam, did Director Jian just say, he's been searching for Miss Bai for several days now? Bai Lian had been brushing him off? Director Jian was always distant when speaking with Gao Yan. He wasn't like those from the noble families. He represented the traditional music school and also served as the face of domestic traditional music internationally. Chen Lao and others like him held him in the utmost respect. Not to mention Director Jian's students, who wouldn't dare speak his name lightly outside of school. Yet Director Jian's attitude toward Bai Lian was beyond belief. It was truly baffling. No one in Beijing had ever heard of Bai Lian before. Who exactly was Bai Lian? She was close enough to Director Jian to instill fear in the people from Jiangyin. Gao Yan was also confused, and you said Director Jian isn't lacking students. Uncle Lin, Director Jian's communication with Bai Lian was completely as equals. Gao Yan looked down at her own small folding fan, remembering how Bai Lian had looked at it several times, and instructed Uncle Lin, custom make a folding fan with a white jade frame. Her folding fan was made of dark jade, but she felt that Bai Lian suited the flawless purity of white jade. Mom. Su Nanjing stood by the roadside with one hand in his pocket, still unable to figure it out. Does Alien play the guzheng really well? But I've never heard of her. Gao Yan glanced at him irritably, slightly disdainful. What use are you? She got into the car, slammed the door shut, and then ordered the driver to start the engine. Su Nanjing was left standing there, opening his mouth to look at Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin frowned at him too. Young master, you don't seem to care much about Miss Bai. The title young master carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Su Nanjing, all right, he was the clown of the entire meal then. On this side, outside the gates of Jiangyin, Madame Song and President Yin stood by Xiaoqi's side. Bai Xiaoqi was talking with a middle-aged man. This was a performance-level teacher, Teacher Ning, introduced to Bai Xiaoqi by Principal Luo. President Yin also took the time to come over and chat with Teacher Ning. As they were talking, a car pulled up to the entrance, its black body bearing a red flag on the left side. Spotting the license plate, President Yin recognized it as one from the Xinjiang district. He immediately stood up straight, looking intently in that direction. This plate was a rare sight in Chang'an district. Many people at the school gates instinctively looked over. The driver got out from the driver's seat and opened the door to the rear seat. It was Director Jian who emerged from the car. Seeing it was Director Jian, Teacher Ning quickly stepped forward to greet him. Director Jian, you've returned. Yes. Director Jian seemed in a good mood and gave a slight nod to Teacher Ning. After thanking the driver, he headed towards the school. Once people walked away, Teacher Ning retracted his gaze. He looked at Bai Xiaoqi. To win so many awards at such a young age is quite impressive. Tomorrow, you can come to the practice room to study with the other students. Thank you, teacher. Bai Xiaoqi returned her gaze and thanked him. After speaking with Bai Xiaoqi, Teacher Ning greeted everyone and quickened his pace to catch up with Director Jian. Bai Xiaoqi watched Director Jian's retreating back and then glanced at the gate tower of Jiangyin. Recalling the car she had just seen, she sensed that President Yin and Teacher Ning held it in great reverence. Uncle Yin, The car that just brought back Director Jian seemed extraordinary. Of course, President Yin was still looking in the direction the car had gone. It's just one of those few prominent families, Director Jian. Which families? Bai Shaoqi's heart stirred, remembering that the Yin family only lived on the fringes of Jiangjing, a marginalized corporation. Looking up again, President Yin did not continue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564. Who is Bai Lian 223 in the end? _3 It was clear that he wasn't very familiar with these powers either. But at the bar, Sun Chun held a cocktail shaker in her left hand and poured the red liquid inside into a transparent glass full of ice cubes. The spotlights made her face appear hazy and indistinct. Many eyes glanced over her. She pushed the red glass towards Su Wenyao. Young Master Su, drink up and leave soon. This place isn't really suitable for you. Su Wenyao was dressed in a white shirt and black pants, his eyes gentle but with a distinct sense of distance. An elite demeanor. Since he sat down, many women had come up to talk to him, but he had been focused on the text on his phone. Sun Chun swept a glance over it and didn't understand. It was complicated numbers. Similar to Bai Lian's behavior, after all, there aren't many who come to bars to study. You still haven't paid off your debt? Su Wenyao's fingertips rested on the bar. He always felt Sun Chun was a person of contradictions, as if she was like a fish in water at the bar, but through her frivolous surface, he always felt another part of her standing lonesomely at the corner of an iceberg. Because of Bai Lian, the two were somewhat acquainted. Su Wenyao asked her why she was always at the bar, and she said she needed to pay off debts. A regular next to her smiled and passed Sun Chun a few banknotes. You believe in the nonsense of drunkards? Sun Chun reached for a note, casually folded it, then leaned forward and methodically tucked the folded banknote between the first and second buttons of Su Wenyao's shirt. I simply like money, she said. Having said that, she straightened up and turned away from the bar. Su Wenyao watched her receding figure. A familiar owner passed by her and offered her a cigarette. Sun Chun bit it between her lips and the owner hurriedly reached out to light it for her, teasingly asking, Miss Sun Chun, when will you come make drinks in our private room? Sun Chun lazily exhaled a cloud of smoke and slowly looked his way. I'm off tomorrow, she said. She made her way to the break room just as Xiaowu also returned. I'm exhausted. I'll go see tomorrow if Miss Bai needs anything else. I'll go too. Sun Chun flicked the ash from her cigarette, suddenly remembering. How much do I still owe young Master Mao? Mao Kun had bought her contract from the manager, and since then she had been with Mao Kun's group, mixing drinks, managing the bar, and occasionally doing some risky tasks for Xiaoqi. If anyone at the bar was out of line, Xiaowu and Mao Kun would discipline them openly. Now everyone at the bar knew she was under someone's protection, and no one dared to behave improperly towards her. Even the manager was very polite to her. I don't know, sis. Xiaowu scratched the back of his head, looking innocent. I haven't even finished paying off Miss Bai. He had never calculated how much he owed Mao Kun. The next day, Bai Lian still went to the university library to read. Around 6 in the evening, she left the school gate together with Su Wenyao and Chen Hong. Su Zhiyue was coming back today, and Su Wenyao was going to the Su family, having invited Chen Hong for dinner. Bai Lian took a ride with Su Wenyao back to the apartment. Su Wenyao sat in the driver's seat, glancing in the rearview mirror. Are you really not coming today? No. Bai Lian rested her hand on the car window while looking at her mobile phone and spoke to Su Wenyao in a drawn-out voice. I have a friend coming over. Su Wenyao nodded his head. In the passenger seat, Chen Hong was very disappointed to hear that Bai Lian wouldn't join them. The car had just turned from Zier Avenue onto Sally Road. Sally Road was a small street, rather empty unless someone was specifically heading to Shanghai apartment. Chen Hong instantly noticed people fighting about 100 meters away. Old Su, should we report? He just started speaking when he saw Su Wenyao hit the brakes hard. In the back seat, Bai Lian also looked up and immediately saw Xiaowu and Sun Chun not far away. She got out of the car. Xiaowu, with his red hair, was pinning a burly man in black down under his foot. Sun Chun wore black shorts, a white tank top, and an overshirt in a tartan pattern, standing with her arms crossed under a tree 3 steps away, watching the fight. Chen Hong, witnessing a fight for the first time, saw Bai Lian approach and quickly unbuckled his seatbelt to follow. "Junior sister, be careful," he called out. As the two walked closer, Xiaowu was bawling, looking up at Bai Lian, crying while saying, "Sis, they hit me." Chen Hong looked down at the 3 big men Xiaowu had beaten to the ground and then back up at the tear-streaked Xiaowu. He fell into a deep self-doubt. Sun Chun straightened up when she saw Bai Lian and promptly reported the situation. "Miss Bai, they were looking for me. We were fortunate Mr. Xiaowu was here." She was terse and clear. Bai Lian, with a stack of books in her right hand, glanced at the man in the middle and slowly crouched down. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 565. Who Really Is Bai Lian 223. Indifferently pulling out a book, she then gently pried a man's hand from his face with its tip. She lowered her eyes, her movements deliberate and composed, with a hint of nonchalance. The man had been pressing hard against his face, but the book seemed to weigh a ton, easily moving aside his hand and revealing his somewhat swollen face and astonished eyes. Chen Hong did not recognize Sun Chun. Bai Lian glanced at the man briefly, then stood up and bowed her head to lightly blow the dust from the book that had touched the man. Then she slightly tilted her head and looked towards Su Wenyao, asking unhurriedly with eyes dark as ink, "Who is he?" Sun Chun and Xiaowu both looked at Su Wenyao in surprise. Su Wenyao's expression was cold. He looked down at the man and quickly recognized him, Du Qingyu, Qi Shuyun's cousin. Bai Lian knew who Qi Shuyun was. Having heard Su Wenyao's words, she first glanced at Sun Chun and Su Wenyao. Then she looked down indifferently at Du Qingyu, and with Xiaowu and the others present and Sun Chun unharmed, Bai Lian put the book back and said casually, "Okay, I won't interfere then. You handle it." Su Wenyao's face wore an ugly expression as he looked at Du Qingyu on the ground. He knew Bai Lian was giving him face. "Don't worry." Bai Lian left with Sun Chun and Xiao. After apologizing to Chen Hong, Su Wenyao drove back to the Su family alone. In Mingfeng district at the Su family home, Su Zhiyue had returned from the hotel near Jiangjing University only in the afternoon. The elder Mrs. Su had invited only the Qi family over for a meal. Both families intended to mend their relationship. However, the atmosphere in the hall was very serious at that moment. Su Wenyao looked at Mr. Qi with neither servility nor overbearingness. Du Qingyu stalked them first, and the police found evidence of his tracking. The elder Mrs. Su quickly stood up with the help of her cane, interrupting Su Wenyao. "Wenyao, what are you talking about? We're all family here. It's all just a misunderstanding." With that, she signaled Su Wenyao with her eyes. But Su Wenyao remained unmoved. Mr. Qi put down his phone. Wearing glasses and looking the scholar, he always had a hint of disdain when he looked at the Su family. "In that case, elder madam, I think there's no need for our families to associate any further." Behind him, Qi Shuyun also pursed her lips as she looked at Su Wenyao, her eyes full of disappointment. "My mom just wanted to talk to that bar girl, and we haven't even made an issue out of them hitting Qingyu. Su Wenyao, you really have changed." Su Wenyao looked up calmly. "You broke the law first." This time, he didn't show the slightest consideration for familial feelings. Qi Shuyun pursed her lips. Fine, Su Wenyao, just don't regret this." She turned around decisively and walked away. Mr. Qi watched his daughter leave and then gave Su Wenyao a final glance. "That barmaid is a friend of Bai Lian? You're willing to break ties with our Qi family over them?" Hearing the name Bai Lian Jimlun, who had been marginalized, felt her face darken and she looked up uneasily. Bai Lian indeed had a lot of unsavory friends, especially back in Beijing. Su Wenyao frowned. "You're a learned man, alien's friend isn't some barmaid." Mr. Qi looked at him coldly, but this time he said nothing and left. Mr. Chi, Shu Yun. The elder lady came to her senses and chased after them to explain. But the Chi family left without listening to her, driving away directly. The elder Mrs. Su returned, looking a decade older. She turned to Su Wenyao. Do you realize the opportunity our Su family has lost due to your decision? Shu Yun was about to become a student of Dr. Zhua, and furthermore, she attended Miss Liu's gathering yesterday. For that woman from who knows where, that's a friend of Alien, Su Wenyao said, looking at the elder Mrs. Su. What sort of friends does she keep? With the title of top-scoring student in the college entrance exams, that was just a name. In the elder Mrs. Zu's view, it did not carry the same weight as the importance of the third young Mr. Su and Miss Liu. Do you realize the kind of opportunity our Su family has missed because of your decision? Go kneel in the back and tomorrow you will accompany me to the Chi family's home. No matter how smart Bai Lian was, she was only known for her college entrance exam results, and it was uncertain when Director Chen would return to Jiangjing. She could be crushed by anyone at any time. With that, the elder Mrs. Zu's gaze swept over Ji Mulan. Su En stood up, looking at Su Wenyao. Go upstairs and check on Ji Wei. After Su Wenyao left, Su En bowed his head to the elder lady. Mom, stay at home these next few days and don't leave. In the past 6 months, Su En's say in the Su family affairs had far surpassed the elder lattice. Even she could not influence his decisions anymore. Having said that, he left with Ji Mulan. Zu's assistant followed a step behind Su En. He had been to Bacter Street with Bai Lian, and seeing the elder Mrs. Su like this, he hesitated. Elder lady. The elder Mrs. Su looked up coldly, clutching her Buddha beads. You should be grateful. The assistant looked at her and spoke softly. Today it was the young master who dealt with this. If it had been Miss Bai, he trailed off, lowering his eyes respectfully as he bid farewell to the elder Mrs. Su, and did not continue further. Then he left and followed Su En out. The elder Mrs. Su was taken aback. The assistant was a smart man, valued by Su En, and he wouldn't speak without reason. Butler Su, what does the assistant mean by that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566. Am I now considered a student at Jiang University? Second update, _1 Bai Lian had been in Jiangjing for quite a while, but she hadn't seemed to do much. Director Chen hadn't made an appearance either and was reportedly still in Xiangqing. They didn't know the current situation in Xiangqing. Both Old Lady Su and the Qi family people thought Bai Lian's backer was Director Chen. Thus, with Director Chen's absence, they didn't hold her in such awe, only politeness. What the assistant Su meant, even the butler didn't know. But, having worked with Su En for so long, when Assistant Su said this, it wasn't without reason. The butler spoke in a low voice. Old madam, if the young master and the others are doing this, they must have their own reliance. You shouldn't worry about it. But, old Madame Su sat on the sofa, lost in thought. In the end, she remained silent. The next day, Bai Lian stood at the entrance of Jiangjing University. A few steps away, Pu Xiaohan was frantically shooting the gate. Everyone around her was doing the same thing. Bai Lian lazily used her hand to shield her head from the sun. Okay, Pu Xiaohan had just arrived in Jiangjing and was eager to visit Jiangjing University. Let's go into the campus. As she spoke, she took out her phone to scroll through WeChat for the reservation message. Before she could find it, she saw Bai Lian already standing behind the barricade. Bai Lian held a campus card in her hand, tapping it leisurely against her palm, her pitch-black pupils looking at her as if asking, "What's the hold-up?" Pu Xiaohan stowed her camera properly and followed her in. "Where did you get this campus card?" She reached for the card in Bai Lian's hand. "Classes haven't started yet. Even if you are a student here, you wouldn't have received your card, right?" As she spoke, she looked down and saw the name on the campus card, Jiang Fulai. Pu Xiaohan, so it's Brother Jiang's. She silently returned the campus card to Bai Lian's hand. Brother Jiang hasn't graduated yet? Bai Lian took her to the library. I don't know. Pu Xiaohan, Not daring to speak, she just followed Bai Lian, shooting footage of Jiangjing University all the way. Shall we go to the cafeteria for lunch? She wanted to make a video about Jiangjing University. Sure. Bai Lian took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Wenyao, asking him to meet her at Cafeteria 4 at noon. Cafeteria 4 was the place where you chose your food, and it was also the place Pu Xiaohan wanted to film. At noon, Bai Lian led Pu Xiaohan to Cafeteria 4. Pu Xiaohan followed behind Bai Lian, ready to film her getting the food. Bai Lian held a large tray and leaned her card against the card reader. Beep! Pu Xiaohan hurried to capture the scene. The red balance displayed 999,997. 00. Pu Xiaohan took a sharp breath. She shifted the camera. Was Bai Lian planning to use this card to eat for a lifetime? The first-time cafeteria user, Bai Lian. She took her gaze back, finished getting her meal, and served a bit for both Chen Hong and Su Wenyao. Then she found a spot to wait for the two to arrive. The three had arranged a time, and Su Wenyao and Chen Hong arrived quickly. Chen Hong greeted Pu Xiaohan. Hello, Junior. Pu Xiaohan had just turned off her camera and hurriedly responded, Legend, I didn't get into Jiangjing University. I'm just following Sister Lian for the experience. Su Wenyao had met Pu Xiaohan a few times. They exchanged greetings. Chen Hong looked at Pu Xiaohan fiddling with the camera, shooting whenever there was nothing better to do, and thought this was what a normal person coming to Jiangjing University should look like, unlike Bai Lian. His gaze shifted to Bai Lian. She was looking down at her phone, tapping the keyboard deliberately with one hand, the keystrokes heavy as if she wanted the person on the other end of the phone dead. Beside her lay a book about music theory. Chen Hong felt like she was after the life of the person on the other end of the phone. His eyes landed on the two books beside her. Junior, you're looking at music theory too? Yeah, Bai Lian slowly put down her phone, casually lifting her head, just a cursory glance. Oh. Chen Hong nodded. He was just about to say something. At the entrance of the cafeteria, a group of people appeared. Chen Hong lifted his head and immediately exclaimed with excitement, Hey, old Su, it's Qi Shuyun and the others. As he spoke, he waved to the people at the entrance. Seeing Chen Hong's reaction, Pu Xiaohan also turned to look towards the entrance of the cafeteria. Qi Shuyun gave a brief glance in their direction but didn't come over. The boy wearing glasses beside her walked towards Bai Lian and the others. Qi Jun, Chen Hong stood up, smiling. You came to eat with Qi Shuyun and the others, why don't you call her over too? We were just discussing the issue with the model. Oh right, this is Wenyo's sister, Bai. With a stern countenance, Qi Jun looked at Chen Hong, cutting him off abruptly. No need to discuss it, I have decided to leave the team. Chen Hong was stunned. Now? Yeah. Qi Jun's gaze swept over Su Wenyao. I came to notify you to reform the team. Without waiting for Chen Hong or Su Wenyao to respond, he left immediately. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Chen Hong quickly stood up and chased after him. The three of them were fixed partners, each with their own areas of focus. The Buyuan base summer camp was about to start, and most people had already formed their teams. Finding a temporary teammate would not only be difficult, but the integration could also be a problem. Qi Jun paid no heed to Chen Hong. He was always a man of few words, no misunderstanding. Having said that, he walked directly towards Qi Shuyun and her group. Qi Shuyun's team were all potential candidates chosen by Dr. Zhua, and there was even a student from the Buyuan class. Compared to Su Wenyo's team, Chen Hong seemed somewhat lackluster. Qi Jun always held himself in high esteem and had always looked down on Chen Hong. Leaving this team was nothing but good news for him, and furthermore, the Qi family could provide him with things the team could not. Qi Jun. Chen Hong wanted to say something more, but he stopped after seeing the looks from Qi Shuyun and her group. He sat back down in a foul mood and looked at Su Wenyao. I mean, what's up with Qi Jun? Even if he goes to a new team, the integration won't be smooth, right? He couldn't understand it. Su Wenyao put down his chopsticks, interrupting Chen Hong. It's not your concern, maybe he just has an issue with me. He didn't let Chen Hong continue talking about Qi Jun. Don't say that. Chen Hong shrugged. Wen Yao, I know I'm usually the weakest link. Qi Jun might have wanted to get rid of me a long time ago. It's just that we might not achieve great results in the summer camp this time. Model building required teams of 2 to 3 members, each with a specific role. Most of Chen Hong's work involved organizing the format and collecting data, which wasn't very difficult. Bai Lian sat beside Su Wenyao. Listening to their conversation, she occasionally glanced at them, and only after they finished speaking did she put down her chopsticks, reached for the lemon water on the side, leaned back, and spoke in a very casual tone. Qi Jun, what's his relationship with Qi Shuyun? He's Qi Shuyun's cousin. Chen Hong looked at Bai Lian with surprise, remembering that she was Su Wenyao's sister, yet she seemed unclear about their relationship. Su Wenyao didn't have time to stop Chen Hong and explain to Bai Lian, he's been wanting to leave the team for a while. Pu Xiaohan sat on the side, not daring to speak. She had never participated in model building and only silently put down the camera, feeling some sympathy. Now that he's quit, you're down one person, won't that be very troublesome? Definitely. Chen Hong picked up his chopsticks again, clearly devoid of energy. Qi Jun's professor gave him a lot of tasks, his grandfather is a professor, and he has read countless papers. He is still very important to us, and we probably won't find a suitable teammate in a short time. He had hoped to make a push with this summer camp, but now that the team was suddenly one member short, the results were definitely going to be affected. Bai Lian held the clear straw between 2 fingers, absently stabbing it into the lemon water, contemplating. Can university students also participate in the Buyuan summer camp? Chen Hong didn't understand what Bai Lian meant by the question and simply nodded. Yes, it's not a summer camp for direct PhD. Admissions, so there's no restrictions on grade level. I know some students who will be sophomores next year are also participating. Bai Lian bit the straw, looked down at WeChat, and saw a message from Jiang Fulai with just an ellipsis. She skipped over it and asked, Am I currently considered a student of Jiang University? Jiang teacher, did you sign the agreement? By student. 1. Okay, 111. Jiang teacher, then you are. Jiang teacher, why do you ask? Bai Lian looked up, her eyes on Su Wenyao, tapping the straw thoughtfully. How about I join you as an extra member? Chen Hong was taken aback. Junior sister, have you participated in math modeling competitions before? Bai Lian hadn't participated in a formal competition. She shook her head. No, but I have studied math modeling. She had never taken part in a serious competition. She had only ever researched models with He-Wen, and later built a quantum simulation model. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567. 225. This is her ruling area _1. The top scorer in the college entrance exams must have some real skills. Give Bai Lian another year or two, and she'll be her own strongest ally. It's just that she hasn't started school yet and still has a lot to learn. Chen Hong thought Bai Lian was joking and picked up a rib. All right, if we can't find the right teammate, well, definitely turn to our junior. Su Wenyao, seated next to Chen Hong, looked up slightly. He knew Bai Lian had attended the summer camp at Buyuan High School and probably participated in mathematical modeling. Su Wenyao pondered thoughtfully. Bai Lian leaned back in her chair, tapping her straw intermittently with her fingertips, unflustered. By the way, Chen Hong set aside these bothersome thoughts, having finished his ribs, when something suddenly occurred to him. Junior, how did you get your meal plan sorted? Jiangjing University was already on summer break, and the school had only 3 cafeterias open. They were at the Yunhe restaurant on the first floor of the 4th cafeteria, which was also a famous online hotspot known for its variety of tasty and affordable dishes, but it only accepted meal cards. You could pay with a mobile phone on the 2nd floor. During the holidays, most tourists visiting Jiangjing would have to borrow a campus card from a current student to eat there. Next to him, Su Wenyao also looked up. Bai Lian made several trips to the library to borrow books. How could she enter the library without a campus card? When this came up, Bai Lian paused in her action of drinking lemon water, Someone gave me their campus card. Su Wenyao looked at Bai Lian with slight surprise. Bai Lian knew other people from Jiang University? After the meal, Su Wenyao and Chen Hong had to get busy. Bai Lian took Pu Xiaohan to check in at other spots. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong watched the two girls leave and waited for them to walk away before the smile on Chen Hong's face disappeared. He turned to Su Wenyao with a not-so-pleased expression. He massaged his temple. "We should ask you Sheng and the others." "Let's go." Su Wenyao turned to accompany him. "Is the registration deadline the day after tomorrow?" "Yeah." Chen Hong took out his mobile phone from his pocket and got in touch with friends he knew. Over here, Bai Lian was showing Xiaohan around Jiangjing University. She wanted to shoot footage of a campus bus arriving, and as soon as one bus left, Bai Lian waited under the shade of a tree beside her. At the crossroad, a blue bus with cartoon drawings lazily approached. Pu Xiaohan finally captured the scene she wanted and walked over with her camera. "Alien, there should be fewer people at Celebrity Statue Square now. Let's go." Last stop. Jiang University's celebrity statues were already a draw for visitors, and after the broadcast of Great Yong, their popularity skyrocketed. Each character in the drama could be a lead on their own, but the most dazzling of all was Yen Lu, whose every move, sitting posture, and use of the spear was an epitome of that era. The historical figure by Xiangjuan was already popular, and Yen Lu's portrayal turned the character into an ultimate crush in the public's heart. These days a random video search online would either show a montage of Yen Lu or criticisms of Emperor Jiangwen. Historically, opinions about Emperor Jiangwen were mixed. Although he became increasingly suspicious in his later years, historians still rated him highly. With the summer holiday in full swing and Jiang University limiting the number of reservations, the square was still swarming with visitors. As soon as Pu Xiaohan got off the bus, she saw the crowd at the square. Her gaze immediately locked onto the bronze statue in the first row to the left. Among so many statues on the square, only this one held a spear, standing tall against the wind, with a flowing war robe fluttering behind. Under the midday sun, the spear pointed obliquely towards the sky, facing thousands of troops. The young girl stood against the wind, her presence sharp and commanding like the edge of a sword piercing through countless fierce waves. It gave an involuntary sense of oppressiveness. Below the statue, many visitors were taking turns to pose for photos with her. After paying her respects, Pu Xiaohan involuntarily glanced at Bai Lian beside her. Under the strong lighting, she started to hallucinate. This kind of dominating aura was eerily similar. Bai Lian had been here before. She didn't look around much. She just stood to one side, answering a call from Ji Xiaojun. She pressed the answer button and put the phone to her ear. "Uncle." "Alien." On the other end, Ji Xiaojun hesitated, searching for the right words. "Did your grandfather tell you about the Mu family's butler issue?" "He mentioned it." Ji Xiaojun sighed with relief, glad to avoid explanations. "Why don't you come and see the Mu family? The butler said you should come back when you have time." "Come back for what?" Bai Lian weighed her own affairs. She hadn't finished her music theory book, and she was still undecided whether Su Wenyao needed her for mathematical modeling. "I'm not sure, but the Mu family has loosened up," said Ji Xiaojun, standing on the balcony and looking out of the window. "It might be related to the family tree." When Ji Xiaojun mentioned the family tree, Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. Previously, Madame Su had condescendingly mentioned that Bai Lian could be added to the Su family's genealogy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, 225. This is her ruling area under Skirtu. The Bai family even expunged her from the clan genealogy. Bai Lian knew their ancestry was ancient and the clan concept strong, but nowadays, any genealogy meant the same to Bai Lian. It was not as if they were living in a feudal era. In the past, the genealogy was utilized to conveniently implicate 9 generations. "I won't go," Bai Lian refused without a second thought. "If you need something, you can find me." Even though it was summer vacation, Bai Lian was still very busy, with music theory knowledge alone being enough to keep her occupied. Ji Xiaojun had anticipated her response and was not surprised. He hung up the phone, opened the door to the balcony to enter the living room, and told the butler about Bai Lian's reply. "She's not coming?" The butler looked up in surprise but didn't dwell on it. He continued to inquire without much concern, "What about the other one?" "The other one was Ren Wanxian. She should be on her way." Ji Xian's expression was much fainter when he mentioned Ren Wanxian. The butler wasn't surprised by this pace. "All right, I'll let the old master know once she arrives." Old Master Mu had loosened up and allowed the two juniors to come over mainly because Ji Xian's performance in the Mu family had been quite satisfactory, and he was preparing to introduce him to the public. To officially introduce Ji Xiaojun to the Mu family members. Whether Bai Lian came or not wasn't important. Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian led Pu Xiaohan into the apartment. As soon as Pu Xiaohan entered, she threw herself onto the sofa in the living room, which Sun Chun had bought. It was extremely soft and fitted Bai Lian's casual and lazy temperament perfectly. She buried her head in Jiang He's cushion, which still had a faint scent of milk. "Why does Brother Bird drink milk every day?" Pu Xiaohan lifted her head, set the cushion aside, and switched to a silk pillow. Her gaze turned to Bai Lian. Bai Lian walked to the small guest room next to the bedroom, opened the door, revealing a neatly made single bed in dark gray. She nodded towards Pu Xiaohan with her chin. "You'll be staying here." Pu Xiaohan reached for the remote control on the coffee table and gestured in OK to Bai Lian. She turned on the TV. The screen lit up to the Jiangjing TV station channel, showing episode 30 of Great Yong. An ashen-faced woman struggled to lean on the door frame, with a close-up shot focusing on her fingers gripping the frame tightly, knuckles white. She was wearing a simple robe with a hint of color in her cheeks, plain garments with no adornments on her head, her eyes appearing scattered and black. Her gaze was fixed to the north. This was Bai Li's wife. At the entrance of the courtyard, a maid came in holding medicine, exclaiming with joy, "Madam, you can get out of bed now. Your complexion has improved greatly." She quickly set the tray down on the threshold, reaching to assist Mrs. Bai. "Why don't you wear a few more layers of clothes?" Before she could finish, Mrs. Bai's body began to slide towards the ground slowly. She didn't speak, her gaze still fixed on the same direction, as the maid's fingers tremblingly checked her breathing. At the same moment, the scene switched to the Xiangqing battlefield. It was Yen Lu's scene. The camera moved from a distance to a close-up. She was clad in silver armor, her gaze sharp and cold like a soldier, gripping the reins and galloping towards the city wall, finally stopping in front of the tent, the horse rearing as she dismounted. One shot to the end. Pu Xiaohan had already finished the series. Watching this scene for the second time, it didn't impact her as much. But she still sniffled. Great Yong had become an online sensation ever since it first aired, not only because of the production team but also due to the director's casting choices. When an entire crew uses real locations, no green screens, actors ride real horses without stunt doubles, everyone was working hard for this series. Actors had trained to professional levels in wielding long spears, with horse riding and archery skills also reaching professional standards. What could be more moving than this? The entire cast, from the maidservants to the horses, had become sensational, and netizens placed Yen Lu under an even deeper layer of profound admiration. Pu Xiaohan got up, about to check the guest room, when she saw Bai Lian standing behind her, arms crossed over her chest, leaning on the desk as if watching TV. But those dark eyes were unfocused. Bai Lian had always been very strong in front of Pu Xiaohan. The students of Class 15 had a kind of cohesion unmatched by other classes, with Bai Lian at their core. She understood the people in her class better than Lu Lingxi, from Pu Xiaohan to Zhang Xiais to Yang Lin. Their trust in Bai Lian had long exceeded that of anyone else. Bai Lian was like a general commanding an army, poised and free. This was the first time Pu Xiaohan saw such an expression on Bai Lian, as if she was cut off from this world, with an air of having no one behind her. Lian. She instinctively took a couple of steps forward. Bai Lian came back to her senses, looking up at Pu Xiaohan, quickly reverting to her usual careless demeanor. She casually pulled a piece of paper from the table and handed it over. "Wipe your nose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, 225. This is her domain _3. Pu Xiaohan took the paper, wiped her eyes and nose. Oh. Bai Lian stood up straight. She gestured for Pu Xiaohan to move about freely as she took 2 books on music theory to the study. In the study, Bai Lian placed the books on the desk and then opened the right-hand drawer that contained a box of cigarettes Sun Chun had left there. She casually pulled one out. Taking a lighter, she went to the window, opened all the windows, leaned lazily on the windowsill with the slim cigarette between her fingers, the smoke blurring her face. People were continuously going in and out on the first floor. From this angle, she could just see the small garden of several square meters on the first floor, where workers were jointly lifting a stone table out. A message came through on her cell phone from Xiaoqi. Bai Lian glanced down at it. Xiaoqi, someone is looking into Sun Chun's info. The place in Jiangjing with the most comprehensive information was undoubtedly the Azure Dragon Bar, a law unto itself. Wanting to investigate their people here, naturally, the task would pass through Xiaoqi's hands. Bai Lian guessed immediately who would want Sun Chun's information. Bai Lian, just give them a bit. After replying, she casually set her phone aside, leaning lazily on the windowsill, biting the cigarette and watching the people bustling below. Outside the door, Pu Xiaohan was watching TV while video chatting with her parents, indicating that she had arrived in Jiangjing. Noise came from outside the door. Pu Xiaohan stood up with her phone. My sister seems to have a visitor, I'll hang up now. She ended the call, about to open the door when she saw the door open automatically. In the doorway stood a tall figure, with scholarly rimless glasses perched on his nose as he lowered his left hand, his indifferent gaze glancing at Pu Xiaohan through the lenses. Born with an air of nobility that not even the simplest black attire could conceal. Haven't seen Jiang Fulai for a few days, Pu Xiaohan involuntarily took a step back. Behind Jiang Fulai, Jiang he squeezed in. Seeing Bird Brother, Pu Xiaohan relaxed and greeted Jiang Fulai. Jiang Brother. Jiang Fulai responded casually as he entered, his eyes catching the TV in the lobby for a moment before he removed his hand from the door handle and looked away. He closed the door and looked towards the partially closed study, noticing the open music theory books on the table and the empty seat. In the study, Bai Lian's cigarette had burned out, the stub held between her fingers. By the window, only a faint scent of tobacco lingered. Her left hand propped lazily on the balcony, in a very relaxed posture, as she turned her head to look at Jiang Fulai. His gaze fell on the cigarette stub between her fingertips. Quite openly, Bai Lian flicked the stub into a nearby trash bin, her hand on the window, raising her eyebrows. Jiang University is really something. Even meal cards can be used to buy a house. Bai Lian's train of thought was certainly unique. Jiang Fulai instantly knew what she was getting at. She was referring to his topping off the school card. He reached out, closed the laptop on the desk, and his light eyes settled on her face before suddenly saying, "Let's go." Huh. Bai Lian tilted her body, looking lackadaisical. To where? Next door. Jiang Fulai stood up straight, slowly and meticulously removing his glasses and placing them on the table. Next door? Bai Lian shivered, and as she followed Jiang Fulai out, next door was 302. The wooden door was shut tightly, and Jiang Fulai casually placed his finger on the fingerprint lock. The door clicked open with a light sound. The inside was already finely furnished. Jiang Fulai did not redecorate but did replace all the furniture, covering the floor with brown carpet, and using his accustomed Chinese-style furnishings. He walked straight to the room on the left and opened it. It was a music room. The room was large, with wooden flooring and a music stand in the middle, holding another zither. On the right side, there was a display stand with flutes, eris, pipas, and various other musical instruments. Near the floor-to-ceiling windows was a small bookshelf filled with sheet music and music theory books. Jiang Fulai approached it, casually straightening a crooked music theory book before tilting his head to speak. There's soundproofing installed here, you can practice anytime. He stood by the window, with the sunlight slanting through, casting a chilly light on his sharp profile. His long, pale fingers rested on the book, elegant and carefree. Bai Lian approached, lightly running her hand over the strings of the zither. From top to bottom, the clear scale of the zither sounded forth. At Ji Heng's place, afraid of disturbing the neighbors, she would not practice after 8 o'clock at night. Here, without her mother, someone would still make clothes for her by hand, embroidering her favorite peonies, and there would still be someone to prepare a music room for her. The next day, at the Su family, Su Wenyao stood by the window making a call. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570, 225. This is her ruling area _4. He had officially started his summer vacation and occasionally took time to learn something at the Su family company. Behind him, Su En and Su Shujie were discussing a problem. When Su Wenyao finished his phone call, Su En handed over the signed documents casually to Zu's assistant. Didn't you have lunch with Alien today? In the past few days, Su Wenyao had been showing Bai Lian around Jiang University. A friend of hers came. Su Wenyao spoke. Next to him, Su Shujie looked up. What friend? A high school classmate. Bai Lian's high school classmates should be those students from Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Then it wasn't Qin Hong's people. Su Shujie diverted her gaze and, recalling something, sat up straight. Brother, are we really with the Qi family? Let's not talk about this matter anymore. Su En interrupted her. He stood up to attend a meeting in the conference room. Su Shujie stopped Zu's assistant and leaned back against the sofa, squinting her eyes. What exactly is going on with them? Qi Shuyun was now making her way into the Su family circle through Miss Lu, and falling out with them wasn't a good thing. Miss, said Zu's assistant without revealing any emotions, I don't know anything. Su Shujie watched Zu's assistant leave, then her gaze fell back on Su Wenyao, and she asked pointedly, is there a problem at school? Someone from the group has left, Su Wenyao said nonchalantly. Su Shujie sat up straight. Is the impact significant? She didn't understand modeling, and Su Wenyao answered tersely, I can model, I'm just not as specialized as he was. Even without him, Qin Hong and I can still get it done. It's just that this time, the chance of winning first prize seemed dim. Su Wenyao was tapping on his phone. Director Huang had implied that he should participate in mathematical modeling. Because of the Qi family? Su Shujie asked. This time, Su Wenyao didn't reply. Su Shujie picked up her coffee as a phone nearby lit up. She grabbed the phone from the coffee table and opened the information the butler had sent her. It was about Sun Chun. The information was only a sparse page long, unearthed by the Su family matriarch through a private detective. Sun Chun hadn't graduated high school, always hung out at bars, mixing drinks, selling liquor. Nothing seemed particularly remarkable. Bai Lian's friends all had quite the characters, still not having completed high school, and Su Wenyao, a Jiangjing University student of high caliber, how did he even hold conversations with Bai Lian's underachieving friends? Su Shujie was astonished since, apart from Su Jiue, everyone else in the family would find it a bit challenging to converse with Su Wenyao. Bai Lian took Pu Xiaohan around the area, and by the time they went back to Jiang University to borrow books again, 2 days had passed. Pu Xiaohan ventured out to the Jiangjing scenic area on her own to check in. At noon, Bai Lian, with a stack of books in hand, went to the third cafeteria. Su Wenyao and Qin Hong had already arrived. They had finished getting their meal, and Su Wenyao had a laptop in front of him. There were other people sitting at the table too, and Bai Lian immediately recognized one of them as Qi Jun, the same guy with the black-framed glasses from last time. The sunny young man sitting 2 places away from Su Wenyao raised his glass to Qi Jun. His tone couldn't hide his envy. Qi Jun, does your group have a Tongfeng class third-year student? The Tongfeng class was probably the pinnacle of Jiangjing University. Qi Jun glanced at him, didn't raise his glass, and just finished the last bite of his meal. Then, picking up his meal card beside him, he stood up to leave, only responding with one word, yeah. The table was filled with familiar faces. After Qi Jun left, Chen Hong finally turned to the sunny youth. Yu Xing, since you've got nothing else to do, why not join us for the number modeling competition? Yu Xing set down his beverage, apologetic. It's not that I don't want to help you, but you know I still have a paper to write. Yu Guang saw Qi Jun's figure walking away and Yu Xing hurriedly stood up, apologizing to the other two as he said his goodbyes and chased after him. All of Su Wenyo's class had left. Chen Hong wasn't surprised and without much enthusiasm, he waved at Bai Lian. The junior student has arrived. Bai Lian sat next to Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao, clad in a white shirt, sat upright in his chair, his slender fingertips resting on the black keyboard of his laptop, the image of a refined scholar. He indicated to Bai Lian to eat first and then raised his head to speak to Chen Hong. I'm not as good at modeling as he is, but I can hold my own. It's fine if there are just the two of us in the team. Let's pick problem C. This time we want aim for the first prize. That works. Chen Hong perked up. I'll handle the data. Bai Lian ate leisurely, aware that they were not planning to look for new teammates. Her gaze casually fell on Su Wenyo's computer, which displayed the Buyuan Summer Camp's main page. Why are you aiming for the first prize? Su Wenyao clicked on the homepage and was brought to the registration page where he explained in a low voice to Bai Lian, having a first prize boosts your graduate school entrance evaluation, and it greatly increases the chance of getting a recommendation. Most labs also value this. The registration page showed the teams that had been successfully formed. Beneath it was the entrance to register. Su Wenyao was filling in his and Chen Hong's information. Registration was set to close at 1 in the afternoon. Bai Lian had been casually looking at the registration page until she caught sight of a name in the middle, Bai Shaoke. Her fingertips paused for a moment, vaguely recalling that this was the son of her father's mistress, the brother of Bai Shaoqi. Su Wenyao had already filled in his and Chen Hong's names, his finger poised over the enter key, about to press down. But it was blocked by the tip of a chopstick. Bai Lian, holding the chopsticks, focused on a line of text on the computer screen and under Su Wenyo's surprised gaze, she spoke. Do you have any thoughts about the first prize? The first prize? On the other side, Chen Hong sighed, who attending the summer camp wouldn't have thoughts about the first prize. But junior student, this time at the Buyuan Bay summer camp, there's even the senior Tongfeng class. Even with Qi Jun, we won't have much of a chance. Bai Lian retracted her chopsticks and moved her gaze away from the screen, looking up at Chen Hong. What position are we still lacking? Her tone sounded professional. Chen Hong answered, we're missing someone who's good at advanced mathematics and linear algebra, and who knows modeling. A number modeling partner was very important. Reliable teammates could make the work twice as effective. The three of them had collaborated more than once before and had even won a second prize at a national competition. The three of them formed the perfect team, each capable of equally dividing the work, constructing models, programming computations, and writing. Su Wenyao was gifted at programming. Chen Hong gathered data and wrote papers. And Qi Jun was exceptionally good at advanced mathematics and linear algebra, with a solid foundation in mathematical theory and strong modeling skills. Advanced mathematics was taught in the first year, while linear algebra was only tackled in the second. Hearing Chen Hong's explanation, Bai Lian nodded and tilted her chin slightly towards Su Wenyao. With an unhurried tone, she said, then add me to your team. If Su Wenyo's group lacked programming skills, Bai Lian wouldn't have been of much help. She was not familiar with modeling software. But, when it came to mathematical knowledge and familiarity with a variety of literature, even he would seek out Bai Lian for discussions on these topics. This was her domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571. 226 He Wen is back. Lan Jia please the great god _1. Su Wenyo's fingertips were still hovering over the enter key. Hearing Bai Lian's words, he pondered for a moment, then moved the cursor and typed in Bai Lian under Chen Hong's name. The Jiang University campus network had always been reliable. After the small transparent circle on the screen spun around, it displayed "Successfully registered" in 4 blue regular script characters. The topic will be released at 3 o'clock the afternoon the day after tomorrow, and we still need to choose a mentor, Su Wenyao said to Bai Lian, looking down at the details after the successful registration. The competition lasts for 3 days. Bai Lian nodded her head. She was unfamiliar with these competition procedures. The 3 of them finished their meal quickly. Su Wenyao suggested Bai Lian join them in the study room to familiarize herself with the mathematical modeling competition, but Bai Lian glanced sideways, her eyes narrowing slightly. "I'd better go back and print out the materials first." "There's a print shop on campus," Chen Hong said, "right ahead." Bai Lian knew about Jiang University's print shop, but the literature she needed to print belonged to academician Ma, and after thinking for a while, she said, "I'll go back to print it." Chen Hong stood at the entrance of the cafeteria watching Bai Lian leave. "What is she printing?" "Probably a lot of stuff," Su Wenyao said indifferently. "There are too many people queuing at the print shop." "True. The sunlight in early July was strong," Chen Hong nodded, remembering the matter just now. "Did you really add her?" "Yes." Su Wenyao glanced at Chen Hong apologetically. "Don't worry, she won't hold us back." Chen Hong was part of the team, and Su Wenyao would not have agreed to any other freshman joining, but this person was Bai Lian. Su Wenyao recalled seeing academician Ma at the airport before. Being valued by academician Ma and personally seen off by him, Su Wenyao knew that Bai Lian must have her own strengths. "Oh, it doesn't matter. You'll have to work a bit harder without Chi Jun. Both of us will have to share the model design." Chen Hong slung an arm over Su Wenyao's shoulder, indicating it wasn't a big deal. With Chi Jun absent this time, their results might only be in the upper middle range. Modeling was all about teamwork, and adding Bai Lian didn't make much of a difference to Chen Hong. Moreover, as Bai Lian was this year's top college entrance exam scorer, Chen Hong was willing to take this opportunity to establish a good rapport with the brother and sister. "It's just a pity we'll miss Professor Jiang this time. He values Boiwan's modeling results," Chen Hong sighed. He had emailed Professor Jiang, who replied to the group. The Boyuan modeling competition held more prestige than the national competition because of its high entry threshold. If their university's registration slots and their results weren't good enough, even if they met the exam requirements for postgraduate study, Professor Jiang probably wouldn't choose them. Choosing a mentor for postgraduate studies was very important. Bai Lian returned from school to Shanghai apartment. The doors of 303 and 302 were both open. Jiang He was sitting on the carpet in 302, piecing together Lego with his back to her, while Ming Dongheng observed the bok choy Bai Lian had just planted on the balcony of 303. Su Nanjing sat on the sofa in Bai Lian's apartment, his legs lazily draped over the coffee table, casually fiddling with a white jade fan in his hands. Seeing Bai Lian return, he hurriedly stood up. "Alien." Bai Lian greeted him and then headed for the study. There was a printer in her study. Seeing that the door to her study was open, Su Nanjing followed her inside. Bai Lian had already turned on the computer and was efficiently printing documents. Academician Ma had sent several documents. Since she finished her exams, Academician Ma had higher expectations for her and asked her to learn to write reviews. He glanced at it, the same incomprehensible literature again. "Are high school students already starting to read these?" Su Nanjing handed over the folding fan in his hand to Bai Lian. "It's from my mom for you." There were 50 pages of literature from Academician Ma, and the printer was still slowly spitting them out one by one. Bai Lian reached out to take the folding fan. It was plain white, with the white jade bones of the fan reflecting a lustrous cool light. The fan was less than 30 centimeters long. Her fingers were pale and unrushed, holding the folding fan with ease as she gently pushed it open, effortlessly unfurling the fan. "White jade fan bones," Bai Lian said, while spinning the fan around twice with her index finger as the pivot, and then suddenly snapping it closed, gently resting the fan handle against the palm of her hand. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water, leisurely as if she was accustomed to handling a fan. Su Nanjing paused for a moment. "Let me try." He took Bai Lian's folding fan, trying to replicate her movements. With a single hand push, it didn't open. After 3 attempts, Bai Lian opened the next document and, seeing his clumsy efforts, took the fan back to demonstrate again, like this. She shifted slightly, holding the folding fan in her right hand. Her slender middle finger rested casually at the bottom of the fan, with the thumb pushing outwards and the index finger pushing inwards, slowly spreading it open. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572, 226 He Won His Back. Lan Jie invited the great god _2. Su Nanjing tried again but couldn't unfold the fan. Great had learned nothing. Forget it. Su Nanjing gave up, returning the folding fan to Bai Lian as he began to discuss important matters with her. It was about the birthday celebration of the old Mr. Su, for which invitations were already being sent out. Gao Yan and Su Jueling both asked Su Nanjing to extend an invitation to Bai Lian. The invitation Bai Lian had purchased at the auction had won the old man's favor. The old man had always been particularly pleased with Su Nanjing, and even more so at present. The end of the month? Bai Lian only knew Su Nanjing and Gao Yan and wasn't familiar with the rest of the Su family. Considering Su Nanjing's background, which was anything but ordinary, she said, "No, I won't be going." Su Nanjing took out a gilt invitation and placed it on her desk, thought for a moment, and said, "Erase the invitation. Come if you have time." If Bai Lian didn't attend, Gao Yan would be upset. The Mu family, the old residence. Baohe Pavilion. It wasn't Xin Qing and Ji Shayan's first visit, but Xin Qing still appeared very constrained. Compared to the grand 5-section compound, the Su family's villa was nothing remarkable. Ren Wanxian, standing beside her, had also never seen such a grand scene. Behind the mahogany octagonal table stood 2 servants. Anxious and uneasy. There were only 3 of them at the dining table. The butler, standing behind Ji Xiaojun, saw Xiaojie enter from the door and looked up. "Where's the young miss?" "She's still dealing with official business and will come later," Xiaojie whispered. "Is young Master Mu Zhao not here either?" the butler inquired. Xiaojie nodded. "He's on a call with a professor from Jiangjing University." Following the unexpected passing of Mu Qiong from the younger generation of the Mu family, only Mu Mingyi and her son Mu Zhao were left. Mu Zhao wasn't as talented as Mu Qiong but was more intelligent than most people. The butler nodded slightly in acknowledgement, understanding the situation, then lowered his voice to speak with Ji Xiaojun. "Please start eating. There's no need to wait for them." Baohe Pavilion's adjacent east wing room. The woman sat in the study with a pile of documents at hand. Her assistant handed her a new file. "Miss, erase the information on that Ren Wanxian." Mu Mingyi reached out to take it, looking down with curiosity. She had seen Ji Xiaojun at the company. Although she didn't have a good impression of his wife, she had a favorable opinion of this cousin. The Mu family had always been short on offspring, and when she heard that Ji Xiaojun had 2 nieces, it was she who proposed to take them in. She had no doubt about the Mu family's genes. The old Mr. Mu looked down on Ji Xiaojun, which was because he had known the exceptionally talented Mu Qiong. After Mu Qiong's death, the old man was deeply affected and became disillusioned. But Mu Mingyi knew that Ji Shayan's rapid proficiency in the company had already proven his strength. He was considered above average in Jiangjing. Originally, she had thought his nieces wouldn't be far behind, but having seen Ren Wangshuan's information, she was somewhat disappointed. She grew up in Xiangqing, her assistant observed Mu Mingyi and gently advised in a low voice. "In Xiangqing, she's considered excellent. You shouldn't, like the old master, compare everyone to the young master Mu Qiong. That's too harsh on the second young master Ji." The old master had never met Ji Xiaojun to this day. "I know." Mu Mingyi pressed her forehead, closed the file and sighed. In a large family like the Mu's, with few children and no internal strife, Mu Mingyi harbored no hostility towards Ji Xiaojun, and even hoped he could help raise the Mu family banner. She had expectations for Ren Wanxian, especially since Ji Xiaojun had not let her down. However, upon reviewing the information, her disappointment was inevitable. "Isn't there another niece?" Mu Mingyi tossed the file aside. She didn't come, the assistant explained. The assistant found it odd discussing this. The butler had mentioned that the young lady had arrived early, so why hadn't she come to the Mu residence for the meal today? When he checked the data, he found no information about this young lady either. Just like in Ji Heng's case, only a few sentences were available. There was also scant information on Ji Xiaojun, while there was a pile of data on Xun Qing and Ren Wanxian. All right, with Ren Wanxian as a precedent, Mu Mingyi was not that curious about the other niece she hadn't met. The next morning, early on, Bai Lian didn't go to the library but joined Su Wenyao and Qin Hong in the computer room. Jiang University had several computer rooms, and because of the Buyuan summer camp competition, the rooms would be open all summer long. There were 30 teams from the university participating, and the rest were from other domestic and international universities. Due to the high stakes of the competition, all the participants were skilled contenders, most of whom were attending for the second time. This is the model we built before. The computer room was not crowded, and Qin Hong and his group were in the last row. He plugged a USB drive into the main computer, opened a file, and introduced it to Bai Lian. Do you have any thoughts on the advisor? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, 226 He Wen is back. Lan Jie invited the great god _3. The last sentence was a question Qin Hong asked Su Wenyao. Bai Lian hadn't arrived at their school yet, so she was definitely not familiar with their teachers. Su Wenyao opened the competition platform calmly and slightly turned his head. Didn't you have your eye on Professor Jiang? He, Qin Hong nodded. You get me. If you can't take Professor Jiang's research class, choose him as your mentor. Su Wenyao opened the page and filled in Jiang Weijian in the mentor section, submitting it to wait for the system's response. While the two discussed the mentor issue, Bai Lian sat in front of the computer, opened the folder, and looked through the papers Qin Hong and the others had done before. The first model they had done was on the shortest path topology problem, an area Bai Lian had some research on, so she watched carefully. As for the code in the folder, she hadn't run it, as she was really not familiar with it. The three of them sat in the back row, Bai Lian on the far right corner, next to Su Wenyao, and Qin Hong beside Su Wenyao. At noon, after Bai Lian finished looking over their previous models, she picked up her phone and the folded fan lying beside her and went to the canteen for lunch. The computer lab was close to the third canteen. On the way, Bai Lian's phone rang. It was He Wen. Sis. He Wen called her, sis, with a sense of righteous indignation. Haven't you read the paper I sent you? Bai Lian held her phone to her ear with her left hand and with her right, she held a white jade folding fan tapping the fan ribs with her cool jade-like fingertips. I haven't had the time these last couple of days. What are you up to? The sound of an airport announcement came from He Wen's end. Bai Lian didn't answer but instead asked, Are you at the airport? Yeah. He Wen remembered why he called. Jiang Xiao just came back, didn't he? I just delegated my tasks at hand and followed him back for the project. Now I'm about to report to him. I don't know what mood he's been in lately. Speaking of Jiang Fulai, He Wen felt uneasy. It had been quite a while since he last saw Jiang Fulai, and at the last online meeting, he had just been scolded. Many people at Jiangjing University idolized this honored alumnus, and it was always quite tough. He Wen didn't even know why Jiang Fulai scolded him. Bai Lian consoled him. He should be in a good mood. After all, Jiang he hadn't been scolded much recently. I hope your words bring good luck, He Wen sighed. It'll take you out to eat in a couple of days. Oh, what are you busy with? You should be done with your college entrance exams, right? Boiwan's math modeling, Bai Lian replied succinctly. On the other end of the phone, He Wen. The math modeling at the Buyuan summer camp is a global competition, and most students participate in their sophomore or junior year. He Wen participated during his freshman summer. Do you remember you haven't even started school yet? Bai Lian hung up the phone, then single-handedly opened the folding fan, calmly placing it in front of her forehead to shade herself from the sun overhead. Qin Hong glanced at her. Little sister, Do you have something busy to attend to? It's fine if you do. Wen Yao and I can handle this. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to get the first prize. He had overheard a bit of Bai Lian's conversation. It's okay. Bai Lian slightly tilted her head, her long bangs falling beside her brows casting a shadow. He's not in a hurry. They continued talking. Not far behind them, Qi Jun and his group, who had just come down the stairs, also heard their conversation. Su Wenyao must be crazy, right? Yusheng looked at the backs of Su Wenyao and the others in astonishment. He actually chose a girl? He had heard Qin Hong's remark, Wenyao and I can handle it. He almost laughed out loud. First prize? Even Qi Jun wasn't sure of winning the first prize, let alone now that Qi Jun had left their team. Qi Jun remained silent, just watching the backs of Qin Hong and the others, then took out his phone to send a message to Qi Shuyun. In the evening, in the university office, Bai Shaoke respectfully held a document and knocked on the door. Professor Jiang. Only after hearing a voice from inside did he push the door and enter. Professor Jiang stood by the window on the phone, his voice betraying a trace of ingratiation. You've just returned, and it's only right that we welcome you back. You're at Jiang Shao's place? Okay. Bai Shaoke stood by the desk, his gaze downcast, pondering about who could be on the other end of the professor's phone call. There weren't many in the school who could make Professor Jiang adopt that tone. Jiang Shao, which Jiang? As he was thinking, he saw the computer screen showing the page for the Buyuan competition selection. Professor Jiang was the mentor for this competition, and with a mentor having a limited quota, there were two teams. The first team was his own, which Professor Jiang had already approved. Bai Shuk's eyes glanced over the first two names of the second team, and then landed on the last name, Bai Lian. After Professor Jiang finished the call, he stared at his phone for a long while before walking over to his desk and switching to a serious expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574, 226. He Wen is back. Lan Jie invited the great god under Scrifor, noticing the direction of Bai Shuk's gaze fixed on the screen. Bai Shaoke was willing to spend money, and many instruments for Professor Jiang's projects were sponsored by Bai Shaoke. Plus, he was smart, so Professor Jiang brought him along. What is it? This person, Bai Shaoke said, pointing at the name, Bai Lian, his eyelashes drooping, seems to be a girl. Women have always faced prejudice in science. When Professor Jiang heard the word girl, his brow furrowed. I saw their team won awards in the last two competitions. How come there's a girl? But as the competition's advising teacher, if his team won an award, he might also be promoted. But it required students to win a breakthrough award. At night, Bai Lian hadn't returned to Shanghai apartment yet. She had to choose a topic tomorrow afternoon. She just turned off the computer in the computer room when she received a call from Jiang Fulai. Haven't come out yet? His voice was unhurried. Just shut down the computer. Bai Lian put away the books next to her, picked up the folding fan and then stood up. Su Wenyao and Qin Hong were with her. Su Wenyao was going back to the Su family today, and he would stay at Jiangjing University for the next 4 days. The three had just taken a few steps when a teacher ahead of them came in, looking at Su Wenyao and the others. Is Bai Lian your member? Hearing her name, Bai Lian told Jiang Fulai and hung up the phone. That's me, teacher. The teacher glanced at her, nodded, and didn't ask anything more. Bai Lian's senses were better than the average person's. She heard him making a call. Professor Jiang, it's indeed a girl. It was dark, and the street lights illuminated the campus. Jiang Fulai stood under a street light, tall and graceful, with a hat perched on his head, the light casting his cool silhouette very long. Buyuan modeling competition? Jiang Fulai looked at the lights in the teaching building and knew what she was up to. Yeah, Bai Lian put her Bluetooth earphones in her ears. Picking the topic tomorrow? Jiang Fulai nodded, leading her to the side of a car. Ming Dongheng drove a black car today, probably his own, very low-key. Bai Lian's phone vibrated, a 3-person modeling group chat with Su Wenyao and the others. Su Wenyao. Screenshot. Qin Hong. Ah, do we not have an advising teacher now? Su Wenyao. Mutual, he was concise, and Chen Hong understood. So you're saying Professor Jiang doesn't want to choose us, right? Why so sudden? The Buyuan numerical modeling advising teacher could provide some ideas during the competition but was not supposed to be too involved. Some teams had no advising teacher, so they just filled in anybody's name. Bai Lian read these messages slowly and scrolled down. He Wen didn't get scolded much today, so she still got scolded. Bai Lian. He Wen, when will you read the paper? Bai Lian. After the competition, at 6 p.m., on July 10th, the Buyuan numerical modeling competition topics were updated. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong were choosing topics in the computer room. The website was lagging, and none of their computers managed to access it until 6:05 p.m. There were 3 types of problems labeled A, B, and C, with C being the easiest and A the hardest. Few picked A, and both Su Wenyao and Chen Hong went straight to C. Problem C was about optimization design. Bai Lian sat in front of her computer, didn't flip further, and only looked at problem A. Problem A was more complex, with a 4-page-long description. It was about the optimization adjustment of an astronomical telescope with an actively controlled concave spherical reflector. The modeling required solving 3 problems. Bai Lian read through the problem line by line. Su Wenyao, seeing her focus solely on the last problem, couldn't help but speak up. Alien, problem A is too difficult for us. Next to him, Chen Hong was also taken aback and said in a low voice, Junior, let's choose C. This time the A problem is too tough. I guess there are only a handful of groups in the entire school daring to pick it. Choose A. Bai Lian tapped her fingertips on the table, giving them just 2 words. Su Wenyao turned his computer screen to problem A and saw the astronomical telescope. A vein throbbed on his forehead. He was confident in choosing C. I can't be sure about problem A. He shook his head. I didn't ask you to do it, Bai Lian said, already having an idea as she pondered the problem. Junior, calm down, Chen Hong discussed with her calmly. We mainly don't have a mentor this time. Bai Lian picked up a bottle of mineral water next to her, twisted it open with one hand, took a sip, waited for him to finish speaking, and then looked at Chen Hong with a lazy tone. Who says we don't have a mentor? Huh. Chen Hong was surprised. Had Bai Lian found a mentor at a time like this? Bai Lian lifted her chin and pointed to his phone. I invited him to the group. Chen Hong and Su Wenyao picked up their phones. Bai Lian invited, stand straight when scolded, to the group, stand straight when scolded. Location, without a word, he sent a succinct location tag. Bai Lian. 1. After copying down the modeling problem, she propped herself up from the table, stood up, and looked at Chen Hong and Su Wenyao. Let's go, he's waiting for us. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong shut down their computers, followed by Lian, and exchanged glances. They tapped on the location. It was the Lawson Cafe on campus. This cafe was located under the doctoral dormitory building number 1 at Jiangjing University. Building number 1. This was where the brainpower ceiling of Jiang University resided. The doctoral students living in building 1 had mentors who might well be academicians. These residents were almost mythical figures, with most conducting research under renowned academicians. Moreover, half of the distinguished alumni came from this place. Building 1 was quite far. They took the campus shuttle and walked for another 10 minutes through a path before reaching the cafe. Bai Lian walked in through the door without hesitating. Chen Hong stood beside Su Wenyao. Wenyao, which big shot did our junior find? As he spoke, Bai Lian had already come to a halt. The young man was seated by the floor-to-ceiling windows, dressed in a short t-shirt with a silver laptop in front and one leg casually draped over the other. He was typing with one hand and sipping coffee from a cup held in the other. Upon noticing Bai Lian, he set down his cup and stood up. You were right. I haven't been scolded in the past couple of days. Bai Lian pulled out a chair and sat down. Not bad. The young man handed her a milk tea from beside him. The school doesn't have cherry flavor, so strawberry will have to do. His gaze shifted to the 2 still standing there. These are your 2 teammates? He turned his head slightly, allowing Chin Hong and Su Wenyao to finally see his face clearly. On the stone plaque behind the celebrity statue on campus, his ID photo was posted. He Wen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575. 227 Who Dares to Speak Up? The building butler saw Principal Sure_1 He-wen settled back into his seat, his gaze sweeping across Chin Hong and Su Wenyao. He had spent nearly a year in the lab, and his complexion was a pale, cold white. There weren't many people in the coffee shop, the lighting was dim, and as it shone on him, the breathing of both Su Wenyao and Chin Hong became noticeably lighter. He-wen had chosen a seat by the window. The table was a rectangular piece of raw wood, one end up against the floor-to-ceiling window, with a single stool set apart at the end facing the window. Bai Lian was sitting on this solitary stool. Her left hand rested casually on the armrest, her demeanor composed and unhurried. Yu Guang saw that Su Wenyao and Chin Hong were still standing where they were, so she tilted her chin up at them, signaling them to sit across from He-wen. What's the topic this year? He-wen pushed his laptop aside and turned his head to speak to Bai Lian. He didn't ask whether they had chosen question A or C. As he spoke, Chin Hong and Su Wenyao finally snapped back to reality. Instinctively, they both thought to take out their phones to show He-wen the question. Astronomical telescopes. Bai Lian set down her milk tea, her fingertips tapping rhythmically against the cup, given the parabola of a star's position with a radius of 300, achieve the optimal reception effect for light rays being received. As she explained the problem to He-wen, Su Wenyao and Chin Hong couldn't help but look down and open the questions saved on their phones. Question A was complex, with 4 original working diagrams. Chin Hong had looked at it once. He wasn't even clear about the work diagram of the telescope. When Bai Lian announced several numbers, he hurriedly flipped to the second page's diagram, 300, 0. For 66, not a single figure was off. Not only had she understood question A in a short time, but she even remembered the focal data of the approximate paraboloid formed by the reflecting panel when observing celestial bodies. An active reflector model? He-wen lowered his eyes slightly, pondering. The problem doesn't sound complicated based on the description. It has over 2,000 cables, so you need to construct functions in over 2,000 dimensions, then establish a continuous function from the discrepancy between the later constructed cables and the target. Simulated annealing is accurate and can also quickly produce an answer. Bai Lian slowly revolved her milk tea, her fingertips gently tapping the cup as she shook her head. I think the nodes might all be on the ideal parabolic surface after adjustment, but even if they are, it's meaningless in practice. Using a two-dimensional method to calculate the ideal paraboloid and the radial distance, the reception is different from what we thought. Solving the azimuth linearly, the received ratio obtained is different from the discriminate, which can be integrated. She did not choose the solution proposed by He-wen, clearly having developed her own complete approach on the way. The two spoke quickly, and Chin Hong and Su Wenyao were not following very clearly. He-wen understood. You're going to use Monte Carlo integration? The two sat and chatted casually, quickly setting the general direction for the entire mathematical model. Bai Lian leaned slightly against the back of her chair, one hand resting casually on the armrest. She was dressed in simple, elegant clothes, her eyes and brows relaxed, exuding a restrained temperament yet full of a commanding presence. This effortless display of grace was captivating. Talent indeed shone brighter than anything else. Su Wenyao could still understand, but Chin Hong was not even clear about the problem, and he found it a bit difficult to follow. After they finished their conversation, He-wen's gaze landed on Su Wenyao. Are you responsible for running the code? Su Wenyao, after all, had more experience than Chin Hong. He came back to his senses. Yes. In math modeling, instructors cannot participate too much. He-wen closed his laptop, his concerns not for Bai Lian but for her teammates. She won't have any issues with the general direction. If you cannot run the code to get an answer, try to construct one. Otherwise, use various regression models and the BFGS algorithm. Coding was Bai Lian's weakness, which was also why she sought out Hewen. While Hewen was discussing with Su Wenyao, Bai Lian opened a blank document on her phone to analyze the 3 problems. With only 3 days to confirm the model, run the code, and write the paper, time was tight. It was past 10 in the evening. Hewen and Su Wenyao had not yet finished their discussion when Bai Lian glanced at the time. She hadn't brought her computer, which made it inconvenient to construct the model, so she left early. It was quite late at this point, and Hewen had just returned to Jiangjing. He didn't ask where Bai Lian lived, but when he saw her getting ready to leave, he instinctively stood up. You guys continue talking. Bai Lian knew Hewen wanted to escort her. She gestured for Hewen to sit down. Don't worry about me. Jiang Fulai was waiting for her at the intersection. Midnight. Su Wenyao and Qin Hong stood downstairs, watching Hewen enter the dormitory building. They waited until Hewen's figure disappeared from sight before Qin Hong pinched his own arm, seemingly in a daze. Is Senior Hewen our mentor? Su Wenyao nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576. 227 Who Dares to Speak Up? The building butler saw Principal Shi _2 Qin Hong took out his phone and handed it to Su Wenyao. Quick, help me take a photo with Building 1. After they finished taking the photo, Qin Hong sighed in relief. Just listening to Hewen and Bai Lian's conversation, he was already sweating for the new students this year. Speaking of which, Qin Hong remembered something. He patted Su Wenyao on the shoulder. Old Su, you actually dared to talk to Senior Hewen. I don't even dare to look him in the eyes. I'm afraid he'd think I'm stupid. Su Wenyao didn't respond to him this time, just picked up his phone and glanced at it. Bai Lian had posted 2 papers in the group. They had to calculate mirror distances. To the computer lab. Su Wenyao turned around. They were running out of time. Shanghai apartment. Pu Xiaohan got up at 2 in the morning to drink water, and when she looked up, there was still light shining through the crack in Bai Lian's study room door. Leaning on the table, she finished her cup of water. There seemed to be talking coming from the study. After she had her water, she quietly went back to the guest room. The phone on the nightstand was still lit up, and the Class 15 group chat still had a bunch of people awake. Wang Qi was tagging the sports committee, complaining about his lousy support play. After the college entrance exam, the students in the class had collectively slacked off for a few days, then became active again. Zhang Xiais was given a reduced sentence for good behavior, and he would be released in mid-September. Wang Qi claimed he wanted to get his technique down before his release. The next day, early morning, 5 o'clock. Under Building 11 of Shanghai apartment. A minivan stopped and 2 men got out. After checking their phones one more time to confirm they were correct, they carried wooden boxes into the building. In front of apartment 301, the leading middle-aged man stood up straight and pressed the doorbell respectfully. With just 1 ring, someone opened the door. It was an extremely cold-faced man, his eyes like frosty stars. The middle-aged man didn't dare meet his gaze, only bowed respectfully. Good morning, Mr. Ming. Ming Dongheng gestured with his hand. Give it to me. The middle-aged man immediately handed over the food box he was holding. Ming Dongheng took the food box inside. The layout of apartment 301 was similar to that of 303, but the living room was a bit larger. He checked the time on his phone, then opened the food box and arranged the delicate pastries one by one. Bai Lian left her apartment at 5:10 in the morning. Ming Dongheng was waiting for her at the door. This early. As Bai Lian walked in, she saw the breakfast laid out on the table. She casually placed her computer on the bar by the entrance and started eating breakfast at the table. The breakfast on the table was exquisitely served. She picked up a soup dumpling and bit into it, smooth and juicy, with a hearty filling. The crystal shrimp dumplings looked equally tempting as the shrimp inside was visible. Bai Lian usually didn't talk much while eating, she just quietly ate. Despite being quite casual, she also exuded a respectable demeanor. Ming Dongheng noticed she only ate the crystal shrimp dumplings and soup buns because Bai Lian was from Beijing, and her breakfast preference was usually for Beijing flavors. Yet he didn't expect she'd also enjoy breakfast from Jiangjing. He was somewhat surprised but noted these preferences. Ming Dongheng knew she was working on a mathematical model and had 2 other teammates, so he took out a paper bag from the box, packed 2 breakfasts for Bai Lian to bring to them. The rest of the breakfast was left for Xiaohan and Jiang He. The computer lab at Jiang University hadn't closed for the past 2 nights. When Bai Lian arrived, most of the seats in the lab were occupied. They were all students who hadn't gone back for the night and were sleeping there. Some of them had woken up, some were still taking short naps. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong were also dozing off at their usual spots. Bai Lian didn't call them but placed the breakfasts she brought for them at the edge of her own desk. She had only made a slight movement when Su Wenyao and Chen Hong woke up. Bai Lian placed her laptop on the table, and seeing them awake, she lifted her chin and pointed to the breakfast on the table. They went to wash up at the restroom at the end of the corridor before coming back. "This is so delicious." Chen Hong bit into a pancake roll and felt instantly revitalized. In the front, a student who had just awoken smelled the breakfast and came over, curiously asking Chen Hong, "Chen Hong, where did you buy this breakfast from?" Chen Hong glanced at him, shook his head, and then looked at Bai Lian beside him. "I don't know." Bai Lian had already opened her laptop and was taking out a pen along with a stack of draft paper. "I didn't buy it." Chen Hong looked down at the paper bag. Only a butterfly-shaped logo was on the bag, no restaurant name written. He had never seen this butterfly mark before. Su Wenyao was having his breakfast. Overhearing their conversation, he too glanced at the bag holding the breakfast, recognizing the distinct butterfly logo. It was Kangyu Tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, 227 Who Dares to Speak Up? The building butler saw Principal Shi _3 Jiangjing's old-time eateries only serve a limited number of breakfast items on a first-come, first-served basis every day, without the options for takeout or delivery. He had gone there with Qi Shuyun twice before but never managed to taste their very famous crab roe soup dumplings. Now they've surprisingly started to branch out into new business and begin delivery. "Junior, why did you bring your own laptop?" Chen Hong opened the software to help Su Wenyao verify regression results. "The school's computers are high-end Zhongxing models, much better than our personal ones. Only the computers in the lab can run MAT software. This is the most commonly used software for modeling, capable of drawing many types of charts. The software isn't domestic and isn't open to the public. According to international agreements, only Jiangjing University's computer labs have the permission to use it, which is why modeling students are practically glued to the labs. There are cracked versions outside, but they don't have all the features. All the students from Jiangjing School of Engineering and Chemistry know this. Jiangjing has always had the most complete and high-end facilities, which is why so many people are desperate to get into this school." Chen Hong turned his head and just happened to see the blue and red logo of the MAT software on Bai Lian's laptop. "A cracked version?" Bai Lian didn't stay overnight in the school's computer lab. She left at 10 o'clock. Jiang Fulai's car wasn't parked under the computer science building but at a less crowded intersection. Today, he drove a silver sedan she had never seen before. She got into the passenger seat, placed her computer casually on her lap, and buckled herself in. Jiang Fulai's hand rested lazily on the steering wheel, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically. With his other hand, he switched off his Bluetooth headset. He didn't start the car. He was dressed in a white shirt, the cuffs casually rolled up to reveal a watch around his wrist. His side profile appeared even more aloof. Bai Lian hesitated, then chose her words carefully. "What's wrong?" "You chose Hewen to be the advising teacher," Jiang Fulai spoke solemnly, tilting his gaze slightly, as his long eyelashes curled down, hiding those pale eyes underneath. The face that usually kept others at arm's length now seemed somewhat accusatory. Bai Lian's hand that was pulling out draft paper paused. Seeking Heewon was because she had communicated with him many times about the model and had worked together with him before. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong were about to graduate from their senior year, and Bai Lian could hardly imagine what expression she would have to wear when Su Wenyao was being scolded by Jiang Fulai in front of her, especially since Su Wenyao had always treated her like an elder. What was most important was, even if Jiang Fulai hadn't said it, Bai Lian knew his influence here was definitely not small. When her name first appeared in Heewen's papers, it caused quite a stir. If the name of Jiang Fulai appeared on a mathematical modeling competition, Bai Lian could not quite dare to envision the scene. Her hand pressed on the draft paper, but her mind was racing. The small-scale modeling competition was a bit of an underuse for you, but Heewen was just right. Jiang Fulai averted his eyes, grudgingly accepting the explanation. Have you encountered any problems? He started the car. No. With the crisis seemingly averted, Bai Lian leaned back. But Chen Hong said the MAT software can only be used in the school lab. Jiang Fulai said offhandedly, that's the theory. And in practice? At the red light, Jiang Fulai slowed down the car to a stop and remained silent, simply raising an eyebrow. He had been using it for quite a while. The lab at home, his apartment in Chongqing, he had installed it everywhere. Who among those people in overseas labs would dare to make a peep? Time swiftly passed. July 13th, 11 o'clock at night. In these 3 days, Bai Lian and the other 3 members of the Su Wenyao team had only slept less than 6 hours. This session's problem A was difficult, and with not many people choosing it, they were pressed for time to finish the model and gather the last reception ratio. Afterwards, they only had 2 hours left to rush the coding. After submission, they would have to wait 2 months for the evaluation. We too can handle these. Chen Hong was typing as he said this. During these 2 days, he had been helping Bai Lian with calculations while writing the paper. Junior, you go and rest. You've worked hard these 3 days. Chen Hong and Su Wenyao were juniors, and they had plenty of experience writing papers during this period. Glancing through the summary Chen Hong was writing at lightning speed, Bai Lian found it much better than what Wang Su had written before. It was barely acceptable and she had no energy to help them polish it. So, she didn't decline. Okay. Su Wenyao was verifying the last reception ratio. Looking up and seeing Bai Lian pick up her laptop, he remembered something. Will you go back for dinner the day after tomorrow? Su Ziyu's celebration dinner was tomorrow. Before knowing that Bai Lian had ranked first, the elderly lady had been delighted about Su Ziyu's high score. She had specially arranged a banquet for July 15th to entertain the Su family and some relatives and friends. She even wanted to throw a large banquet for Bai Lian, which Bai Lian had declined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, 227 Who Dares to Speak Up? The building butler saw Principal Shi_4 Su and was also against Grandmother Su throwing a big celebration for Su Ziyue, considering Su Ziyu's shy personality. But the old lady of the Yu family had been too showy in the last couple of years. Grandmother Su couldn't swallow her pride and had been rushing for quick success. Bai Lian took out her phone and looked down at it. Su Ziyue. Come, Su Ziyue, shy, Su Ziyue, spinning. JPG, Su Ziyue, spinning. JPG, Su Ziyue, Bai Lian. Stop. The screen scrolling came to an abrupt halt. Bai Lian packed away her computer into her canvas bag, pulled out her chair and stood up. I'll see how it goes. 7:15. In the afternoon, at Shanghai apartment. Uncle Lin and Gao Yan were both at Bai Lian's place. Gao Yan sat at the edge of the table, talking with Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan. Jiangjing Media University, that's a really good school, said Gao Yan, quite surprised upon hearing Pu Xiaohan's chosen school, remembering it was Bai Lian's alma mater. Bai Lian was from Xiangqing. It was one thing her own academic performance was excellent, But how come her classmates were also so impressive? Pu Xiaohan, with nearly 50 million online followers, just smiled modestly at Gao Yan's remark and poured her a cup of tea. Bai Lian sat beside Pu Xiaohan, looking slightly ragged due to lack of rest in the past few days. Today she managed to get out of bed not long ago. She was idly writing a reduced musical score on a piece of paper. The fingerprint lock outside beeped, signaling someone coming in. Gao Yan, Uncle Lin, and the others all looked up. The man at the door was Jiang Fulai, dressed in a silvery silk shirt with traditional Chinese button knots, making him appear distant and unapproachable. Gao Yan, who had been seated, stood up and greeted him, locking her eyes on Jiang Fulai. Although Jiang Fulai had always been respectful to her, Gao Yan was aware that his regard for her was because she was Gao's sister. But she would never grow careless because of Jiang Fulai's respect. Even old Master Su of the Su family would stand to greet Jiang Fulai, let alone her. Uncle Lin stood behind Gao Yan, bowing respectfully to Jiang Fulai. It seemed as though the atmosphere in the entire room stiffened inexplicably with his arrival. Jiang Fulai nodded slightly at her, very politely, "Auntie." Pu Xiaohan had encountered Jiang Fulai more times in Xiangqing than Gao Yan had in her entire life, responding more casually than Uncle Lin and Gao Yan, "Brother Jiang." Upon hearing Pu Xiaohan's address, Uncle Lin and Gao Yan couldn't help but glance her way. A tremor of shock ran through them. In Jiangjing, the ones who could call Jiang Fulai Brother Jiang were just the few like Su Nanjing. Bai Lian was the only one who hadn't stood up. She was casually propped up by one hand under her chin, her sleeve sliding down partially to reveal a bright red ribbon loosely tied around her slender wrist. It made her wrist look extremely pale. After she wrote down a line of text, she lazily looked up, "Go fetch the gift my grandfather prepared." Ji Heng had embroidered a fine handkerchief for Su Jiue. Jiang Fulai knew where the item was and went into the study to retrieve the gift box from the second drawer. Uncle Lin, watching Jiang Fulai directly going to fetch the item while Bai Lian remained seated, subtly bowed his head. "Where are you going?" Gao Yan had invited Bai Lian to dine with her classmates, and before she could discuss it, she saw her leaving with Jiang Fulai. To Mingfeng District, Jiang Fulai opened the door, stepping aside to let Bai Lian go through first. He was going to escort Bai Lian to the Su family. After they left, Gao Yan lowered her head back and looked at Uncle Lin. "Mingfeng District? What are they doing there?" Mingfeng District was on the outskirts. Neither the Gao family nor the Su family had much business there, and people were seldomly sent down. They rarely went to that area. Pu Xiaohan, not being close with Gao Yan, did not explain to her. Gao Yan withdrew her gaze, looking down to see the scattered sheets of paper on the table. Some had numbers written on them like 4-5 right. But it was obvious that the handwriting on each piece of paper was very neat, stroke by stroke. Gao Yan didn't recognize these. Her gaze shifted to another sheet of paper that was filled with a bunch of formulas and algorithms. Gao Yan, too, was a gifted student, but she had left the laboratory after giving birth to Su Nanjing and couldn't recall what exactly Bai Lian was calculating, only that it seemed to be the least squares method. She felt a bit dazed. Was this something she learned in high school? Gao Yan couldn't remember clearly. Uncle Lin by her side looked at Bai Lian's writing with admiration. "Miss Bei's writing is very beautiful. She must have practiced specially." In Mingfeng District, a well-known villa area. The Su family. Jiang Fulai's silver car was parked at the entrance, his fingertips resting on the steering wheel, lowering the passenger side window, waiting for Bai Lian to come out. Bai Lian didn't plan to enter the Su family home, just delivering a gift to Su Jiue and leaving. She had sent a message to Su Jiue from the car, and Su Jiue was waiting for her at the iron gate. Today, Su Jiue wore a knee-length dress, her bangs swept aside, her hair styled, revealing a petite face and a pair of shiny dark eyes. When Bai Lian saw her, she was standing by the iron gate with a flushed face, her fingers unconsciously pinching the hem of her dress. She was completely different from the person on WeChat. Bai Lian handed over the box in her hand nonchalantly, a lazy smile in her lowered eyes. "Go back inside." Today, she wore a dress made by Ji Heng, A snow-white cheongsam with a waist belt of the same color, her ink-black hair loosely held by a wooden pin. The sunlight spilled over her fair, jade-like side profile, dimming in comparison to her smile. Su Jiue looked back 3 steps at a time as she walked away. Only after her figure had disappeared did Bai Lian retract her smile, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the left. She turned and got back into the car. Jiang Fulai drove forward. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Bai Lian leaned back. It was just an unfriendly stare. She opened her cell phone and inquired to Su Wenyao. "Who have your family invited this time?" As soon as she sent the message, a call came through on her phone from Ji Xiaojun. "Uncle?" Bai Lian turned off the Bluetooth and answered. Ji Xiaojun was timing his call to coincide with her break time. "Come over for dinner tonight. It's been several days since you last visited, and your aunt has stewed a tonic soup for you. If you don't have time, we can deliver it to you." Ji Heng had heard from Jiang He that Bai Lian had been staying at school the last few days, hadn't been sleeping well at night, and had nearly rushed to Jiangjing himself. Bai Lian rolled down the window, resting her hand on it, smiling. "I'm going to see Dean Jian in a bit. He'll come see you guys in a few days and stay a bit longer." On the other end of the phone, Ji Xiaojun thought for a moment. "All right, I'll deliver the soup to you today." He hung up cheerily. On the sofa, the butler looked towards Ji Xiaojun. "Your niece?" "Yes." Ji Xiaojun put his phone on the table, stood up, a clear joy on his face. "I'll go deliver the soup to her." The butler knew. Ji Xiaojun never referred to Ren Wanxian as his niece. It was unclear why Ji Xiaojun was so favorable towards Bai Lian, but right now he didn't want to waste Ji Xian's time. After pondering for a moment, "Continue your studies with the teacher. I'll deliver it to Miss Bai for you. She's still in Chang'an District, right? It's a long way there and back. It'll save you the trouble." Because Ji Xiaojun was talented, the butler had changed the way he addressed Bai Lian. "You," hearing the butler say this, Ji Xiaojun paused, seemingly contemplating for a long time before agreeing. "All right, please tell her to take good rest for me." That evening, Xiaojia parked the car in front of Building 11 of Shanghai apartment. The butler got out of the back seat, and Xiaojia emerged from the driver's side, eyeing the building number. "It should be this place, right?" The butler took out his phone, squinted at it for a while, confirmed it was correct, and then the two of them entered together. On the 3rd floor. They had no intention of taking the stairs and waited for the elevator to come down at the elevator lobby. The elevator was descending from the 3rd floor. It opened with a ding, containing only an old man. The butler glanced indifferently, stepping slightly aside to make room. The old man didn't look at them and walked past. As the old man passed him by, the butler suddenly paused, turned to look at the receding figure. "You are Principal sure? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 579. The Mu Family's Hope. The arrogant offspring of Qinyi _1 Xiu stopped when he heard the voice. He was still wearing his glasses and turned around at the door to look at the butler, unable to remember him. "You are..." The butler's hair was speckled with white, his skin loose and wrinkled, and his pair of eyes cloudy and unfocused, revealing no particular sense of vitality. "Our young master used to be your student." Xiu didn't remember his own butler, which wasn't a surprise to the butler, his attitude respectful. "I have met you before." Xiu had encountered numerous students and parents, so naturally he didn't remember people he had met over a decade ago who were not significant. Upon hearing this, he merely nodded slightly toward the butler, then immediately took a call and left. The butler stood at the elevator for a long time before finally lowering his gaze and entering. "Do you know him?" In the elevator, Xiaojia curiously looked at the butler. "Yes." The butler responded indifferently, without much interest. "The principal of Jiangjing University." Butler had met Principal Shi. Back when Mu Qiong was still around, Xiu was the vice principal of Jiangjing and had visited the Mu family. The butler had been with Mu Qiong since she was small and had met Xiu. There wasn't a tradition of promoting from another location at Jiang University, so after all these years, Principal Shi must have been confirmed in his position. The principal of Jiang University? Xiaojie regretted not having taken a better look earlier. How come he is here? The butler was lost in memories and did not reply. At 3:03, the door was opened by Pu Xiaohan, who was still holding a black chess piece in her hand. She took the thermos from the butler. Bai Lian has gone out, would you like to come in for some tea? No need. The butler shook his head, vaguely seeing what seemed to be a boy in the living room. He turned and took Xiaojie away. When they got on the elevator, Xiaojie pressed the elevator button, and suddenly recalled that Principal Shi had just come down from the 3rd floor, right? Jiangyin Art Building. Bai Xiaoqi was learning in the office with her teacher, who mostly gave one-on-one private lessons. Xiaoqi. The handsome young man outside came very early today. The girl next to Bai Xiaoqi stood up and whispered in her ear. Bai Xiaoqi turned her head and saw Song Min waiting at the door, wearing a white t-shirt, casually scrolling on his phone with downcast eyes. He was always aloof and rarely spoke. Especially recently his gaze seemed colder, making him even more unapproachable. And his interactions with Bai Xiaoqi had become even less frequent. It had only been a couple of days since Song Min arrived in Jiangjing. He had a driver's license, so Mrs. Song let him come to pick her up. Bai Xiaoqi and the girl left the room, and the three of them entered the elevator together. Many Jiangyin students had gone abroad for study during summer vacation, so the art building was empty. The elevator had only them. As the doors closed, Bai Xiaoqi, standing by the door, pressed for the 1st floor. The art building had 7 floors, and they were on the 6th floor. Her glance fell on the middle button for the 3rd floor, which sported a forbidden sign, making her wonder. Oh, that, the girl next to Bai Xiaoqi answered with a smile. The 3rd and 4th floors are recording studios. The 3rd floor studio must be used by some big shot. Usually, you can't go in there during such times. How I wish I could go in and record on my own someday. The girl's voice was filled with longing. Jiangyin boasted the best recording studios in all of Asia and was also well known internationally. Not to mention domestically, a bunch of people from overseas came to Jiangyin for these studios. Both Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min glanced at the 3rd floor, which was marked with no entry. 3rd floor, recording studio. Dean Jian's right hand played 4 notes all on one string to the right, the melody flowing naturally like echoes from a distant mountain. Bai Lian stood beside him, slowly and meticulously fitting her tortoiseshell artificial nails on her fingers while bowing her head. After playing that segment, Dean Jian stood up and moved aside. It's roughly this tune, try it for yourself. Bai Lian sat down, lifted her hands, and replicated the segment Dean Jian had just adjusted. As she raised her arm, her strength flowed to her fingertips. Although it was the same tone, it always sounded more resonant when she played. Dean Jian retreated next door, listening to the playback recorded by the staff. Dean Jian, is this your disciple? The recording engineer hadn't seen Dean Jian's students before and was just amazed at Bai Lian's musical ear. Why haven't I heard of her previously? There were many who studied the guzheng at the school. Naturally, the most outstanding was Dean Jian, and next were his 3 disciples. Leng Shuhe was the only female among them and was quite famous in Jiangjing. Naturally, the recording engineer thought of her. Upon hearing this, Dean Jian looked up at the girl still working the guzheng in the footage. Bai Lian had always said she wasn't as good at playing the guzheng as her teacher or her mysterious senior sister. With her already profound musical sense, who exactly were the other 2? He had scoured the guzheng players and hadn't found a teacher from the same faction as Bai Lian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580. The Mu Family's Hope, the Arrogant Offspring of Qinyi _2. It's not her, Shu's sense of music isn't as good as hers, Dean Jian replied to him. Such a musical sense is a real pity not to be involved in music. How big is the likelihood of snatching her from Jiang University? Dean Jian pondered this at the bottom of his heart. Meanwhile, the recording engineer was surprised. If it wasn't Leng Shuhe, then who was this girl? He watched through the camera as Bai Lian gently placed her hands on the strings and looked up to speak with the man beside her. The boy was dressed in a crisp white shirt and seemed to have felt the gaze as he glanced indifferently towards the camera. The recording engineer immediately lowered his head as his gaze met those pale, faint eyes. After listening to all the recordings, Dean Jian said, "It's about there, Teacher Zhao, thank you for your hard work." With headphones on, the recording engineer enjoyed a feast for the ears in the top-notch recording studio combined with Bai Lian's and Dean Jian's collaboration. "Miss Bai," the recording engineer said after listening to the recording. As Bai Lian was taking off her artificial nails, braving Jiang Fulai's chilly aura, he took out his phone to add Bai Lian on WeChat. "If you want to record anything in the future, just come directly to me." Bai Lian took out her phone and allowed him to scan the QR code. Soon, she received an ad request notification, Zhao Jianxin. Bai Lian accepted it. Only after Bai Lian and the other two left did Zhao Jianxin finally breathe a sigh of relief, looking at the tall and cool silhouette beside Bai Lian. After they left, a staff member approached Zhao Jianxin. "Mr. Zhao, the principal is still waiting for you." "Yeah." Zhao Jianxin packed up his things to leave. "Your school's equipment is really good. When can you lend it to our music station to use?" "Around 8 in the evening." Dean Jian led by Lian and Jiang Fulai through Pomegranate Grove to an octagonal 2-story loft to the south, surrounded by a circular colonnade. By this time, the sky had darkened, and the streetlights on either side were on. The security guard in the booth at the front of the small building stood up quickly when he saw Dean Jian. "Dean Jian." "Open the door," Dean Jian said, looking at the wooden door that were shut, his hands hanging by his sides. "We're here to pay respects to our ancestors." The guard had already taken out an old-fashioned long key to unlock the door. Dean Jian led the way up the steps inside. As he set foot on the porch, he noticed that the others hadn't followed and turned around at the door to look at Bai Lian. "Not coming in?" "Yeah." Bai Lian snapped back to reality and stepped up the stairs. Jiang Fulai stayed outside, merely looking up at the loft without entering. The loft wasn't large, and entering it one could see a spirit tablet set up for offering incense to the deity statue. Behind the statue was a staircase. Bai Lian took the incense that Dean Jian handed her, lit it, and stood in front of the spirit tablet. Her gaze became slightly vacant, touching upon the numbers on Qin Jio's tablet. Qin Jio had passed away in peace. It seems Jiang Yi hadn't mistreated him. Compared to Bai Lian, Dean Jian was extremely respectful. From the moment he stepped into the loft, his expression was solemn, and he bowed 3 times before inserting the incense. Qin Jio is the belief of Jianjian's zither masters and disciples. Whether for exams or work changes, these people would come to pay respects to the ancestor. With the zither, this huge sect, Qin Jio occupied half of the territory. After he finished offering incense, he noticed Bai Lian was still fixedly looking at the tablet without moving. Her dark eyes were cast upon the tablet, but her gaze seemed a bit distracted. Several minutes later, Bai Lian came back to her senses and inserted the partially burned incense into place. Shanghai apartment. In 303, when Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian returned, Pu Xiaohan and Jiang He were playing Go in the living room. Jiang He was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, holding a white stone across from Pu Xiaohan. Seeing Pu Xiaohan place a stone, he unthinkingly placed his white stone on a spot. "Wait." Pu Xiaohan picked up the white stone he had just placed and returned it to him, also retrieving her own black stone. "Birdie, give me another chance, I placed it wrong just now." She put her black stone where Jiang He had just placed his. Jiang He, no one touched the piece of paper Bai Lian left on the table. Pu Xiaohan couldn't understand any of it. In 303, except for Jiang Fulai, no one dared to tidy up Bai Lian's stuff, fearing they might carelessly lose her important data. "Right." Pu Xiaohan retracted another stone, then looked up at Bai Lian. "Previously, Principal Shi came looking for you, and also, an elderly person delivered soup for you." She pointed to the thermos on the table. Bai Lian was aware, but she wondered what Principal Shi wanted with her. She bowed her head to take out her phone, and sent a message to Principal Shi. Shun Yu replied quickly. The dean of the Chinese department is looking for you. When can you come to the university? He waited for you all afternoon today and has an academic conference tomorrow. He'll return the day after tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, The Mu Family's Hope. The arrogant offspring of Qinyi _3 by Lian didn't understand why someone from the Department of Chinese Language and Literature was looking for her. I'm going to my uncle's the day after tomorrow. Shun Yu felt gloomy on the other end. How could it be the uncle again? Let's meet up another time then. She happened to see Su Wenyo's message, which he replied to the group that went to the Su family today. Aside from them, there were also people from the Yu family. The Yu family? Bai Lian tapped her fingertips on the screen, thoughtfully pondering the uncomfortable gaze she felt at the door that afternoon, wondering who it was. Next to her, Jiang Fulai glanced at the thermos and sent a message to Ming Dongheng to take it back to room 301 to reheat. Oh no! Pu Xiaohan stood up, having been tormented by Jiang He all night. Lian, you must avenge me. Bai Lian raised her eyebrows, she casually crossed her legs and sat down. Her pale fingertips picked up a black ghost stone, and she gave Jiang He a nonchalant glance. With that look, Jiang He knew he was in trouble. Pu Xiaohan was beside Bai Lian, massaging her shoulders. Go Lian. 1 minute later, the black stones lost. 30 seconds later, the black stones lost. The black stones lost again. Pu Xiaohan hammered her back even more vigorously. Lian is so powerful. Jiang He couldn't help it and looked up at Jiang Fulai, who was sitting off to the side with his legs crossed, watching the excitement. Jiang Fulai was holding a teacup, gently blowing on the tea foam before taking a sip, then glanced at Jiang He slowly and indifferently with an air of laziness and nobility. But Jiang He saw clearly the undisguised mockery in his eyes. Not only did he not help, but he also ridiculed him. On the 17th, Bai Lian went to Ji Shayan's home. You haven't lost weight. Xin Qing bought a bunch of groceries and kept them at home. As soon as Bai Lian arrived, she examined her from head to toe, nodding, you also look well. This physical condition clearly surpasses Tang Ming and Ning Xiao by a great deal. Those two guys couldn't handle a single all-nighter at Buyuan before. Xin Qing was relieved. Bai Lian stayed here for one night and didn't leave the next day either. Afternoon. Xiao Jia brought Ji Xiaojun back. After getting out of the car, Ji Xiaojun looked at the butler inside. Would you like to come up for a meal? Alien came yesterday. He and Xin Qing usually eat quite casually, but when Bai Lian came, both of them became excellent chefs. No, he'll just go up for a visit. The butler's face was full of exhaustion. Whenever he met Principal Shi, he inevitably remembered Master Mu Qiong. The butler had been assigned to him since Mu Qiong was born. After Mu Qiong passed away, the old Mr. Mu was deeply affected, and the butler was no less so. You should get ready for the banquet at the end of the month. The butler got out of the car and walked with Ji Xiaojun toward the elevator. The young miss will take you. Ji Xiaojun had only met Mu Yining a few times. The two of them talked all the way up about company and banquet matters until Ji Xiaojun opened the door. It was then that the butler stopped. Inside the apartment, Bai Lian was sitting on the couch. She was dressed in casual clothing, her eyes slightly downcast, playing with her phone and swiping through the Jiangjing app problems. When she saw Ji Xiaojun return, she lazily greeted him. Then she continued calmly tapping through the questions. A WeChat message flashed across her phone's banner. Su Jiue, as 5 slok. Bai Lian didn't understand and clicked to take a look. The other side didn't reply, and just as she was about to, her phone rang. It was Principal Shi's call. Next to her, the butler was still chatting with Ji Xiaojun. The butler glanced at Bai Lian, and seeing that she was going to the balcony to answer the call, he didn't ask more. The dean of the Chinese department has some free time to come back. Are you home? In order to avoid missing Bai Lian again, Shun Yu had learned to call Bai Lian in advance. Uncle's place. Bai Lian rested her hand on the balcony railing, concise and to the point. On the other end of the phone, Shun Yu paused, looking at the people in his office. Do you have time to come to the school? Bai Lian tapped her fingers on the railing, pondering for a moment. Then I'll head back to school first. Great. Shun Yu was very excited. Bai Lian hung up the phone, pushed open the balcony door to come out, and bid farewell to Ji Xiaojun. Leaving now. Hearing Bai Lian was about to leave, Ji Xiaojun quickly stood up. It was rather abrupt. Yes. Bai Lian bowed slightly, picked up a book from the side, stood up and said softly, something came up, and Xiaohan is also still at my place. The butler held his teacup and glanced at the book. It was just 2 basic music theory books, and with disinterest he retracted his gaze and took a sip of tea. With that sip, the butler paused involuntarily. He naturally could tell the quality of the tea, and Ji Xiaojun didn't care much for tea. The tea he had previously at Ji Xian's place was common market fare. This tea seemed a bit like the one he had tasted before at Ji Heng's, and the butler found it strange. Ji Xiaojun knew Xiaohan was staying with Bai Lian. You even bring her with you for meals. Her parents visit your grandfather every week. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. The young master that the man referred to was sitting with his back to Bai Lian, his hand on a girl's chin and a drink in the other. Upon hearing this, he let go and stood up to look towards the door. Dressed in a blue shirt with several buttons undone, he exuded a dapper and rakish charm. Seeing Bai Lian, his eyes narrowed, an undeniable determination in his gaze. Su Ziyu's sister? Just right, she doesn't drink, so you drink in her place. He extended the drink in his hand towards Bai Lian. Hearing this, the Su Ziyue beside him hurriedly looked up, her face unnaturally flushed, staggering to her feet. I'll drink. She reached out to grab the wine glass from Mr. Ye's hand. As she looked up, the clearly visible purple bruises on her jaw came into view. Bai Lian's nonchalant expression slowly faded away. Miss Su, don't rush. Mr. Ye's gaze didn't leave Bai Lian. If you want a drink, there will be plenty of chances. He passed the wine glass in his hand to Bai Lian. Bai Lian reached out and took it. The others in the private room laughed, not surprised at all. Mr. Yu fixed his gaze on Bai Lian, unbuttoning another button and licked his lips. You're much more sensible than your sister. Don't drink it. Su Ziyue didn't expect Bai Lian to take the wine. She clutched Bai Lian's arm, her dark eyes filled with terror. How did you get here? She tried to grab the wine in Bai Lian's right hand, holding the base of the tall glass, but the glass wouldn't budge. Su Ziyue blinked in confusion. Bai Lian noticed her mind didn't seem quite clear, and then casually tossed a book with her left hand onto the coffee table. Bending down, she seemed to sniff the fragrance of the wine, and as expected, it was spiked. She looked up, took 2 steps forward, and under the heavy shadow, poured the entire glass of wine over Mr. Ye's head, splashing some on her own hand. She frowned and reached for a tissue. Calmly wiping the back of her hand, she stared at Mr. Yu and coolly asked, Would you like another drink? In the private room, no one had anticipated someone would dare to mess with Mr. Yu to such an extent. The lively room instantly fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Mr. Yu wiped the wine off his face. Accustomed to being flattered by others, it was the first time had been publicly shamed, and his complexion was exceedingly ugly. Good, very good. A few lackeys immediately brought over 3 bottles of wine and tried to help capture Bai Lian, to forcibly pour the liquor into her. They hadn't even touched Bai Lian's collar before she kicked them aside. The loud noise momentarily startled Su Ziyue into clarity, and she frantically shook her head at Bai Lian, her voice tinged with sobs. You should go, don't worry about me. This is Yu Hongjing, his sister Yu Hongyi is a favorite of the Chun family, he's Yu Hongyi's only brother. Teach, Yu Hongjing wiped his face, fixating his stare on Bai Lian's face. Now you're scared, eh? I'm telling you, it's no use, get her for me. Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked over onto the coffee table behind him. Bang! Wine glasses and bottles scattered all over the table. In an instant, Yu Hongjing spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He hadn't expected someone to still dare to attack him after hearing his name. You really are. Yu Hongjing felt his ribs break as he propped himself up with his hands and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Today there was only a wooden hairpin in her hair, which was a bit disheveled from the scuffle. Bai Lian removed the hairpin, leisurely and methodically wrapping her hair up again. Her head bowed slightly, her ink-black hair loosely hanging down, the hem of her white pants now stained with a droplet of Yu Hongjing's blood. Apart from Su Jiue, most around her were sprawled chaotically on the ground, and yet there she was, casually redoing her hair in such a place. Those who came here were either rich or noble, guests that regular members couldn't afford to offend, and the moment they sensed trouble, they called the police. The bar was just down the street, where, to prevent incidents, an outpost had been set up. In less than 5 minutes, the sound of police sirens could be heard outside. Yu Hongjing glared at her fiercely, and upon hearing the siren he staggered to his feet. It's over, no matter who you are, let me tell you, you're finished. Bai Lian's eyelashes carelessly drooped as she finished arranging her hair, toying with a lighter in her hand, her fingers pressing the lighter, causing a ghostly blue flame to emerge. Jiangjing, someone Su Jiue would call a person of the Chen family. Listening to the sound of the sirens, Bai Lian glanced down at Yu Hongjing. A person of the Chen family? A descendant of Qin Yi? What Qin Yi? Yu Hongjing had completely different associations in mind. He thought Bai Lian was referring to Qin Yi as an honorific. He scoffed, it's no use even if you find Qin Yi. Jiangjing University. Shen Yu sat in his office, and the middle-aged man next to him paced back and forth, glancing at his wristwatch. Principal, she should have arrived by now, right? Having met Bai Lian twice, he knew her as an extremely polite person. Shen Yu looked at the darkening sky and also found it strange. Picking up the microphone on his desk, he said, I'll give her a call. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583, 229 Detained an ancestor _1 Shen Yu held the receiver in his left hand and dialed a string of numbers directly with his right. Although he had only seen it once, he remembered Bai Lian's number and didn't need to look it up deliberately. The phone rang several times, but no one answered. Beside him, the dean of the Chinese department sat back down, picked up his now cold tea, and stared at Shen Yu without blinking. The call disconnected automatically. If Bai Lian were in the library, Shen Yu could understand an automatic disconnect due to silence mode, but she had already said she was coming to the university, so he put the receiver back on the cradle. It was a bit strange. Guessing that Bai Lian might be close to arriving, Shen Yu waited for a while before looking up at the dean of the Chinese department. Dean Shu, Bai Lian wants to test into the Tongfeng class. Dean Shu had very short hair and sat there exuding a scholarly elegance that seemed to calm the passage of time. Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, he put down his teacup and said, I know. The dean did not say anything else. Shen Yu had communicated with Bai Lian's homeroom teacher and knew that Bai Lian was an extremely studious and respectful student after interacting with her twice. Speaking with Bai Lian was truly comfortable, with a gentlemanly demeanor and a humility that was self-cultivating. Shen Yu felt that she must have been influenced by great literary figures in her childhood, as this kind of cultural sophistication wasn't possessed by just anyone. However, he also wondered which reclusive literary figure from Xiangqing was responsible for it. Dean Shu looking for Bai Lian did not surprise Shen Yu. There was only one perfect score essay this year, and he was sure the dean knew who wrote it. Unfortunately, it was Bai Lian who wrote that essay. If it had been any other student with average grades, Dean Shu would have gone out of his way to admit the student to Jiang University's Chinese department. Concerned about Bai Lian, Shen Yu reached out to redial her number. This time, after 2 rings, the call was hung up. His usual impassive expression vanished, and he looked down at the phone for several seconds before pressing the redial. Hello, the number you have dialed is now switched off. This time it went straight to voicemail. Shen Yu stood up and put the receiver down. What's wrong? Dean Shu saw his uneasy expression. Her phone has been switched off by someone, Shun Yu said, his face growing dark as he took out his own phone. It had been switched off by someone, not her. In Yunshao district, at the police station, the man in charge of the case turned off the continuously ringing mobile phone, resting his hand on the table. I wouldn't have guessed, you really hit hard. He had already ascertained that this girl was not from Jiangjing and that she had only a single grandparent at home. Bai Lian glanced at him and ignored his comment, just looking at the turned-off mobile phone. The internal line rang, and he stood up to answer it outside. The policewoman who took over came in and sat across from Bai Lian, continuing the interrogation. She looked down at the written record, then raised her head to look at the girl opposite her. Do you have anything to add? Was it really you who hit her? The girl opposite propped her chin with her hand, her black hair meticulously tied up, dressed in snow-white attire, her eyes cold and dark. She didn't seem to be in a good mood. Although both parties had already accused her of the assault, the policewoman still found it hard to believe upon seeing her. Yes, Bai Lian admitted without denial. The policewoman hesitated to speak, but eventually pulled out a piece of paper for Bai Lian to fill out her information. Bai Lian took it, glanced down briefly, and filled in her name, phone number, and Jiangjing address. Her handwriting was neat and beautiful, making the policewoman increasingly feel that she was not the sort to attack someone. After writing everything down, Bai Lian looked up at the nameplate in front of the policewoman. Officer Sun, how is my friend doing? She's been taken to the hospital. Don't worry, Officer Sun was experienced, pausing before continuing. We're waiting for her follow-up medical report. However, you should try to resolve this peacefully with them. In Jiangjing, Sun had met all sorts of people and understood the situation as soon as she saw Su Jiue. She grasped what kind of scenario this was. Yet, she found it incredible to believe the level of force this girl before her was capable of. The interrogation room was bugged, so Officer Sun couldn't reveal too much and only subtly hinted to Bai Lian that the person she had hit was not to be trifled with. In Jiangjing, gold could be found everywhere, and one had to tread carefully not to stumble upon it. Bai Lian's information had been recorded when she was in the police car. Not a local, and it seemed her family wasn't well connected. Faced with the wealthy youths of Jiangjing, Officer Sun felt overwhelmed. May I have my phone, please? Bai Lian's gaze fell on the mobile phone next to Officer Sunday. The mobile phone was supposed to be confiscated after entering the interrogation room. Officer Sun looked at Bai Lian and hesitated for a moment. Tell me who to contact, and I'll help you. She pressed the power button to turn on the phone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 854, Grandpa 332, Security Bureau _Tuchen Baixuan's eyes, cold and sharp, narrowed as he spoke with full authority. I want to see her. Sorry, Su sent an email to his superiors. Even if your old master comes today, he won't be able to see her. The incident with Bai Lian has affected not only the Mu family but also the Su family and the Bai family. The next day, the web of relationships currently surrounding Bai Lian was uncovered. On the third day, the research institute collaborating with the Mu family was affected, and Su En's entire industry had to undergo an investigation. Although the matter hadn't gone public, Mu Yining had also received a notification from the higher-ups. She was now restarting the Mu family's 4 research institutes and had obtained a batch of funds. Aside from the 3 heavy industry research institutes still under construction, the Pharmaceutical Research Institute was already not on the right track. But just at this time, the Medical Research Institute was ordered to halt its operations. In recent days, Jiangjing's actions had indeed been significant. Without the news of Bai Lian, the Mu family was naturally in the dark about what exactly had gone wrong in the chain of events. But the official document had already reached the Research Institute cooperating with the Mu family and Xiankong. The other 3 heavy industry research institutes, also providing machinery for the sea water purification project, were still on standby. The Mu family convened an emergency meeting first thing in the morning. Apart from Mu Yining, no one knew the news about Bai Lian, and they were all in a state of panic. Mu Yining didn't hide the situation from these people and directly told them about Bai Lian's temporary status. Because of Bai Lian, they all had to cooperate with the investigation. Those present were shrewd. As soon as Mu Yining had spoken, they knew the situation was serious. In the scientific research community's reshuffling, even a large family could not withstand it, let alone the Mu family. Over a decade ago, the Mu family had already suffered a severe blow. This time, they absolutely could not follow in the same footsteps. Mu Zhendong's face was ashen as he rose to his feet. I remember Bai Lian is not in the Mu family genealogy, she does not count as a member of the Mu family. What he meant was, he wanted Mu Yining not to get involved in this mess. To protect oneself wisely. After the ordeal of more than a decade ago, the Mu family was truly frightened. Impossible. Mu Yining looked up, her voice resolute. I will tell Dad to help Alien gather evidence. Mu Zhendong pursed his lips, looking at Mu Yining as if she were crazy. Mu Yining, now is not the time to be angry with me. Whether it's her affair or not, if she gets into trouble, our Mu family cannot escape involvement. It was not the question of whether Bai Lian was in trouble or not, but Mu Zhendong and the others knew that if Bai Lian were the only suspect. In the end, whether it was her or not, it could very likely end up being her. Uncle, you don't believe her? Mu Yining remained silent, but Mu Zhao, standing behind her, looked up. Do you believe him? Mu Zhendong asked Mu Zhao, somewhat incredulously. Mu Yining lowered her eyes to sip her tea, signaling her position. After muttering to himself for a while, Mu Zhendong left with a sweep of his sleeve. I see you really are crazy. Upon leaving, he immediately instructed someone to buy him a plane ticket and started to tally his assets. Mu Yining turned to the others present and restated her stance. She is a descendant of the Mu family, I believe in her. Those who are afraid of being implicated are free to terminate their contracts with us ahead of time. Sighed. The butler looked at Mu Yining without interrupting, only asking Mu Zhao, do you really believe in Miss Bai that much? Sister Bai, she scored full marks on her college entrance examination, Mu Zhao simply stated. The butler did not understand why Mu Zhao would bring this up out of nowhere. What did Bai Lian's full score in the college entrance exam have to do with this? Her essay also received full marks. Mu Zhao turned his head, looking at the butler, an essay full of power that trended online. One cannot write such an essay without sentiment. If you think she is problematic, you might as well believe I'm Emperor Jiangwu. The butler, what kind of statement was Mu Zhao making? Meanwhile, the Bai family was facing a similar situation. Bai Qiming had not received news from Bai Lian for a long time. Lately, Bai Shaoqi's collaboration with Song Min had been going well, though Bai Shuk's apprenticeship process had been somewhat affected. The official document had been delivered to the Bai family. Bai Qiming was shocked. They had not been in contact with Bai Lian and did not know the current situation in Jiangjing. He only called Bai Shaoqi. Bai Shaoqi was also unclear about Bai Lian's situation. But since it involved an academy, he had heard some rumors in the laboratory. Over the phone, he spoke somberly. I've also been sent out of the laboratory by the professor. It seems her component is problematic. Dad, you should prepare early. This news startled Bai Qiming. The entire Bai family had never encountered such a situation, and the wish of Bai Lian's great-uncle to bring her back into the Bai family tree had never been revoked. Suddenly facing this issue, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. Uncle, Qiming, Gui Yueqing had not yet registered her marriage with Bai Qiming, but she had already been living with the Bai family since the new year. She took Bai Qiming's hand. There's no need to panic yet. Last year, she was no longer a member of our Bai family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 855. Grandpa 332, Security Bureau _3 Yes. The elder uncle no longer cared about glorifying his ancestors or that Bai Lian was the nationally recognized top scholar he had longed for. She was already expelled from the family tree. You must quickly report this to the authorities. Just before this incident happened, the elder uncle had regretted letting Bai Lian leave. Now, however, he was relieved that they had the foresight to remove Bai Lian from the family tree early on. This approach won't do. Gui Yueqing lowered her eyes. Qiming, we should issue a news release to clearly state our position and that we have long severed ties with her. Bai Qiming realized the situation and immediately had his assistant handle the public announcement. Within an hour, the Bai family found a reporter to release the news and clearly delineated their separation from Bai Lian. Even so, the Bai family's business was still affected, and several projects were halted. The Su family was also undergoing investigations. Many of Su En's projects were halted, which he had his assistant monitor closely. He was more concerned about Bai Lian's current situation than these projects. He didn't know where Bai Lian was, and she didn't answer her phone either. He then called Wen Yao. Wen Yao had ranked first in the written test and in the retest, earning a position as a graduate student under Director Huang. He hadn't boasted about this to anyone else and was still following up on an important project with Director Huang. He usually didn't meet with outsiders. Upon receiving Su En's call, he was startled. "Dad, wait a moment, I'll go find my teacher." After hanging up, Su En thought for a moment before grabbing his keys and heading to Shanghai apartment. Shanghai apartment. Today, Ning Xiao was not there, but Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiais were in apartment 103 accompanying Ji Heng. Pu Xiaohan was holding a camera, taking pictures of Ji Heng's treasured fabrics in the yard. "Grandpa, are these cloud brocade?" A piece of cloud brocade as valuable as gold. Under the sunlight, they shimmered brilliantly. "Yes." Ji Heng held his pipe, looking at the fabrics. "There's quite a bit left. I'll make a set of clothes for you and Alien." "Wedding clothes?" Zhang Xiais asked as he texted Ning Xiao. Ji Heng glanced at Zhang Xiais but didn't object. Someone rang the doorbell. Pu Xiaohan continued taking shots, directing Zhang Xiais to move the boxes for her. Ji Heng, holding his pipe, went to open the door. "Dad." As Su En entered and saw Ji Heng's calm demeanor, he felt relieved, but still asked, "Where is Alien? Why isn't her phone going through? Is she busy with some research again?" It was typical for Bai Lian to be busy with research. She often disappeared for a week at a time. Ji Heng was used to this, as Bai Lian had often studied late into the night, returning only at 11 since high school. Even before college, she worked on research with Wen Yao and then went abroad for further studies, sometimes gone for over a month. Ji Heng didn't care much about the initial part of the conversation until a particular phrase caught his attention. He stopped, holding his pipe, and looked up. "Her phone is out of service?" The day Zhang Xiais invited him for dinner, Bai Lian had messaged Ji Heng. She had mentioned being busy for a few days. Ji Heng took out his mobile phone to call Bai Lian. In the yard, upon hearing Su En's words, Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiais sensed trouble. They had not had the chance to stop Su En, and now they both set down what they were holding, looking at each other with concern. Bai Lian's phone was still off. Ji Heng set down his pipe, looking towards Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiais. "Xiaohan?" Pu Xiaohan, after a brief contemplation, knowing that Ji Heng would find out sooner or later, briefly explained the situation, although she did not know the specifics, only that Bai Lian was at the security bureau. Ji Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice calm as he turned and walked towards the room. "The security bureau? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 856, 333, Come and check with me. Ji Heng's anger clearly exceeded their expectations. From the time they met Ji Heng, he had always been indifferently stable, his emotions not outwardly evident. One couldn't tell from his expression whether he was happy or angry. When Su En first visited Xiangqing, Ji Milan had provoked Ji Heng due to Bai Lian's issue, but even then, Ji Heng remained exceptionally composed. He had witnessed Bai Lian's imposing aura and had even wondered who Bai Lian really resembled. At this moment, Ji Heng's narrowed eyes and the reined-in aura of his body made even Su En reluctant to meet his gaze. "Grandpa, please don't be angry, Pu Xiaohan reacted, going over to pat Ji Heng's back. "You must be fine. We are also waiting for Principal Shi's news. Third brothers Su and sister Qin are following up on it as well." Ning Xiao was inquiring about this matter with Zhou Wenqing and Shen Yu. Beside them, Su En, looking at Ji Heng's face, thought that Pu Xiaohan's reassurance was indeed not wrong. Ji Heng's expression was not one of anxiety, but rather anger. It was very strange. Ji Heng calmed himself for a moment before heading to his own room. He reached into the bottom of a trunk and took out a sandalwood box which, if Bai Lian were here, she would certainly recognize. He had shown it to her before. The box still contained a pile of photographs. The woman in the black and white photos was gentle and beautiful. Ji Heng ran his hands over these photos, then reached to the bottom of the box. He took out a small badge from inside. When he came back out, Su En saw that Ji Heng was holding a cell phone in his hand. Ji Heng stopped and asked Su En about the current situation of the Su family. "It's all right. Su En's private equity mostly worked with overseas partners. Bai Lian wasn't legally included in the Su clan, nor was she his stepdaughter, so the impact wasn't significant. Things aren't looking great for President Mu for the time being." But it was different for the Mu family. Xian Kong was directly cooperating with the Mu family. It wasn't too favorable for the Mu family's medical research institute. Ji Heng pursed his lips. "Let's go, I need you to drive me somewhere." Zhang Xiais and Pu Xiaohan hadn't learned to drive yet, so of everyone in room 103, Su En was the only one who could drive. Su En quickly grabbed the car keys and followed Ji Heng. Ji Heng and Su En left the house, while Zhang Xiais and Pu Xiaohan stayed in room 103, exchanging puzzled looks. Jiang University. Su Wenyao called Dean Huang. Dean Huang assured him to focus on the data, with only one sentence. "Don't worry, she won't have any problems." After hanging up the phone, Dean Huang looked at Yu Xinjing, who was sitting in the office chair, his complexion not looking very good. "Big brother, any news from the teacher?" "No." Yu Xinjing shook his head. The two of them fell silent again for a long while. The incident at the snowy mountains 20 years ago was not the end. This time, the impact was going to be even more serious. Academician Ma and Jiang Fulai, both of them, "Big brother, you need to get ready soon." Dean Huang straightened up and looked out the window. "Little sister signed the 925 secret contract. We have to prepare for her to move to the front and start accepting disciples on behalf of the teacher." The two of them knew that Bai Lian's research direction was the same as their teacher's. If Ma Tongfeng really didn't return this time, they had to be prepared to let her step into the limelight. Not many people knew about Bai Lian's situation. The Wen family. Right after Wen Zhixia finished discussing the promotion project with Uncle Wen, she received a WeChat message from her former classmate at Beiqing High School, with a link. "I remember last year, the Bai family was saying that Bai Lian, the national top scorer, was part of their Bai family, so why are they now releasing news to dissociate themselves from her?" Last year, the Bai clan had made several trips to Xiangqing but failed to bring Bai Lian back. When Zhixia had heard about it too. But she had not given it much thought. Until now. When Zhixia opened the news link, which was very straightforward, Bai Qiming publicly dissociated himself from Bai Lian, stating that as early as last year Bai Lian was no longer listed in the Bai family household register. Based on Wen Zixia's understanding of the Bai family, Bai Qiming would never release this news for no reason. When they saw Bai Shuk's talent, they were willing to damage their own reputation and make repeated solicitations to have Bai Shaoke return to them. Now, Bai Lian had demonstrated potential far exceeding Bai Shuk's, and when Zhixia did not believe the Bai family would give up on Bai Lian so easily. She pressed her phone, sending the news to Bai Lian and adding a question mark. Bai Lian did not reply directly. When Zhixia was not surprised, sometimes Bai Lian was too busy with experiments to carry her phone. She would reply when she saw it. But this time, until 11 o'clock at night, Bai Lian still had not responded. When Zhixia frowned, having just finished showering, while drying her hair, she called Bai Lian's phone, only to find it turned off. The hand that was drying her hair paused, and she turned to send a message to Pu Xiaohan. Of the friends Bai Lian made in Xiangqing, she was more familiar with Pu Xiaohan than others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587. Even your family's old man stepping in was useless. _1 The operator on the other end of the phone recognized Li Shaming's voice immediately and began to feel nervous. Today, Officer Zhang is on duty, and there's just one case of a brawl. Zhang Ilyang? As soon as Li Xiaoming heard mention of Officer Zhang, he knew who it was. Zhang Ilyang was his go-to person. Most of the leaders in the department had high hopes for him and were preparing to promote him to inspector this year. Everything had been going smoothly, and Li Xiaoming was happy to groom him. But he hadn't expected such a slip-up from him today. Li Xiaoming directed his car onto the main road. Under normal circumstances, posting bail was enough to be released from detention, and nothing unusual would happen. But having heard what Principal Shi said, Li Xiaoming knew that Zhang Ilyang had screwed up today, detaining someone without offering the chance to post bail. Li Xiaoming felt a cold sweat break out on his back when he heard the operator's report. He knew that if this situation wasn't handled properly, their whole station from top to bottom would face a major reshuffle. At the station, Zhang Ilyang was negotiating with two young masters in the break room. The man in the blue-black shirt, with his legs crossed, dictated his statement to Zhang Ilyang. We just invited these two classmates to have a couple of drinks. She refused to drink and even beat us up like this. Zhang Ilyang nodded while jotting down notes. Looking for trouble, endangering public safety. Sun Fei poured a cup of water and headed to the detention room. Sun Fei, the elder by her side said, noting the direction she was headed, and knew she was going to see the girl. Officer Zhang hasn't left yet. Don't be too obvious. It's not entirely bad for her to be in detention. Otherwise, falling into the hands of those young masters, who knows what would have happened. Sun Fei pushed the door and entered. The female student was still sitting on the chair. Although her posture was no longer as straight as before, she leaned against the back of the chair, her eyelashes lowered like a small animal basking in the sun's rays, looking particularly relaxed. She appeared calm and composed, as if she had no idea what had just happened. Have some water, Sun Fei said, placing the teacup on the table. Bai Lian opened her eyes and saw the white porcelain mug on the table. She picked it up. Did you send the message for me? She asked. Yes, Sun Fei recalled the last message Bai Lian had sent, which was to Xiaoqi. I told him to go to Yunshao Hospital, but I don't know which ward your friend is in. Sun Fei had not been dispatched elsewhere and only knew that all the individuals involved tonight were at Yunshao Hospital. No problem. Bai Lian tapped her fingers lightly on the cup. Xiaoqi could find out such details on his own. She wasn't worried. Sun Fei watched as Bai Lian nonchalantly drank her tea, seemingly unaware of her current predicament, yet as if everything was under control. She was a person full of contradictions. I answered 2 calls for you, Sun Fei offered after she noticed Bai Lian drinking water. One seemed to be from your teacher and the other from your brother. Bai Lian leaned back. Teacher, brother? Yes, I told them about your situation. Sun Fei thought of the threatening undertone in the words of that Mr. Su, and felt a sense of danger. They seemed to be on their way over. Su Wenyao? Bai Lian pondered briefly. The one who had been in close contact with her recently was Su Wenyao. Outside the station. In the evening, traffic was sparse. Lu Xiaoming was in Yunshao district, and he was the closest to the station. It took him less than 10 minutes to get to the station. People here recognized his car, and as soon as he parked, someone came over to receive him. Chief Lu, what brings you here now? Lu Xiaoming's expression was grim. Who was detained tonight? A female student. Sun Fei is guarding her. Take me to see her, Lu Xiaoming said and headed straight for the detention room, his urgency palpable. Bring me the interrogation record and her files. The Su family lived in Xinjiang district, which was probably not a 10-minute drive away. Soon after, someone handed over Bai Lian's interrogation record and files to Lu Xiaoming. Lu Xiaoming walked while looking down. Seeking trouble, intentional injury, these terms were unrelated to the brawl and seemed to be judged from the perspective of the other party. His frown deepened as he flipped further to Bai Lian's personal information. Bai Lian, female, not from Jiangjing, current address at Shanghai apartment. Data that could easily be overlooked. He closed the file just as someone opened the door to the detention room. The girl probably didn't expect anyone else to come in. She looked up unhurriedly, her dark pupils slightly surprised. Seeing she was unharmed, Lu Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Bai, please come with me to the office first." Sun Fei herself was standing at the door. She turned her head in surprise when she saw Lu Xiaoming asking Bai Lian to his office. "Why is Chief Li here?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588. Even your family's old man stepping in was useless. _2 The precinct was indeed large, and aside from major criminal cases, Sun Fei rarely saw Lu Xiaoming in person. Today's incident involved the Yu family, which certainly had some background, but they only contacted Chief Zhang. So, how did Lu Xiaoming come and take away Bai Lian? Lu Xiaoming brought Bai Lian to his office and made her a cup of tea. "Please take a seat, Miss Bai." He didn't know what Bai Lian's relationship was with the Su family, but Shen Yu himself had said she was a good classmate from Jiang University, and just on that basis alone, it was enough to make Lu Xiaoming treat her cautiously. No sooner had he finished making the tea than his phone rang. Lu Xiaoming glanced at it and felt a tightness in his chest, hurrying out the door. "Chief Lu, why did you release that Bai Lian?" Zhang Iliang had just finished interrogating the people involved with Yu Hongjing and heard that Lu Xiaoming had come and released Bai Lian. He was about to ask Lu Xiaoming if he knew Bai Lian. But to his surprise, Lu Xiaoming didn't look at him and walked straight past him towards the main entrance. Faced with Lu Xiaoming's coldness, Zhang Iliang felt something was amiss and quickly followed him. Just as they reached the door, a fiery red convertible screeched to a halt right at the entrance. The overhead lights by the door were on. Underneath the light, the red car body reflected a chilling gleam. In Jiangjing, luxury cars were commonplace, and all eyes were fixed on the license plate. The plate bore only 2 characters, and 8. Such special license plates were unique to the big shots of Xinjiang district. Su Nanjing stepped out of the car, his glasses hanging from the neck of his t-shirt, keys still in the ignition, walking straight inside with a handsome and gentle appearance, but his sharp eyes made it hard to meet his gaze. Lu Xiaoming quickly followed, not daring to slack off in the slightest. "Third young master, she's in my office." Su Nanjing didn't look at anyone else, just glanced at Lu Xiaoming. "Take me there." Lu Xiaoming led him to the office. After the two left, the others finally exhaled, their eyes fixed on Su Nanjing. "Chief Zhang, who is that guy? His 8 on the license plate is worth more than my life." Most people in the Yunshao district precinct had never had the chance to even meet third young Master Su. "I don't know." Zhang Iliang naturally had not seen him either, but felt uneasy and followed them directly. In the office, when Su Nanjing entered, Bai Lian was sitting in the chair next to her, playing with her phone as the air conditioning hummed in the room. She was dressed in snowy white clothes, her delicate features framed by gently fanned eyelashes, her fingertips idly tapping the screen of her phone. Despite hearing that she had been involved in a fight, her hair and clothes were exceedingly tidy, not a wrinkle in sight. Only specks of red dotted her white pants, like tiny plum blossoms fallen upon the crisp white snow. Xiaoqi had sent her a photo. Bai Lian opened it and saw it was a blood test for Su Jiue. Upon hearing someone enter, she glanced up and saw Su Nanjing leaning back in her chair, her eyes lazy. "Why are you here?" Seeing that Bai Lian was unharmed, Su Nanjing breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. He slumped into the seat next to her. "I called you, heard you got into a fight, that you're in police custody, under mandatory detention." "What's the panic?" Bai Lian began pouring him a cup of tea, her tone languid but her words arrogant. "I never lose fights." Her white attire and her dignified posture as she poured the tea, her graceful movements revealed a light-colored infusion gently filling the cup. Her actions were unhurried and elegant. Su Nanjing watched her pour the tea, just as serene and composed as in his memories, unable to imagine her engaging in a fight. She was much like Jiang Fulai, always maintaining her poise. She might be downcast but never discomposed. After confirming she was all right, Su Nanjing finally took a sip of his tea. He pulled out his phone and opened WeChat to send a message to Jiang Fulai, assuring him all was well. The second he received the call, Su Nanjing had driven over immediately and notified Jiang Fulai. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoming didn't dare to sit, only watching the interaction between Bai Lian and Su Nanjing, feeling even more shocked inside. In Jiangjing, everyone in the circles knew the weight of the three young masters of Jiangjing. Li Xiaoming was able to keep his cool when he received the call from Shunyu, but the call from the Su family had him all out of sorts. Especially now, in the face of Su Nanjing, Bai Lian remained unperturbed. From their conversation, one could tell that not only were they very familiar with each other, but Su Nanjing appeared to be at a disadvantage. The cold sweat that had barely dissipated from Li Xiaoming's back reappeared. Who exactly was this girl? When had such a person appeared in Jiangjing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589. Even your family's old man stepping in was useless under Steve? Fine. Su Nanjing stood up and fished out a cigarette from his pocket, biting down on it. I'll take her back first. There are people waiting for her at home. Can I leave now? Bai Lian looked up. Li Xiaoming almost had a myocardial infarction from her single remark. Of course, Miss Bai, you can leave whenever you wish. Not detaining the parties involved in the brawl and forcefully detaining others was unreasonable to begin with. He truly feared that if Bai Lian said one more word, his position might be at risk. Fortunately, Bai Lian didn't say more, only standing up. I still have 2 books. Books? Lu Xiaoming hurriedly opened the door of the office, glancing at Sun Fei standing outside. Where are Miss Bai's books? His Miss Bai was very polite. Sun Fei was startled too and hurriedly said, in the meeting room, I'll fetch them. She quickly brought over Bai Lian's 2 books. They were both stained with blood, which had dried. Li Xiaoming saw the bright red blood and knew the fight had been intense. Associating it with Bai Lian's clean and neat white clothes, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. But he dared not ponder more and went in to give Bai Lian her books. Su Nanjing also saw the bloodstains on the book covers and his brows twitched a few times, feeling that something was not right. But he didn't think it through. Lu Xiaoming respectfully escorted them to the door. Third young master, rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and will not bend the law for personal gain. Su Nanjing's car was parked right at the entrance. He opened the passenger door, just about to let Bai Lian get in. A black 4-seater car pulled up beside his. It had Chang'an district plates, and in comparison to Su Nanjing's Jaguar plates, the car's body and plates were both extremely low profile. Su Nanjing felt the license plate looked familiar. Before he could think further, he saw the back door open and an elderly man clad in a dark robe step out. The moment he saw that face, Su Nanjing's mouth fell open. As a former student of the management department at Jiangjing University, Su Nanjing naturally recognized Principal Shi, but since he was only an average talent, he didn't see Principal Shi often. The ability to speak with Principal Shi was entirely because Principal Shi used to seek out Jiang Fulai often. He was just included by chance. Not expecting to see Shunyu here, Su Nanjing couldn't hide his surprise. Principal Shi, what brings you here? The high-caliber students of Jiangjing University were united externally despite internal strife, and Principal Shi, beloved by many, would even be treated respectfully by old Master Su himself. Shunyu maintained a clear conscience and did not get involved with their several families. Although old Master Su had invited him several times, he always declined. All the way here, Shunyu was on edge. Recalling Bai Lian's face, he realized it was indeed likely to provoke trouble. He had the driver's speed all the way here. He opened the car door before the car even stopped fully, not looking at Su Nanjing, but casting his gaze on Bai Lian standing behind Su Nanjing, and his hanging heart finally settled. Principal sure, Bai Lian placed the books on Su Nanjing's passenger seat, lifting her brows slightly. An unexpected incident occurred today, and I didn't manage to find you. The brother and teacher that Sun Fei mentioned were likely Su Nanjing and Shun Yu. No problem, I heard you got into a fight. Shun Yu nodded, his gaze falling on Lu Xiaoming and the others. That's sheer nonsense. How could you possibly get into a fight? Are you all right? Bai Lian didn't feel the least bit guilty. I'm fine. After a brief exchange at the entrance, Shun Yu turned his attention to Su Nanjing, whom he recognized, if only as an afterthought. Su Nanjing. The way he said, Su Nanjing, the three words were obviously much more perfunctory, and not nearly as amiable. Su Nanjing wasn't surprised by Shun Yu's attitude. After all, Shun Yu still remembered his name, unlike academician Ma who would say, if you invest in the new equipment today, you are Su Nanjing, the third young master. Without investment, friend, who are you? What Su Nanjing found surprising was that Shun Yu and Bai Lian knew each other, and not only that, but why was Shun Yu speaking to her so kindly? Su Nanjing didn't think it was because of Jiang Fulai's relationship. Shun Yu was not only Jiang Fulai's good friend but also the third young master of the Su family, yet look how perfunctorily Principal Shi treated him. As for Bai Lian knowing Su Nanjing, Shun Yu casually observed them, then noticed Su Nanjing standing half a step behind Bai Lian. It suddenly dawned on him that Bai Lian came from Xiangqing. Previously, the fact that Bai Lian was from Xiangqing merely made him feel contemplative, but seeing Su Nanjing today, Shun Yu paused. He remembered someone was in Xiangqing and had recently returned to Jiangjing, stirring excitement in the academic circles. Glad you're fine, Shun Yu thought while he spoke with Bai Lian. No rush with Dean Shu, he isn't busy in the next few days. Just let me know when you have time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590. Even your family's old man stepping in was useless under so. Alright, Bai Lian nodded. After a few words between them, Shun Yu realized this was not the place for a chat, and it was getting late. Bai Lian had been detained for several hours, so he gave way and waited for the car to leave. Only then did Lu Xiaoming dare to speak to Shun Yu, Principal Shun. Who did she fight with? Shun Yu didn't go in, just stood at the door. Yu Hongjing. Lu Xiaoming had already seen the record. Yu Hongjing. Shun Yu clearly hadn't heard the name before, but guessed it was probably some scion from Jiangjing. He had come here to solve Bai Lian's problem. Now that he saw Su Nanjing, Shun Yu was reassured. Dealing with this matter, these young masters were certainly more adept than him. After seeing Su Nanjing off, Lu Xiaoming respectfully saw Shun Yu out as well, and then stood straight. Chief Lu, Zhang Ilyang had kept quiet until now, seizing his chance. He was still confused, but explained, it was Captain Qin who ordered the detention, letting her go like this. Yu family had long provided him with the data, which belonged to Su En, a rising power recently rooted in Yunshao district, so Zhang Ilyang had always thought Su Nanjing was one of Su En's people, but sensing something off in Lu Xiaoming's demeanor, he felt uneasy. Captain Qin? Lu Xiaoming knew who this Captain Chen was. He looked at Zhang Ilyang with a sneer. Jiang University's principal, one of the three young masters of Jiangjing. You may not have met them, but surely you've heard of them, right? What? Zhang Ilyang never expected to encounter these two people in Yunshao district, especially Su Nanjing, as sweat formed on his forehead, but I checked Bai Lian's data, she clearly doesn't have any. He cut himself off, suddenly realizing something. Bai Lian's data had no records in the national database. First, because she was too ordinary and had never committed an offense, there was nothing to record. Second, it was hidden by someone. Zhang Ilyang knew she was from Xiangqing and instinctively thought she was the first case. As soon as Lu Xiaoming heard Zhang Ilyang, he knew what had happened. Shaking his head, you go back and submit to an investigation. He walked inside. Being responsible for this incident in the substation was also his duty. Passing by Sun Fei, who stood aside, Li Xiaoming stopped. Just as Bai Lian had left, he had greeted Sun Fei. Sun Fei, right? He patted Sun Fei's shoulder. The implication was obvious. On the car, Su Nanjing didn't dare to drive too fast and didn't play music either. Sister Alien, do you want to connect to Bluetooth? He remembered Bai Lian would always listen to words and original texts in Jiang Fulai's car. No need. Bai Lian rested her hand on the car window, her white sleeves billowing in the wind. Fine. Su Nanjing turned on the music and then asked, "Are you very familiar with Principal Shun? He asked to meet with you?" The music in the car was all songs by Yen Lu. "Yes," Bai Lian replied lazily, "the dean of the Chinese department sought me out." The Chinese department? How had she become involved with the Chinese department as well? They soon arrived at Shanghai apartment. The security guard had already recognized Su Nanjing. Su Nanjing got out of the car and tossed the keys to the security guard. At the entrance of the apartment building stood a tall and straight figure. Simple casual clothes enveloped by darkness, his presence low pressure and elusive. Even Su Nanjing subconsciously slowed his steps, seeing the keys Jiang Fulai was fiddling with in his hand, silver keys reflecting a cold light. Bai Lian got out of the passenger seat with 2 books in her hand. She had entrusted this matter to Xiaoqi. But from the moment she saw Su Nanjing, she knew she couldn't hide it from Jiang Fulai. Reporting the results, I won. Jiang Fulai pursed his lips this time, not speaking. Bai Lian calmly handed the books to Jiang Fulai. "This book is dirty." Jiang Fulai looked down to see the bloodstains on the book, already dry. It was clear the fight was intense. It wasn't Bai Lian's blood, but the air around him grew heavier. He took the 2 books. "Go upstairs and take a shower first." Bai Lian observed his expression, thought for a moment, sighed. "All right then." Upstairs. Pu Xiaohan was still sitting with Jiang He watching TV. The television was playing a variety show. Seeing Bai Lian return, Pu Xiaohan greeted her leisurely while holding chips. "Good evening, Sister Lian." "Good evening," Bai Lian replied succinctly and went to her room to shower. As she picked out clothes, she remembered Su Jiue and sent her a message on her phone. Su Nanjing sat in the living room, looking up at Jiang Fulai standing on the balcony. He seemed to be making a call, voice low. Su Nanjing couldn't make it out. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Su Nanjing glanced at it. It was a message from Li Xiaoming. It was about the case investigation. With just a glance, Su Nanjing sat up straight. The case was simple. Yu Hongjing had forced Bai Lian to drink, she refused, and an argument ensued. Then came Captain Chen's entrance. A few simple sentences, even for Su Nanjing with his influential background. His back was drenched with cold sweat. He looked up at Jiang Fulai on the balcony, quietly walked to the door, closed it, and only dared to take out his phone in the staircase to dial a number. It rang twice before being picked up. "Speak." The voice on the phone, a woman's, was crisp and decisive. "Sister Beixian." Su Nanjing leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath. "Where are you?" He rarely sounded so serious. On the phone, Chen Beixian sheathed a dagger in her leg holster, on a mission. "Get back here fast," Su Nanjing urged, briefly recounting the situation. "Yu Hongyi is one of your people. You better find that Chen fast to resolve this. And it might be best to pray that there was nothing in the drink they gave to Sister Alien. Otherwise, your patriarch stepping in won't be enough to save you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 591, 231 Gathering at Jiangjing, Major Shuffle _1 in Bai Lian's room. She had just finished showering. She changed into her lounge clothes and was now toweling her hair dry, not liking to use a hairdryer. Xiaoqi's call came in just then. "Sis, have you come out?" Xiaoqi was still outside the hospital doors, looking up at the inpatient building with a cup of coffee in one hand, dressed in a clean and scholarly sportswear. Mao Kun stood behind him, looking around. Yeah, Bai Lian opened the window of the room. Have you seen her? She's in a comatose state. Xiaoqi had already asked the nurses. She woke up for a bit in between, but her consciousness was still unclear. She will need another 2 days, but there's no danger. Bai Lian leaned on the table by the window, gazing outside. There's a female police officer in the sub-bureau, Sun Fei. I got it. Xiaoqi hung up the phone and turned to leave. You got it? Got what? Mao Kun followed him. Didn't Sis finish talking? Are we supposed to investigate Sun Fei on our own, or? Bai Lian and Xiaoqi often left Mao Kun struggling to keep up with their train of thought. You go have a couple of drinks with the rose-colored clubhouse boss. Xiaoqi sipped his coffee and tossed the empty cup into a nearby trash can, speaking gently. The rose-colored clubhouse was the same place Bai Lian went to find Su Jiue. Mao Kun, who usually didn't get involved in business matters, said, Me. Yeah. Xiaoqi opened the back seat of the car, explaining patiently, Don't hold back, just answer whatever he asks. Mao Kun had spent some time in Jiangjing too. Xiaoqi was just a worker, but Mao Kun was genuinely in charge of the Azure Dragon bar there. As Wang Yufeng's adopted son, he was currently still relied upon by Wang Yufeng. As the #1 fighter in the ring, he was not someone to be constrained. It was no different than mingling with both the underworld and law-abiding society. Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian looked at her phone while methodically toweling her hair dry. She messaged Shun Yu. Does Director Shu have time tomorrow? It was late. Shun Yu had just gotten home and hadn't rested yet. Receiving Bai Lian's message surprised him. Given how dangerous tonight's events were, he wanted Bai Lian to rest for a few days, only to have her message him shortly after getting home. Shun Yu put on his glasses and sent a message back to Bai Lian on his phone. Principal Sure. Tomorrow morning, go to the Chinese department building. After sending the message, Shun Yu remembered something and called the university office, instructing them to keep a close eye on the Yunshao district case. Having sent the message, Bai Lian's hair was half dry. She put the towel down and walked outside. In the living room, Pu Xiaohan, having lost appetite for her chips, stuffed them into Jiang He's hands. Jiang Fulai was on the balcony, having not seen Su Nanjing around. Bai Lian sat next to Pu Xiaohan and watched the variety show with her. Yen Lu's popularity in the industry had been top 1 in recent months, with many of her edited clips on short video platforms, and many even dug out a long spear video from an episode when Pu Xiaohan was at a martial arts hall. One segment of the long spear solo dance featured Yen Lu herself. Although Pu Xiaohan hadn't shown her face, sharp-eyed fans recognized her just from a high-zoom blurry backdrop, let alone a solo dance clip. Pu Xiaohan's video went viral again after half a year thanks to Yen Lu's popularity surge. This was one of the reasons for Pu Xiaohan's rapid fanbase growth in the last few months. The blogger, One Big Bowl at a Time, had become officially certified by the authorities as a cultural heritage. On screen, Yen Lu talked about her recent hobby of studying Gamoku but always playing poorly. I basically finish in less than a minute when playing with friends. She was the worst chess player among them all. In the end, Yen Lu remarked, when I play with them, I always doubt my own IQ. At that moment, the hosts and guests still showed leniency, saying every trade has its master, and the viewers comforted Yen Lu in the comments. It wasn't until the host brought out a chessboard that the first game against Yen Lu didn't last a minute. In the second game, even with Yen Lu intentionally giving away pieces, it still didn't last a minute. Host and guests, internet comment, Lu Jie, sometimes you really shouldn't be too modest. Yen Lu, Lu Jie's new drama is about to wrap up. Pu Xiaohan kept in touch with Sister Exen and asked Bai Lian while sitting cross-legged on the couch, she's here to record a song, isn't she? With her half-dry hair draped down, Bai Lian's downcast eyes were sharply outlined under the crystal lights of the hall. No, Director Jian upgraded the equipment, she wanted to come to try it out. As they talked, on the balcony, Jiang Fulai put down his phone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, 231 Gathering at Jiangjing, Major Shuffle _2 Upon entering, I saw Bai Lian lounging on the couch, leaning back slightly in a very relaxed pose. Let's eat first, he said as he put down his phone and walked over to the table where a delicate wooden box was placed. He opened the lid of the food container. As soon as he lifted it, the hot steam from the soup inside blurred his stern brow and eyes. As Su Nanjing cautiously entered from the outside, he saw Bai Lian eating slowly, with Jiang Fulai sitting beside her, casually speaking to her. Upon seeing him come in, Jiang Fulai just gave him a faint glance. Su Nanjing's heart tightened. 2 o'clock in the morning. 3:02. In Jiang Fulai's study, he hadn't turned off the lights but was only using his computer with the surveillance feed from the club on the screen, his gaze coldly scanning the wine glass in Yu Hongjing's hand. Outside the door were 2 very light knocks. Without moving his eyes, he just said, "Come in." It was Ming Dongheng who entered. With a stern expression, he handed Jiang Fulai 2 photocopies. These are the documents a police officer from Yunshao District substation found. Jiang Fulai took them and glanced down briefly. One was a report on Su Jiue. The other was a residue report from a wine glass. It stated it was MS hallucinogenic agent with 11% addictive elements. His knuckles turned slightly white as he clutched the edge of the paper. On the desk, a phone lit up, showing an incoming call. Ming Dongheng, standing in front of the desk, clearly saw the caller was Chen Beixian. Jiang Fulai placed the 2 sheets of paper on the desk and reached to dismiss the call. The person on the other side of the phone didn't dare to call again. 6 o'clock in the morning. An SUV ignored 3 roadblocks and finally stopped in front of the Chen family's gatehouse. "Why have you returned?" A polite and surprised expression crossed the face of the Chen family's security officer as he put aside what he had been holding and respectfully approached. Chen Beixian, dressed in a black martial arts suit, rolled up a document in her hand and said in a cold voice, "Notify all managers, a meeting is to be held in the main hall, including the old master." The security officer gazed at her stern profile, feeling a thud in his heart. Chen Beixian rarely made public appearances. She became well known in the Chen family after transferring from the command to the combat division and making a name for herself in battle, thereby securing the position of the 2nd chair in the Chen family. The Chen family didn't focus on gender, but on individual capability. The old master of the Chen family had personally introduced her to the Jiang family. Everyone knew that she was mostly likely the person the old master of the Chen family favored to be the 32nd sect leader. Within the Chen family, perhaps Chen Beixian alone dared to have the old master convene a meeting in the main hall. In the Chen family's main hall, the room is supported by 4 red sandalwood Nanmu pillars, with an interior ceiling height of 6 meters. In the center is a 10-meter-long table. As members of the Chen family entered, they saw Chen Beixian standing in front of the long table with her back to the door. The others, who had been disturbed early in the morning, were mostly in a bad mood, but because it was Chen Beixian, no one dared to speak. Half an hour later, the old master entered wearing traditional Tang attire. The coolness of the early morning dew made him lower his head to cough a few times, while those next to him helped him over the threshold. The health of the old master hadn't been good over the years, but his presence alone exerted a suppressive atmosphere, silencing the entire main hall, with all eyes turning to him. Calling me over this early, the old master sat at the forefront, looking toward Chen Beixian, his expression indecipherable, must mean something has happened. When the old master spoke, the others standing to the side began to take their seats one by one. "Who oversees Folt Road in Yunshao District?" Chen Beixian swept her gaze around the room, finally resting it on the old master. A middle-aged man stood up. "Miss Beixian, that would be me." Chen Beixian tossed the documents she was holding in front of him. Chen Lupeng glanced down. It was a file on a minor case. He didn't recognize the name Yu Hongjing, but since it was similar to his subordinate Yu Hongyi, it struck a chord. The next page contained information on the hallucinogenic agent, a substance itself prohibited and associated with drugs, not circulating on the market. Chen Lupang's complexion darkened as the appearance of such a thing within his jurisdiction dawned on him. He couldn't help but look toward the old master. The old master wasn't looking at him, instead resting with closed eyes, waiting for Chen Beixian to finish before opening them. Is that all? The Shun family, the Su family, and the Jiang family, they are all watching this matter, replied Chen Beixian, meeting the old master's gaze. With each name Chen Beixian mentioned, Chen Lupang's complexion turned one shade paler, breaking out into a cold sweat by the last name. The old master, whose expression had remained calm and inscrutable, finally showed some agitation. Chen Lupang stood up, wiping sweat from his forehead, will start an immediate investigation. After he left, the old master turned to look at Chen Beixian. What exactly is going on? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.